5, 6, like they say I can't be fixed. 1, 2, 3, your attention's all I need. 4, 5, 6, don't let it slip. Some sort of an addiction. They all have a prediction. I think it's just some fiction. That I have an addiction, baby. That I have an addiction. 24/7, all I do is procrastinate, procrastinate. My lesson. 24/7, all I do is procrastinate, procrastinate. Perfection. 1, 2, 3, I don't know who else to be. 4, 5, 6, like they say I can't be fixed. 1, 2, 3, your attention's all I need. 4, 5, 6, don't let it slip. 4, 5, 6, don't let it slip. 4, 5, 6, don't let it slip.
Oh, this is major. It's like the next big thing. Come catch the wave, yeah. Yeah, watch what's happening. A force of nature. Hit 'em like lightning. Be the creator of the next big thing. We're the movers and shakers. We are the dreamers, the makers. We stand on top of equators. We are the limitless. We got the future, no papers. We are the innovators. We have the focus like lasers. You know we doing it big. Oh, this is major. This is major. It's a game changer. This is major. Oh, this is fire. It's like the boom, boom, pow. Let's take it higher. Like the no, no, now. We're the movers and shakers. We are the dreamers, the makers. We stand on top of equators. We are the limitless. Got the future, no papers. We are the innovators. We have the focus like lasers. You know we doing it big. 'Cause this is major. This is major. We are the movers and shakers. We are the dreamers, the makers. This is major. Are you a real faker? A team player? A crusader? Yeah, here we come. Are you a game changer? Rule breaker? Dream maker? Show 'em how it's done.
This is major.
This is major. It's a game changer. This is major. This is major. This is major. We are the movers and shakers. We are the dreamers, the makers. This is major. This is major.
want you to stand still while everybody's dancing. You buy more booze, there's something off about you. Oh, answer your phone, he's fast asleep, but I'm right outside, staying up by the 19. Just shut up and drive. I say I'm fine, they all know my tea. Kinda wanna cry. Daily, just take me on. Let's go. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. These hoes so mixy, talk shit on the gram, but they say they all miss me. Got a bitch so pissy, can't say how I feel, this shit is so trippy. Yeah, so damn pristine, but a mean girl hides in the pretty little pixies. Can't sleep just clicking, who's who, what's what, it's gotten so tricky. Y'all washed up, pick me, can't give a bitch flowers if the end's not prickly. Kicked out of the meetings, then you go attack me for not doing the same things. Y'all see it, is it just me? Only go for the girls and she won the best trophy. And if I ever get a miss me, I'm a bum track 6 every night on repeat.
No blood you know, but I'll let you know. Wanna tele no sea cochino. Tengo estilo, mucho estilo. Tú parla italiano, yo hablo español. Saca el pinol, dame el kilo. Cómete la papa con el alocito. ¿Tú me entiendes? No me entiendes. Ok, hablamos francés. No blood you know, pero suena fino. No, but it's like not fino. No, but you know, but I'll let you know. Wanna tele no sea cochino. Tengo estilo, mucho estilo. Tú parla italiano, yo hablo español. Saca el pinol, dame el kilo. Cómete la papa con el alocito. ¿Tú me entiendes? No me entiendes. Ok, hablamos holandés. No, but you know, pero suena fino. Está cojito, pobrecito. Te gustó el carajito, pero le falta madurar. Está libre como tigre, listo para un binger. No te voy a Tinder, cómete ese kinder. No querrás un looky, pop bombi and a what eh. No but you know, but I'll let you know. Wanna tele no sea cochino. Tengo estilo, mucho estilo. Tú parla italiano, yo hablo español. Saca el pinol, dame el kilo. Cómete la papa con el alocito. ¿Tú me entiendes? No me entiendes. Ok, hablamos francés.
This stream contains fast flashing images that may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy and other photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised.
Yesterday, 2 teams made an early exit from the competition, and now we're losing 2 more today. Top 6, it's on the line, and welcome to Day 5 of Game Changers Championship. We're coming to you live from Lowell Park in Seoul, South Korea, for 2 more crucial elimination games. I'm Mimi, joined today on the desk by both Mitchell Mann and Thomas Biz. Thanks so much, guys, for having beautiful names.
Hey, thanks for having us. Pleasure to be here.
I like it. They didn't put that on the thing. I've had Doug, what was it, Tomathan the other day?
Yeah.
And neither of those have turned up on the lower third, so I'm waiting for that to eventually get here, but we'll see.
Get to work on that. We'll get to work on that. But let's start by talking about what happened yesterday, because we had a long one for our first elimination day, Mitch. And it got going with a match that felt like it could have ended a lot quicker, but instead it was Ninetales bringing it all the way back to get Korea their first GCC win.
Yeah, with 2 really dominant maps as well. I mean, the only one they fell down on was their own pick of Bind, and I think it was great to see the energy down on the stage. These players, practically emoting throughout the entirety of the game, which I was surprised at, because they were ruthless, man. Like, they were hugging each other at the start of the game. It seemed like they were friends, but there were no friends on the server.
Yeah, and in our second game as well, I feel like there were parallels. Like, there were a couple of really quick maps from the side of Crew, and then the middle one where they had that crazy 7-round streak. It looked like they were gonna maybe even take it when it went to overtime.
And then there was this clutch.
Yeah, there was definitely some madness, but they stabilized. I think they had some fantastic defensive sides, and something I'm sure we'll talk about a lot, but Dodds was cracked.
Yeah, Dodds had a crazy game. Monch looked like she was having maybe the most fun ever up on that stage, but this is what our bracket looks like after yesterday's eliminations. MIBR, Ninetales, Nova Crew. That's what's on the cards for us today, down in that lower bracket. And a lot at stake, I think, especially for these teams that have just gotten a win yesterday and now, Mitch, are gonna have to play back-to-back.
Yeah, I mean, you get a taste for what victory is like, and then you could be going home the very next day. It's a sad story, but that's what the lower bracket run's all about. And I mean, these teams, they're gonna have to ascend to that level of being able to deliver under the pressure eventually. Why not now?
Yeah, and our Mastercard fan poll, it's about today's games. The question that you get an opportunity to answer is, which one of our lower bracket teams is the dark horse? Your options: MIBR, Ninetales, Visa, Crew, Blaze, or Nova. You can scan the QR code to cast your vote, and make sure you join the conversation on the internet with hashtag VCT Game Changers. Who would you guys be voting for?
It's difficult because part of me, I want to say MIBR off the bat, but I don't know if I can call them a dark horse when they were in the final last year.
It feels like they're like the obvious one to
Yeah.
me. Do you have I know Mitch has a true dark horse to root for.
I do, of course I do.
Who is it?
I think it's Ninetales. I think home field advantage, 3-3-2 and Dana were looking unbelievable on the server the other day. If we can maybe either move away from Bind or move away from the veto, or both, I think we could be in with a real shot of seeing them make a run.
We're asking for some big changes with a couple
Overnight
hours
as well.
turnaround. But I want to hear more of your takes, Mitch, because our next segment here at the halfway point of the tournament is to determine our very official, very important power rankings. And Tom, we made the great decision to give the power of the telestrator to your good friend Mitch.
I have been fighting this all day. Like, ever since I got here, and I was like, even before they gave it to him, I said, please don't give it to him. But our production has decided to ignore me off the bat, so it's a
Well, they've done it, and now, Mitch, you have the power to choose our first team. Who do you want to place?
I want to start. I want to keep it easy. Let's start with Shopify. All right, let's make it easy for you guys.
My pitch is just a clean number 1.
Yep.
Top of the board. I think I figured we would agree on that, because I figured that we should get the stuff we agree on out of the way.
Okay.
Should we go afterwards?
I want you to give me a kooky. I want a Mitch take right here.
Yeah? Okay, I'll give it to you. I don't think you're going to agree with this, but I want to start with G2 next.
Sure.
For me, number 2. Dominated regionally. They look good. Hell, Vanya even convinced me we can play Brim instead of Viper and Corrode.
Dominated regionally is a bold thing. When
they lost 2.
Yeah, they lost 2 out of the 3.
Tom, I want your. Do you dispute this?
I'd put them 3.
3?
I think Liquid for me go in at number 2.
I agree with Liquid number 2. I can get on board with that. I wouldn't be happy with a 3 necessarily, but I would be tolerant
Who's your
of a 3. I think still MIBR.
Okay.
I believe in the lower
So
bracket
not a
run.
dark
I think they're
horse.
going to bounce back. No, I would say that's 1, 2, 3. But put them in there. I'm fine with 3.
Okay.
All right, so we're agreed then Liquid 2.
We're agreed on Liquid 2.
Okay,
Okay,
slam
we'll
them
go
both
Liquid
in
2.
there,
We'll
Mitch.
go G2 number 3.
And I
We're
want to
happy
give
with that.
I want to give you a Pacific team. So let's go Ninetales. Your dark horse.
Oh, Ninetales for me. They're
Where
number,
do you put Ninetales?
I put them number 6. I gave them, it's not too high up, but I think they can
Let's
make a run.
put 'em
I
there
like
for
what I see.
now.
Okay.
And let's then see
can
how
move
it
them.
sorts out
I'm
with
in
everyone
Korea, but I
else.
would put them number 8.
Yeah. Yeah.
I like that you said it quietly. Let's keep it that way.
That would be my
Yeah,
number
keep it
8.
nice and quiet. All right, your next
So
team, Mitch.
how about then we throw Nova in there? Do we think that they're going to place above or below Ninetales at number 6, Tom?
Well, they beat
Well,
Ninetales.
Yeah, they should be above them,
So
but
they got to go above them.
No, no. Based
so maybe the
on the
Fox-
fact that we still have MIBR and Crew, I don't.
So you want to? I can already tell you
I'm
want
gonna
to
put
move
Nova in at
Ninetales.
number 7, I think.
What
you're
if
gonna-
we move Ninetales down a little and we just make some room so we can be
Yeah,
nice
yeah,
and
yeah.
comfortable?
They did beat them, so I think either they're going above them in 5th or we're moving Ninetales down to 7.
I think
All
that's
right,
fair.
Yeah.
Let's move Ninetales down to 7. Let's get Nova in above them.
Let's
that
do our
seems
4
pretty
and
fair.
5 then. Number 4.
Throw me a KC.
Oh, you want KC?
Oh, that's I would say KC 5.
We might have to move some more teams. Okay,
Yeah.
KC5, that feels very reasonable to me. They were really solid in their debut, but I feel like they haven't fully proven it yet.
Yeah,
I'm with
and they've
you
been
there.
very good this year. It was only
Yeah.
stage 3. They're already qualified, so I give them the benefit of the doubt that they're. I would say obviously they're not on the dark horse because they're still in the upper bracket. They would be my dark horse.
So are we aligned at MIBR 4?
Yes.
If we're aligned on MIBR4, then you do realize you're agreeing to put Crew.
Well, I'm not necessarily agreeing.
I mean, there's only one slot
This
left.
is where I was saying the movie.
I would argue some further movement
I think Nova
downwards.
at 7, and then.
You want to put Ninetales 8th. We're in Korea.
We're
You saw them play the other
we're
day.
just making
Did
the
they
moves
not
we
win
need
your
to make.
heart, Tom?
Yeah. But this is a
And
power
still-
ranking. I use my head.
Yeah, yeah.
This man.
Mitch,
This man.
you know what you have to do.
I'm doing this under duress.
You
I
have
wanna
the
make
strength
that
to
clear
do it.
To everybody
Well, we
out
know that.
there.
Wait. So where did you have? You had them at 6. So Mitch has them at 6. Wait. So who would you have put last? Out of curiosity. Now that we've had to say,
Yeah.
You know,
we've had to do this. So
What did I say?
you have to.
I think they said we're running out of time. We better throw this in.
Curiously, he only said that after you said that, Mitch. Okay, well that's our power rank. Wait,
Yeah, no, I would have put Crew above. But
I would've put Crew
we've run out of time.
we're out of time, I guess.
That's fine.
Mitch has had a little dastardly activity, but you didn't make it too crazy. I think that was largely reasonable. We're in Seoul, of course, which has
That's a
been
win. That's a win. She said reasonable.
Yeah, for you at least. I want someone who's even more reasonable than you. Jen Lee, earlier this week, she introduced Sayori to some of the local culture and cuisine in a segment. Let's take a look.
Hello everyone, it's Jen Lee here, and I'm here with Sayuri to sample some of the incredible cuisines here in Seoul. Now, Sayuri, thanks for joining me. Is this your first time in Korea?
Yeah, it's my first time in Korea, and I'm like everything's so beautiful and tasty and different, and I'm wow.
Did you do anything fun or?
Just ate a lot.
Yeah?
Yeah,
Okay.
and yeah.
That's all you
it.
did. Good food.
Yeah.
Good food. Okay, that's good. So today I'm gonna give you even more food
Okay.
to try. The first dish is tteokbokki. Guess which one?
This one.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
How'd you know?
It's so famous in Brazil as well.
Really?
Yeah, like tteokbokki is Korean.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
Have you tried tteokbokki before?
Yes.
Yeah.
But every time I try, it's a different taste, so I don't know.
Okay. Well, this will be authentic Korean tteokbokki.
Ooh.
So yeah, you can try it.
Try.
And you can also help me do this true or false, okay?
Okay.
Guess if it's true or false. Spicy tteokbokki
Uh-huh.
didn't come around until 1950s.
Like, spicy. False.
Nah, it's true.
It's true.
Yeah.
No.
Yep, I'll explain while you try
Okay.
tteokbokki. Okay. So while 궁중 tteokbokki, a savory soy sauce version, which directly translates into palace tteokbokki, because, you know, tteokbokki back then were for kings, novelties. You okay?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, it dates back to the Joseon dynasty. The current spicy version with gochujang, the red chili pepper paste, came about in 1953. So yeah.
It's so recent.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah. You okay? Mm-hmm. Okay. How do you like the authentic Korean tteokbokki?
It's good, but a little
Yeah.
spicier than I thought.
Yeah.
What is this?
Oh, that is dumpling. It's fried
Oh, it's like
dumpling.
gyoza.
Yeah.
Mm.
Oh, ASMR. Yeah. Sorry to stop you with your mukbang, but we're gonna move on to the next dish, which is kimbap. Yeah. Have you tried a kimbap before?
Yes, from
Yeah.
a convenience store.
In
But-
Brazil or
No,
in Korea?
here.
Oh, in Korea. Did you get the faker one? No? Oh, okay. There's a faker one. If you look closely. But yeah.
Can I just grab?
Sure, but there's tuna or just
Oh.
regular kimbap. So this one is tuna. Yeah. Oh, this is katsu in the
Katsu.
middle. Yeah. So there's
Oh,
like
there's
4 different types.
Or
Okay.
I'll try
you choose one.
tuna first.
True or false? Kimbap rice is seasoned the same as sushi rice. Okay. Does the rice in the kimbap right now make you think of sushi?
I don't think so.
Okay, so true or false? Same seasoning?
Wait,
Right.
let me
Okay.
double check.
Try another one. That's a regular kimbap. Oh, you're only biting up the rice? To be precise. Okay.
Well, I think she was too excited to eat her free lunch. Maybe the cameras went down, something like that. I would have done the same thing in her position. Let's move on, though, and talk about our first match today. It's an elimination game between MIBR and Ninetales. And, Tom, if you look at the record for our Brazilian squads against Pacific, it has been dominant thus far.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a worrying sign. I think, obviously, the Zipto of last year was one of the sort of stronger teams we saw coming out of Pacific. Still managed to take it over the line. The Zeta victory was utterly dominant for this MIBR side. And I do think that, obviously, they're tasting defeat in quite a bitter fashion. This, for me, is going to be a very good opportunity for them to bounce back.
Yeah, definitely imagine that fire is lit underneath them. And as you said, you said the Zeta one was dominant. Even in Zipto, the maps that they won, it was like Zipto got 9 rounds across 2 maps or something like that. Like, this team doesn't seem to just beat Pacific. They absolutely dismantle them.
Yeah.
And so coming into today, you know, it really does feel like this has to be a tournament of firsts if we're going to see a changing of the tides.
And I think you have to look at MIBR right now as the favorite of the lower bracket. No Brazilian team coming to a GCC has made worse than top 3. The 2 other tournaments,
Wow.
they made it to the finals. This region has been dominant throughout. So a very big task today if you're Ninetales. But the good news for them, they have the home crowd buff and they're coming off a pretty big win against Zipto. I think it's so important for a team like this showing up to their first event to show the resiliency to take it all the way and still close it out.
Yeah, I mean, especially as I've said, losing on their map picks consistently. They picked behind both games, they've lost behind both games, and being able to bounce back, and not only that, but dominate Zipto in the maps that they won. That's a great sign, because when we talk about teams like this making that Cinderella run, you can't expect it to be, oh, well, the first lower bracket game was incredibly tight, but they barely made it out. Like, that's not what we want to see. We want to see dominant maps, and that's exactly what we got. Plus, it seems like they're starting to feel very comfortable down on that stage.
I think the good thing as well is whenever you're going to have this start of a run, there might be a team you played before that will trip you up. Maybe you get nervous. In this case, the team that's beaten them before going into the tournament is the one they beat in the first stage of the lower bracket run. So now there's kind of no one left for them to fear.
What's crazy, though, is that despite that, Donna said she thought that MIBR might be an easier opponent.
Well, there you go.
Jen Lee got her thoughts on that. Let's take a listen.
Fighting, fighting. Now, Dana, hello. Yesterday, you told me that you think MIBR would be an easier team for you guys compared to Zipto. Why and how? 어제 저랑 얘기하다가 MIBR이 집토보다 쉬울 것 같다고 했잖아요. 어디서 나오는 자신감일까요? 그리고 이유가 있을까요?
일단 왜냐하면 MRBR은 아직 저를 만나지 못했기 때문에 제가 얼마나 센지 모를 겁니다.
MIBR, they haven't played me, so they don't know how good I can be, so they should be scared. Thank you, Dana, and good luck.
Do you think there's anything behind that, Mitch?
100%, 100%. You see her play the other day?
She's
and I
pretty
think,
great.
especially when they go for that double dive, double duelist. Like, I think she's spot on. If you come in underestimating Ninetales, you're going to be very much disappointed with the result.
Tom?
I see like the face of this like little 16-year-old, and then I see Jen Lee translating. I'm starting to wonder if she's telling the truth. Like, she looks so nice and then says just like the most brutal things I've ever. They've actually never played against me before. They don't know what they're up against. I'm a demon within this, and you're just like, are you sure, Jen? Like, because it seems like she's so confident going in. When I was 16, I was like nervous, alone playing video games, throwing rounds in rank.
And what's crazy, she was too in their first game, but then bounced back, had this incredible performance in their second match. And to me, Mitch, one of the big reasons why was she had Sam-Sam-Yi alongside her, who's this player who not only performed so well, but is doing it on so many different roles, Mitch.
Well, that's the thing. I think this tournament in general has been really exciting because we have so many players who have that little bit of extra depth to them. But to be honest, for Sam-Sam-Yi, I want to see this and nothing but it. The Yoru looks unbelievable in her hands. And once we saw this come out, she was able to get so much space for the squad. Sometimes we did see the impact there from the veto, like the ult having a little bit of success when they're dealing with executes, like being hit by the Fade ult, I remember a couple of times, a flash as well, and she was still able to stand her ground. But then the Yoru would come out and it was like, instead of 1 or 2 rounds that were notable, it was the entire game. And with Dana by her side, any round where she fell down in that early fight, there was always going to be that second player to follow up on it.
I think the fun thing for me has been the sort of like Roll and Yoru. Like we've had Bastarda, we've had 3-3-2, we've had Graham's. Like it'll be like, oh, this map I'm on OMEN, this map I'm on Cypher, and then the next they're on Yoru frying. It really has been a lot of flexibility from a lot of different teams. But I think for me, the thing about her, it's outside the server. It's standing up and basically telling the person on the other side, like, I am beating you. What are you going to do about it?
It was her, right, that when they won the game, it was a 1v1. She gets the kill. It was like a 3K that round, and rather than defuse the spike and end it, she pops her, the Yoru stands there soaking it all in. Like that level of confidence.
She also did that in the next game before they won. The round before, she just used her ult for banter.
This Ninetales team, right? Like, it seems like no matter the pressure of these moments, they're really stepping up to just have fun and hang out and enjoy the moment in front of the home crowd, which I think there was a worry if they could do that, being such a young, inexperienced team. Mitch, I know you wanted to go a little bit more in depth, though, and talk about their Pearl and why that was so successful against Zipto.
Well, let's do this. I mean, it was the first map that we got to see, so I prepped a little telestrator. We're going to look at 3 rounds, and the key thing to note is in the first 3 rounds that were played, Zipto were playing very aggressive. And the adjustment here, well, look, 3-0 down, you've got pistols. This is nothing special. You're going to group up and look to push together. The learning from this, though, seeing a 4th round where Zipto want to get aggressive, where they don't really have a lot in their toolbox other than to take map control. Ninetales end up building on that. So in the very next round, they had success there. They won by winning that main fight. But now we're going to see, again, this Fade reveal go up top here. We're going to see them push Zipto back out of main. This squad revealed has to back off. But all the while, the game plan has changed. It's no longer 5 players, and it's not an eco, so you'd expect it. Now we have a player holding for the B-long aggression and holding for that mid aggro, and they're going to get a big reward for this, knowing that they've taken a main, that Zipto don't have like anything to fall back to play Super Turtle with. They have to go aggressive. And so Ninetales just wait. They don't just wait in mid here with Full Moon finding that, but they wait in A main as well, expecting re-aggression after initial fight. They get the reward and they punish again. Zipto are now starting to feel a bit boxed in how they can play. And a couple of rounds later, this same default comes into play. Already we will have seen a main taken over. We will see that mid control attempted, but it was actually stolen by Zipto. And so this rotate to the right side of the map so they can hit an A. But there's a little bit of a difference in that Haste plays super, super slow. This isn't the only round. This was the first round, but not the only one that we saw Haste have this impact from the spawn. But the Vice Wall actually boxes them in, isolates one player, which is just a happy accident, and then Haste ends up with another. You also have, because you're Astra, the post-plant ability, if you play super slow in this position, to still put that star down later and use your pull, which is exactly what they end up doing, although they'd already won the round by that point. And I think that the adjustments from Ninetales to take some of these rounds, play slow, and allow Zipto to make mistakes was exactly what they needed in that moment. It gave them a lot of momentum, and they ended up with 12 straight rounds because of this sort of idea where they put their opponents in a box and then they close the lid.
But my question then to you, Tom, is I feel like that's very successful against a team like Zipto, who will give you those fights. Do you think that's something that can translate against MIBR?
I don't know. I think that's going to be a lot more difficult because I think that firstly, MIBR have a lot more depth to their game. I also think that some of those early shutdowns might not necessarily work, especially if you're not running a veto or something like that. That's not going to have that same level of stall. So I wouldn't expect it to work as well, but the fact that it was an adaptation is a good thing for me because it's like, okay, if things go wrong, even in this match, they could do the same again.
They've shown that they can adapt.
Yes.
Exactly, and it's so important though, as you say, will that happen up against MIBR? And that also comes down to the composition that's at play, right? Like for Ninetales, they're able to do this because you don't have the ability to sit back and go, okay, let's not fight A main, or as an adjustment, let's not push elsewhere on the map. Let's sit back and turtle, but they can't do that because of the comp that they're playing.
Yeah.
MIBR, on the other hand, might come in with that ability, and then we need different adjustments.
Yeah, well, MIBR, they got smoked when they played Pearl against Shopify, so we'll see if that pops up in the pool again. Let's talk more about this MIBR roster, because this was not the debut that they would have wanted, Tom, after last time being in the final against this Shopify team. They come back with their rematch, and they get eviscerated map 1.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you, going into this matchup, I was like, if there was going to be an upset, maybe a little bit early, I was like, okay, maybe it'll be MIBR. Still went with Shopify, and then moments like this happened where it's like, you kind of expect them with the advantages to be able to get things over the line, but it did just felt like, at least in that first map, they were absolutely brutalized.
Yeah, there was a lot of clutches, pistol rounds won, eco rounds won. How bad do you think the 13-1 actually was? How worried are you about MIBR after watching that game?
I think not terribly. I think this is a squad that came in hoping that, similar to what we just talked about in terms of your opponents making mistakes, that they could put pressure on. And up against a squad like Shopify, I think they have a synergy unlike any team in this tournament, or at least exceeding the levels that they have. So many times we saw SRN, for example, go in for individual fights and get shut down. That won't happen every single time. But it was more so when we saw SRN try to take space. She wasn't alive for that late fight because she was being taken down in re-clears, where Shopify would always have that second and third player ready, or a utility barrage off of the initial dash in. It became very difficult to get anything out of those waylay dives, where you couldn't even hit the refract a lot of the time because you were being shot before that. That was like, I don't know how you adjust to that. And honestly, I think it's a once-off. If we redo that match, different game, I'd imagine.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you, but let's talk about SRN, because she had, like you're mentioning, the worst single map that she has had since the very earliest stages of her career against Shopify Rebellion. But now, coming back into this, I'd expect her to have a turnaround and be the player we know she is, Tom.
Well, yeah, the last time she had a performance that bad wasn't even on MIBR, so that's all you really need to know. And a lot of it was just individually being shut down, being cleared from aggressive angles. Any of the sort of cheeky plays that SRN is sort of known for were just completely eviscerated all the way through the map. You look back to the game versus GX, it was a completely different ball game. Like, SRM was one of the main players within the server, and I am fully expecting that to be exactly the same today.
Yeah, I mean, no disrespect to GX, but the reality is for Shopify, like they probably, not only do they have some of the best players in GC, just period, but you add to that, they've got one of the best callers, if not the best in Mel. So for them, that is the kind of team that will find your weaknesses, will exploit it. The benefit of that is they're also showing you your weaknesses plain as day, and it's on you to make the adjustments for your next matchup, which I think they will have done.
You can forgive losing to the back-to-back champion, who's the only all-women team to qualify to a challengers, but it's still tough to go on a full lower bracket run, and that's what's at stake for MIBR now. Let's send it back to Jen. She's standing by with MIBR's Lisa.
Oh my god, everyone. It's Lisa, the superstar. Hello, Lisa. Now, I think a lot of us have strong faith in MIBR when it comes to making that lower bracket run. You guys have great aim, incredible energy, amazing vibe, and a lot of confidence. So how big of a competition do you think Ninetales would be for you today? Because Dana said, oh, MIBR, they're going to be easy.
I love Ninetales, and I'm so sorry to the Korean fans, but as of today, there are no competition for us.
Okay, a lot of confidence. Thank you, and good luck. Thank you.
Okay. I mean, Tom, you can't make a narrative.
Yeah, I was
of,
about to say, I know she said that one.
That's just gold. Let's talk more about Lisa, because she's going to be playing up against Donna, who, of course, earlier said that MIBR would be an easier opponent. These two players, for me, Mitch, have been some of the biggest breakouts, not just in the way that they play, but the way that they carry themselves and just the aura that they bring to the stage.
Yeah, definitely players for the future as well. And I think even in those interviews, you talk about the aura being brought to the stage. It's from the second they step in that building. I mean, you love to see the trash talk, but I cannot wait then.
I mean, look at her. She's literally walking out
right?
and hyping up the crowd. It's incredible.
And then I think with these guys head to head now today, I think on the server, we're going to see a lot of chairs being pushed back and players on their feet. It's going to be a big game, but I think for Donna, assuming that, you know, I'm going to trust Jen Lee's translations, Tom, not like you. I'm not going to doubt it. I think that's exactly what I need to see from a young player coming in as well. When they get pushed to their limit, though, I want to see if that sort of morale is still there, right? Because the one thing is when you come in setting your standard that high, you don't want to see that player get knocked off their high horse.
Yeah, for sure. I think as well, like both of them have already shown that even if things go wrong, they can have that bounce back. I think Dana, obviously on the first day, the pressure definitely got to her. And the second one, even after having that second map, your own choice again slip away from you, that didn't seem to phase her. So I think both having that sort of little bit of time to get used to what it's like being in the limelight is a good sign. And hey, it all comes down to today.
There's been a real lack of stage jitters at this event, I feel like. That was always a
I think it was literally
on.
just like the first game that you saw for Donna, and after that it's been all smooth
Maybe
sailing.
a little bit.
Yeah, at least for now. I mean, we did see a player cry on the stage. So
heartbreaking.
maybe the narrative breaking down a little bit, Mitch. But let's hear some more from Lisa and her thoughts on getting to compete here in South Korea at Lowell Park in this OMEN player moment.
Yeah, I love LAN. It's just every time I go and I do the tech check the day before the game, and I can imagine like people cheering for us, I get kind of chills and I get so happy and I feel like I'm home, you know? I'm supposed to be here and I love it so much, and it's one of the best moments of my life every time I get in the stage.
So far has been the spark for MIBR. Just got the smoke back up spot. One swings into the second.
I just, like, my mind can't even imagine, like, you know, Faker played here. And I get so, like, excited from this thought because, I don't know, he's such an inspiration to me, and I really wanna be better than him one day. And I know he's making it harder every day and every year, so I need to step up, and that makes me feel more energized and more motivated.
Well, she's only like 5 League of Legends World Championships behind. There's plenty of time to catch up to Faker. It is special to hear from so many of our players what it does mean to them to compete in this venue. I think that's especially the case for Ninetales, being the Korean team, being a 16-year-old Korean, having the opportunity to play in Lowell Park. It is such an honor for them. But taking a look at the results of our Mastercard fan poll, we asked you folks who would be the dark horse in this lower bracket. And MIBR and Ninetales, the two leading out.
But does that mean that whoever's at the bottom is actually more of a dark horse because less people think they're going to win?
They're the real dark horse.
I would sell the Crew Blaze is a dark horse.
Yeah,
I like
there
that
you go.
I don't know,
take.
you guys put Crew number 7 in the power rankings, so I don't know about
put
that.
them number 6.
I feel like MIBR is quite a bright horse, so to speak.
Yeah, I would
can see
say
that.
when you make it to a grand final and then come back, you're a pretty good team.
People tend to expect you to win. Let's see who we expect to win today in the talent predictions.
Who do we expect to win?
No one preds against MIBR, right, Mitch?
Yeah, well, you know, some people, they have faith. And myself and Jen Lee, we were correct the other day when everyone else was wrong. And I think just got a taste for that
We do have the
feeling.
pansy curse, though. That's the only problem.
Yeah. You
Can
guys
you
are not in a good
defend it
spot.
to me? What are the real reasons why you think Ninetales is going to defeat MIBR today?
I really liked, genuinely really liked 332 and Dana. I think the energy down on the stage was fantastic. I want to believe in those Cinderella runs and home field advantage. The crowd was so damn loud for them every game. I think that's going to carry them.
It really will. A huge opportunity for them to get to play in front of their home crowd for what could be the last time if they cannot beat MIBR today. MIBR, they made a final last time. They're trying to run it all the way back to have another opportunity. It's all in the line for these elimination games. MIBR facing off against Ninetales. Let's send it down to the stage and meet our teams.
Don't get comfortable, cause any minute now.
The first Korean team to attend an international Game Changers tournament already shocked us all by winning against Zipto, but facing their hardest opponent yet, an MIBR who made a final last year representing a country that has never sent a team to GCC, getting worse than third. It's going to be tough for them, but playing in front of their home crowd, you know that they are hyped up to even have that opportunity match.
Oh, without a doubt. This is going to be a big game for them, though, facing off against a squad that I think, and we've seen the vast majority of people are expecting not just to win this game, but to make a deep run in that lower bracket. No doubt the favorites are stepping onto the stage right now, but up against the crowd, I suppose.
Yeah, I think as well the experience is where it really sort of shines through for me. Like, of course, you've seen Jelly leave for a rival, but the replacement of Bastarda is someone who has been there and done that, someone who has been around for a while, and you can see the confidence she exudes on the stage as well.
Yeah, looking ahead at our OMEN map select, you were talking a lot about the Pearl, Mitch, how it was a loss against Shopify for MIBR, how impressed you were with Ninetales. Are we expecting to get that in the pool, or is there anything else you're looking at as win conditions for Ninetales?
Bind?
I would like, well, they've picked it both times. I'd like them to not pick Bind. So far, it's
They
not
didn't
been
pick Bind.
fantastic. Oh, MIBR have selected Bind up against them, which is interesting because didn't they ban that against GX?
Yes.
But
Yeah,
they've
they
come
did.
in here, you've seen 2 games from Ninetales, you've seen them not perform well. If Ninetales come out here with a different comp, if they get rid of that veto, because that was really the pivot for me, it didn't look like it gave them the value it needed to. This could be a mistake from MIBR because Ninetales came into this tournament wanting to play Bind.
Yeah, I'd say, though, you could argue the same for the split pick because both teams sort of had fairly dominant victories. I'd say versus GX, the attack sides from both those squads on that map were impressive, and I think the SRN on Raze is really difficult to play against. And as a third, I feel like the Abyss, at least in my eyes, only really favors the SRN Jet, who was just absolutely destroying when we saw it.
Yeah, SRN, it was a rough game against Shopify, but she's one of the most consistent players at topping the charts at these international tournaments, and getting to see back-to-back Raze maps to start is a good sign for fans, whoever you are, of that Brazilian
friends
duelist
here.
player. We're all friends, that's so true. Let's hone in on this split. Any expectations in terms of compositions from you guys?
Well, we've got that double duelist, which is going to be coming in from either side, slight different variations of the Whaley on one side, the Raze on the other. My main worry is that I feel like they were never really denied or stopped over on the Ninetales side when they were diving into that side.
Sure.
They got in almost for free. I do feel like that there's a good chance that MIBR do a slightly better job of that. And the only other worry I have is obviously that we saw a lack of initiator on one side, which you can run with the double duelist, but
Yeah.
I do feel like there's a lot of space to be found, and Bastardo is an expert of finding it.
Yeah, we're still going to be running the Vice by the looks of it for Ninetales.
That's what I wanted to ask about. How moved away from it?
I don't mind it, I suppose, and especially starting on the defensive side, giving you that little bit of extra stop power and maybe splitting off the MIBR members. You know, the best way to deal with SRN is probably by having her by herself instead of having someone to back her up. But I don't know. I think lack of initiator, it's just going to make, if they don't put up rounds in that first half, the second half is going to be a real uphill battle.
My worry, Tom, is even if only SRN and Bastardo get into the site,
that could be
Those two
enough.
could just win it alone.
Yeah, that's the danger, is like, Bastardo can bypass a lot of that utility. Of course, a lot of it's very easy to destroy, and when it is destroyed, some of it takes a long, long time to get back. The wall now as well is a lot easier in terms of not triggering it before you're all there, and that could be a big problem if they find out that information, which again, I have the expectation of.
Well, we're all set to go split the first map of this crucial elimination game as it's do or die for Brazil and Korea's representatives. Let's get into map one and send it over to your casters. Here's Doug and Ender on the call.
Thank you so much, Mimi. We've got a packed out crowd here at Lowell Park, and for good reason. I mean, we've talked about it so many times on the desk, Christy, a full Korean team playing in front of this crowd, but now facing elimination against a heavyweight on the other side of the stage.
Yeah, last year's finalists in MIBR, now a chance to send the Korean squad off of this stage. But Ninetales have been playing that stage. Whether you're watching them yesterday or walking out with the crowd here in the last 5 minutes, they are loving every single moment they have under the spotlight.
And you can tell they know what they're doing, and they're gassing it up and leaning into it as they should, right? You get the opportunity to play it with a home field advantage. You got to lean into that as much as you can, but it wasn't necessarily quiet when MIBR walked out either.
No, and a lot of that is going to be SRN making noise. MIBR also have a big fan section, actually pretty close to us over here in the casting booth. Got them in the crowd highlighted too.
I was a little confused. It was Cloud9's getting some gas.
Cloud9, MIBR, you know what?
Right? Yeah, same thing.
Why not?
Pretty much.
Why not?
Into the pistol we go. MIBR going to start on the attacking side. A lot to be said about this double duelist comp with the Raze and the Yoru. A lot of attention towards A as well. See if that is where they head early on.
A lot can be done to seize early ramp control with this type of a comp, but Ninetales are going to be fighting for the space early. MIBR will take things slow initially, see if there's going to be any early aggro as orb lineups come down. And that orb into mid, great coverage. That's an attack orb thrown out from MIBR to try and get the lurk cross past Mail.
Yeah, we generally see that orb invested towards ramps like you were saying earlier, but a different approach this time around. A Dog's already going to go ahead and push Full Moon into Mail, but all attention towards the site. Donna draws first blood.
The 16-year-old superstar with first blood, and the walk up through B as well from Samsami is just perfect. And while MIBR were playing quietly, now they're getting run all around the map. Only this kill from Sayuri to give MIBR some breathing room.
Yeah, relieve some of that pressure. You can already felt it getting a little claustrophobic. But they can slow things down off this. Still down in numbers, though.
Yeah, now MIBR still do have this mid orb, which initially was supposed to be a little bit of a fake idea to put a lot of pressure in mid and force Ninetales to gather around it. Now they can use it offensively, but I like how Ninetales have played the map, giving up full control over mid. Instead, Haste goes for another delayed walkout from B. This is so helpful from Ninetales.
They explore a little bit towards Mail, but now deciding they do want to end A, where their first attempts were and their first efforts were squelched, really. Deep smoke out towards spawn. Donna has already found a little bit of value in a position to deliver once more, as MIBR have tried quietly slipping out onto the site. Great reaction from Satchel, not enough to buy some space quite yet. On the second dip, though, SRN finds blood. It's going to fall into 1v1. Lisa committing to getting the spike down. Oh, it's just a tap. Waits. Make sure that Haste is not close, and now Haste slipping in right on time. The pistol for Ninetales.
Yeah, so much of that round is actually won by Haste there. Of course, the early walk-up from Ninetales was massive out of Samsami, but then going back for it on Haste allows her teammates to fully stack onto the A side of the map. Ninetales is no shocker that they just want to be running the map, especially with this double duelist comp constantly trying to seize out into space.
Right.
And it allows them to play such calm macro.
1 round.
Oh, yeah.
1 round. That's all it took to get her out of her seat.
No, that's kind. Just saying hello
Hey,
to Sayuri
right.
on the other stage. We
Right.
saw Sayuri was enjoying some of the local cuisine. Now she can get to know some of the people.
Glad we can exchange pleasantries right off the bat. That is a full exec wallet from MIBR. Generally, you see it angle towards heaven.
Yeah, that is the we have no money. What can we do?
Right. And fast has worked so far.
That's a Guardian for SRN.
Lisa getting tagged up. 1 HP, has to continue to venture forth, much weaker.
Yeah, and now this wall is actually pretty nice. Really hard to get out of heaven. And just walk up is punished out of Lisa, so now the wall not so valuable.
Remember, Lisa was the weaker one. Bastard and Melissa, though, not much better off, and so we'll see what they can do. Any sort of damage, any sort of, gun put down can be influential, or they can just get away with winning the round. Never mind. Ninetales settle, get a couple of kills of their own, and while it says a 2v2, now a 2v1, they are both very weak. What can Samsami do? The spike has been ticking for a little while. If Samsami's not careful, this is not going to go their way. What a mess.
MIBR just full exec into that A site behind a wall. There's no misdirection, there's no sleight of hand, nothing. Just instantly firing back. And it comes with his first kill from SRN. Stepping up on top of the thorns. I think that's really the surprise. Ever just thinks that ability is going to be respected, but SRN, not a player to respect the opposition until they prove they can beat them.
I mean, when you're playing on this stage, that's kind of the pace you have to play at, right? You can't play conventional. You can't play with respect. Sometimes you just kind of have to send it and see what the opposition does. So now it's Ninetales who are going to be on this broken bye. Sheriff's on 3. Bastardo on the swing immediately puts that Outlaw down, and, well, with a lot of love from the crowd, that's a great start.
I mean, I respect the headshot with the classic regardless, taking Melissa down low, and this walk-up from Samsami. The Sheriff is deadly.
And then crisply gets away. I mean, beautiful game of push and pull.
And Ninetales are going to do this all the time. If MIBR are not locking down their flanks, A and B main, Ninetales are going to punish. We saw in the pistol round, now we see it here, on the eco rounds in particular.
Heading back towards B, with Lisa staying A.
Yeah, exactly. The Viper on A is the interesting one to me.
Yeah, we'll see if Lisa is able to draw any attention.
Well, the thing is, 2 players are going to have to cross back through elbow to rotate onto the B site.
Spike down.
That's where the Viper could punish, but not going to come into play.
I don't think they saw SRN.
No way.
Currently undetected. Big kill there. A lot of space found on the site. Should be able to commit to getting the spike down. Lisa's got to rotate quickly here. But as you were just mentioning, everybody's going to be rotating through spawn, and they're a bit ahead of this. SRN has to be careful. Still 2 rifles in hand.
And Ninetales couldn't pick anything up.
Right. And so it's just 2 Sheriffs and a Classic. Into the face of 2 members of MIBR with full rifles. With full armor. SRN's going to have to do it on their own. Was a 1v3.
Flank coming in.
1 box checked. Just a Classic. SRN snappy. Has to take a step back. Has the ult too. And the nade to buy time. Beautifully played from SRN. The 4K and the Red Bull clutch for MIBR.
And matching that energy on the stage too. SRN is rowdy up there. Already matching the tone the Ninetales set yesterday. And this comes after a round narrowly was won on the eco. I think SRN catching the timing onto the player backside and having the awareness to snap back around and check out main.
Yeah.
Right before this kill came down was everything in the ground. It so easily could have gone the other way.
MIBR up 1 round. We still have the rocket in play and an op out from Samsami. Currently posted up across the middle of the map. No one dare take a step forward there.
Lisa didn't throw the mid orb this time. Went over towards a ramp.
Much more common, yeah.
So harder to break Samsami.
Solid protocols. I mean, you can't really ask for much more there.
No, I mean, you know that there's money to buy the operator,
Right.
so wait for some time, see if the creep up is going to go down, bait out the TP.
Wall procced by the clone.
Yeah, and at the same time, MIBR are playing extremity control. They're not going to allow Ninetales to keep getting the walk-ups into B and A main. It's a measured early round. But I am worried about Lisa on the lurk into A with a high-low setup on ramp, and also the B site, not easy to break either.
No, just in general.
I mean, the jump peeks from Donna, setting up for Haste playing the high angle.
One, I mean, I guess silver lining is that the op is not here. There's a swing and the rocket's gone! Melissa punches back, as does Bastarda. And they can settle now onto the site. The op arriving, immediately falling. Good night, that had all the makings of disaster right off the bat.
Even after Prowler finds the player, now Ever has to fight down into hell. But there's Alert coming in on the other side. Bastarda is still farming with 3 kills into the round, now just toying, playing with her food.
If I had told you at the beginning of the round that the Raze was going to pop the rocket and immediately get swatted out of the sky, that's a bad start. I mean,
Absolutely.
That's not how you want things to go off.
But the thing is, even after this kill comes down, the flash catches both the players on site, and Bastarda just follows up on that with the teleport.
Yeah.
Like, that just proves to you that this site hit is brutal, regardless of ultimates coming down into the field. And if you see a situation like that, where Ninetales are fighting aggressively, swinging into B main, they are ripe for the picking.
2-round lead, SRN currently sitting at 6-3. Again, just reset off of that ult. More common Viper wall towards A, but the spike and a lot of presence B. A Paranoia drawn out, but no punish. That's risky out from Donna. I mean, I guess you have nothing to lose. Take the swing and see what happens, but you are swinging into full rifles from MIBR.
Yeah, MIBR basically just 3-player execing. Now Full Moon stepping down into mid, but Melissa will hold down fire and take care of that one.
Yeah, I think the other thing too is, so you take a look at the defensive Viper wall right now, it's pretty unconventional. Now that they've seen what they're going to want to try to do behind it, you can't really call that card again.
Yeah, and it's also, I think that wall is just coming down mainly as an eco idea. Sheriff's in the hands of Ninetales, so they're trying to show a little bit more bite behind that wall while they're a little bit more gathered up on the B site. But I think this type of round from MIBR, maybe without the crazy fight in B main, that was some ego swings there for sure. But I think this idea of playing with the fade around the Viper early on to threaten a lurk up, use a Prowler there, fight in B main at the same time, I think these are all very good plans from MIBR. That can really only be shut down if Ninetales change their general approach.
Which might be part of the reason for this timeout that we're seeing called out from Ninetales. There were some of the early swings that you were mentioning, and again, the lurk up behind that defensive Viper wall, almost a bit telegraphed, as you were mentioning, because it was an eco. But you mentioned Ninetales will have to, redesign their entire approach. What are you looking for?
They will. I mean, I think there's 2 main ideas looking at the ultimates they have, because Ninetales have both ults on their duelists, and usually what this can mean on Split in particular is either A, you're using like the Waylay ult to run like a very fast start of round fight, in one of the mains, down mid, whatever.
Right.
The other one is you can play a little bit more towards mid in the early round, not overcommit to like all-out fighting, and you can very quickly rotate through mid to quick retake into one of the 2 sites. And I think that with Ninetales playing maybe a little bit more forward into mains in the last few rounds, I would like to see them play for maybe a quicker retake approach or refight ideas into an MIBR that's playing very slow rounds. I don't think you're going to catch MIBR if you try to do something off the rip this round.
Yeah. You mentioned both duelists have their ults, and particularly Donna's for the retake, as you were mentioning, if they do try to play around the middle of the map.
Now, this is interesting, though, because the Omen position is a very good spot for a Paranoia into main. Waylay 2 could drop down an ult, so if MIBR are noisy here, this could explode.
Who's next?
Or they just send it. Oh, or they just send it! Donna catches SRN suspended in time. Elisa falls as well. Bubba started getting behind enemy lines, able to duel out and get a couple before eventually being put out.
Hold on, Sayuri doesn't have the spike. It looks like it was going to be trying to go to B with the spike, get a quick plant down. But now MIBR just adding a little chaos. Samsami doesn't spot any players in main. Will she go? Oh, she doesn't go sewers. Now snaps back.
All that misdirection, all that eye candy.
So MIBR are going to walk it back into A. Now there's a wall from the Vise on B, so they can still lean towards A. But this fight from Samsami could define the round.
Spotting one, I believe. The flash now both seen. Sayuri finding space to get across. Melissa trying to keep them back. A smoke up towards heaven.
Deeping into it. I love this spot. The smoke is cover for her.
Sayuri still punishes. 2v2 now. Gets caught with utility out. It's all on to Melissa now. 1v1 against Sam-Sam-E on the other side, and Melissa stands tall for MIBR.
Oh yeah, that was nice in the 1v2. A Red Bull clutch for Melissa as MIBR go up 5-1. And it comes after a disaster start to the round because, you know, MIBR, after playing so reserved in mains at the start, against the old round, they were just trying to run a play themselves. It's only because Bastarda gets 2 kills off of the teleport. And then, you know, Sayuri has a good position to find the kill.
Right.
MIBR needed some big plays out of solo players to make this one play out.
I wonder if they pulled the trigger on that. I wonder if they pulled the trigger, on that very quickly because of the exec Viper wall that they saw from the attack.
Yeah.
I wonder if that's like, hey, they're coming here and they're going to go fast, right?
Yeah.
That could be a tell.
It's also possible, like, you see that wall, you see the your ult in hands is like, oh, usually teams with your ult don't take any chances, play a quick round.
Right.
I think that actually MIBR, by stepping so forward into main at the start of round, was a little bit of a misplay, to be honest, and it really is only because of Bastarda and Melissa that they're able to steal back that round.
Yeah. Settle on it. We got a quick tech pause here, courtesy of Gear, I fear.
Yeah, let's...
You got a Dr. Seuss to follow up with that? Gear, fear here. Come on.
I'm close to a joke. I'm near. That's the best I've... No, that's terrible, dude. Why would you make me Dr. Seuss on live TV?
It wasn't your best.
No, that is
It
atrocious.
wasn't your best. but
I
you know what?
don't
Hang
claim
in there.
responsibility for this.
Hang in there and you'll be fine. Yeah,
Brutal.
I mean, one of the things I did want to point out here, though, is for as much as the crowd has been very Ninetales heavy, and for good reason, right? We would expect that to be the case. Haven't had very many reasons to get out of their seats the last couple of rounds.
No.
And, you know, with how some of this momentum is gone, and you take a quick look at the economy for Ninetales on the other side of this, I don't know that that's going to change anytime soon.
Yeah, I mean, you look at last round, they're on the edge of their seats. They're right there. They're ready to go.
Right.
And then it gets robbed away in the 1v2. So you had a few of those rounds come down to the wire. You think about the eco round that MIBR stole away, round 2. You think about Ninetales being in a 2v1 on their own eco round, round 3. Like, there have been so many situations where they almost had it and they just didn't quite get it. And you think about a team like MIBR, they were just in that situation the other day. You remember their series against Shopify Rebellion where they win 1 round on the first map? How many close rounds did they have? Now Ninetales get a little taste of that medicine.
It felt like every single one. It felt like every single round was that. These close 1v1 situations, you know, something like that, and didn't go their way at all. So, yeah, you're right. Ninetales now on the receiving end of that a bit. Seems like in-ears are getting adjusted, and we should be, hopefully, getting back into the game here shortly.
Yeah, it's a good sign when you see the in-ears in and the over-ears on the ears.
Right.
But, yeah, I mean, to me, I think I'm happy to see MIBR just showing some clutch factor as well, right? Because that was desperately lacking. And for a team with as skilled players as MIBR have, it's like that was a shocking thing to see in that loss versus Shopify. Now getting a little display of that here in the early days of this series.
I think if you're Ninetales as well, if that is kind of how the trend is going, you have to find a way to make it work on stage. I mean, the reality is we didn't talk about this a ton, but this is elimination. One of these two teams goes home today, and so you can't hang your hat on, oh, the clutches didn't go our way. You've got to find a way to make it happen no matter what. So back into action we go. We mentioned MIBR up 4 rounds. No ult to speak of really on that side. Lisa close to having the pit, but a light buy for the defense.
This is cute out of MIBR going for an A fight immediately after.
Yeah.
They just got chopped up in the same space, but this time, light buy, no power ultimates to deal with.
Ninetales being really aggressive up B main. They just invested the double dash and the paranoia, thinking somebody would be waiting there, but they were wrong. Oh, it's the discipline box. Full Moon getting away with one, I believe, fully blind.
That TP from Sayuri makes things challenging. Now a reload forced out from Ever, but with the rotates coming in and now the Steel Garden, Doug, they could do this.
Perhaps on even footing. The spike going to be just on the outside of things. Haven't fully committed, had to respect the ult. Bastarda up close, getting the kill. Ever continuing to pile it on is Melissa. The only one left standing, has to 1v3 with that weaponry. No shot, a Thrifty as Ninetales punch back.
They couldn't quite get it done. The previous Thrifty, this time they absolutely lock in. Only losing 2 players. And that's just Monster coming out here. First of all, Full Moon.
Fully blind.
Yeah, got the kill on SRN. And that's just knowing the race is going to be tucked right into the corner there. Just a gorgeous shot.
And brother, we were talking about how it seems like the crowd is begging for a reason to get out of their seat.
Yeah.
I mean, they just gave it to them. Still down 3 rounds, though. Back in the hands of Samsami.
Yeah, that op is over in B main. Early round, it was just a little bit of omen baiting from Haste. Try and make it seem like there isn't an op there. And really what Ninetales are going to be counting as those shots go wide is they're going to be counting Prowlers. Already 1 down. If you can bait out the next Prowler, that gives free reign for Samsami to take very aggressive lines.
Yeah. Still, I mean, posted up pseudo-aggressively right now, but
check out A main.
Lisa, there's a lot of throw on the other side. Manages to survive that.
Against all odds. But at the same time, because Donna can actually run all the way forward here, now it forces MIBR into the op.
And you were talking about how they need to be counting how many Prowlers have been invested. Melissa still has 1. And there it is.
Beautiful.
That's going to push Samsami off the line. The Paranoia will as well. SRN chomping at the bit, nipping at the heels, trying to get up close. But Haste clotheslines.
And with the mid lurk dealt with too, now the op can swing into the line. This is beautiful. Out of Ninetales, even the movement at the end. A sick round.
Haste with 3, a flawless one at that as Ninetales get up closer and closer.
And there was so much unnoticeable things that Haste did so nicely there too. Right, from the early round baiting for the op to the quick reposition in sight.
Yeah.
Haste's teammate is in full trouble. There's a Raze dive bombing at this Yoru. But being able to quickly get back into the site, support with some utility, and catch SRN in the side. Now forcing MIBR to take a pause.
I was concerned, and I think there were general concerns that after how the map started, that maybe Ninetales would just kind of go out with a whimper. But whatever adjustments, whatever was said during that first time out, really has felt like it's changed the entire outlook of this first half.
Yeah, I mean, just getting a little pep in their step after winning the eco round. That was coming out of the tech pause even, right? Like they had that little time to gear it on. That's not even being able to talk to you. They had the time up before that where they did make some adjustments. They had some very close rounds. It seems like it's now started to all come together.
So into the next round we will go. Ninetales down 2. Have the pit to play with for Full Moon, and now it's Ever who's opping. It's been Samsami up until this point.
You're right, and usually that means when you give it away from the duelist, you want your duelist to play more aggro.
Right.
Samsami will be fighting up in B main.
We've seen this look, right? There was a Paranoia, there was a double dash. They want to fight for this B main space. Oh, but it's a satchel forward from SRN, and perhaps a bit too aggressive. Not prepared for what was on the other side, but off of that, MIBR full sending towards A. The problem is the op is there, and so are 3 members of the defense. Make that 2 now.
Bastard is playing a beautiful game.
Has been all half. Melissa joining in, having fun just as well. So you're returning the flash. No real way to get back into this unless maybe heroics from the youngster. Still more work to be done. Down in numbers, but Lisa has a Sheriff.
Spike plant.
Not really the weapon that you want in a position like this. And I think they're so concerned for the flank. Hakes was just making sure there was nobody pulling up behind him.
Ninetales have taken their time, but they can't afford to wait any longer.
So Yuri will be the first to hold the line. Takes a step back, doesn't overcommit, repositions and buys time. First smoke to help pass, the Sheriff connects. And now it's just Donna from up in heaven. Gets things down to a 1v2, has to TP away though. Spike's been going on for a little while here. So time is of the essence.
It's not gonna happen.
No, there's not enough. Donna has to get out. Careful. Position given away, but the rifle falls regardless.
Yeah, Bastard is just the hero of that round. Again, the teleport forward. MIBR put down an attack smoke kind of in the middle of A main to set up Bastard's forward teleport. She's the player that picks off the operator. And it comes out, this forward B main fight is interesting because Samsami actually threw a flash through the roof or past it to help out. But then that smoke you see on the ground is what allowed Bastard to get forward. Melissa has a couple of nice shots as well. And now with the ultimates, last time MIBR had the dimensional drift, it was an A hit. It's going to be the same.
Op has gone back into the hands of Samsami, back towards B. But a lot of attention A, and they have taken all mid space. Christy
it just doesn't really matter if MIBR pull the trigger now. If they wait, that's when that flank is concerning.
I think a lot of it too is how much do you end up losing on sight while this is happening. Ever fully blinded up, can't see a damn thing. And SRN there to greet, there to welcome.
Donna is quick on this flank.
No ults.
No one's holding the flank right now, actually.
Full Moon might find some space, but SRN's there. SRN is no longer there. What a shot out from Full Moon. Now they have the pit they can play around. Melissa has the ult too. But the dimensional drift pop to go exploring to see what they can find. Donna falls. I mean, they have the money. They might as well go for it. Haste on high. Haste isn't gonna get checked. Drops down into the pit. Falls at the hands of Lisa. It's gonna have to be Full Moon. I mean, with the op, you can't really commit to this much more. Sayuri drops one. What can Samsami do? Nothing. MIBR get to 7.
And MIBR only have to use the dimensional drift in the pit. It's not even that much. Just playing a good post plan. That's what I was talking about there. Well, yes, Ninetales taking so much space onto the map. If MIBR just play quick rounds, don't worry about the flank, just play on site.
Right,
that flank
matter.
doesn't actually matter.
Sure.
And the side hold wasn't strong enough to actually stall them out long enough. They took their time, but once they got up into heaven, it was a nice shot from SRN to open up the rest of the site.
You kind of get caught there, no? Either you're like fully committed to the fight or you give up the space knowing the fight retake because you have a big flank, but not really working out. Hello, this is fast too. TP's away. Oh, and Haste gets her again. SRN's rocket. Not finding value, but again, it's Bastarda on the trade. 11 and 7 for the Yoru so far. And now Donna arriving, disposed of. Trying to vacate the site a little bit. The TP away. Out from Samsami.
And Samsami's on the other side of the map.
Yeah.
This round's over. She can't help.
So much attention now arriving. It might be on time, actually. A 2v2. Samsami delivers. What can Melissa do? Has to navigate the pit. Has to try to deny this Full Moon weak. Samsami not much better off. The flash on the other side turns away. Spam not connecting. You're running out of time. Got to have. But Samsami gets the kill in the defuse.
Comes in at the last minute there to help on through. Keep this series close. That was a absolutely mental round. From, again, Haste being able to pick off the showstopper.
It even looked like SRN cleared that, or at least looked, but
the fact that Full Moon is able to stay alive on site, even when her Yoru player is TP'd to the wrong side of the map, if Full Moon ever drops their round, completely over. Not only did she not die, she gets a couple of kills.
Right.
Keep her team in it.
Don't know that we'll get a ton of early aggression into the mains this round. Although I say that, there might be another A setup with a Paranoia and a Convergent Paths. There's the Paranoia, the double dash, but MIBR's not home. Not there anyway. Ever falls. Full Moon can't settle either. That was ugly.
And now Samsami is surrounded by 5 players.
Has to TP out. Fully playing retake, knowing they have Donna's ult.
So now I'm looking at Haste. It's been so locked in this half. Like solo wait, just walking out onto the site by herself.
Saren up in heaven. Donna still with the big ult to play around. Just now arriving. Ult's gonna connect on 3. I think the only one that wasn't tagged was Sayuri. The Bastarda falls. So does Donna. An 8-4 half for MIBR.
I gotta keep singing the praises of Bastarda throughout this half. Whenever there was a round where SRN's getting, shot down early in an exec, or MIBR are getting, choked away in terms of map space, Bastarda's entries, oftentimes just off the back of her own utility, were just beautiful to watch.
I mean, Bastarda was the only reason those rounds were kept even.
Yes.
Yeah.
There were, again, so many rounds MIBR are in losing positions. Bastarda finds a pick. It's great.
8-4 half the way of MIBR. We do have a special interview down on the crowd. It's actually Jen who's going to be standing by with Texture and Karen.
텍스처 선수와 카논 선수 만나보도록 하겠습니다. 안녕하세요.
네, 안녕하세요.
Guys, Jen here with Texture and Karon. Now, Karon, this was your second year of competing in VCT. Now, rewinding back to last year, do you remember what it was like competing in your first champions? We have some first timers up on the stage as well. 카론 선수 이제 2년 차잖아요. 근데 또 작년에 처음으로 챔스에 진출했을 때 좀 어떤 기분이었는지 기억이 나시나요? 지금 첫 번째인 선수들이 무대에 많거든요.
저도 초반에는 이렇게 매우 떨었는데 그 시간이 지나고 형들도 같이 저를 이렇게 좀 도와주고 하다 보니까 되게 그냥 긴장도 잘 풀리고 게임이 바로바로 잘 되더라고요. 그래가지고 이제 나인테일즈 선수분들도 쫄지 말고 어차피 긴장해서 득이 될 것도 없고 뭐 나아지는 것도 없으니까 긴장을 안 하고 게임을 했으면 좋겠습니다.
Well, my first match, I felt really nervous, but teamwork makes the dream work. So my teammates helped me out a lot, and once the pressure was off and the nerves were gone, I was able to enjoy the game and really perform to my best. So for Ninetales player, you know, being nervous, it's not gonna help you. Hope you enjoy the game and good luck. Now, Texture, you were just so emotionally invested watching the game. I just wanted to show you guys at home what he was like. 일단 리액션이 진짜 무슨 방송 중계하는 사람인 것 같았어요. 그래서 이 홈에서 보시는, 집에서 보시는 분들한테도 그 리액션을 다시 보여드리고 싶은데 준비되셨나요? When Ninetales are winning, 나인테일즈가 이기고 있다.
나이스!
아니 그것보다 더 했는데?
뭐 어떻게 했더라? 저 솔직히가 저 미치겠어요. 그냥 사람 그냥 그러니까 도파민 개 터져가지고 그냥 모르겠습니다. 그냥 열심히 죽자고 응원하고 있습니다. 리액션 뭐 그냥 상상하십시오 그냥.
네, it was just a lot of dopamine. I was going insane. Now, Texture, any tips or advice when it comes to the second half? 이제 후반전 좀 팁이나 조언.
그냥 죽자고 달려들고 그냥 앞에 있는 적만 잘 잡으면은 사실 그냥 됩니다. 뭐 잡생각할 필요도 없어. 그냥 파이팅하는 거야. 파이팅.
Bite the bullet. You know, whoever is in your crosshair, just kill them. And fighting. Now, thank you, Texture and Karan. And let's go back to the game.
Bye bye.
You know, it is historically true that if you shoot someone in your crosshair in this game, you'll win.
Yeah.
So, wise words.
I mean, I trust him.
Yeah.
He's pretty good at doing exactly what he just said.
Right.
So now, unfortunately, Ninetales can't hear the interviews during halftime. So they might go back, check in the VOD, and then be like, that's what we should have done. But
Should have done more shooting the people in the crosshair. Quick look at the Coinbase Econ report. We talked a lot about Bastarda, and for good reason, right? Melissa is another one who has essentially kept MIBR afloat.
I mean, she was very good at shooting people in her crosshair, especially if she found herself in a position where her crosshair was looking at two different people, and she was the only one of her teammates alive. So, yeah, in that sense, absolutely getting the job done. I expect to see that continue.
12-8. The crowd, again, trying to will Ninetales back into this. They find themselves down 4. And that's an ominous stat if you think about what we're in for here.
Yeah, I don't think Zipto's going to be forgetting that series anytime soon. Ninetales need to ride some of that momentum. Currently setting up 5 players outside A. Only SRN ready to receive, but now with the quick teleport, the double duels can get active.
Just when you think Donna's gone, Samsami's there, beautiful flash. Bastard is here to help.
Nice.
Melissa's getting first SRN as well. Bastard never gets cleared, never gets checked. No real chance to a flawless round for MIBR.
100% perfection out of Melissa. That haunt caught maybe everyone, player
yeah, I think
on
so.
Ninetales. I think she gets a spam kill out of the smoke on Heaven. No one goes to shoot it initially, and then after the first ping, I think 4 or 5 players turn around to try and get it.
Right.
At which point, everyone on MIBR can swing and punish there. I really like seeing that.
Unfortunately, the rest of the crowd did not, as Ninetales down 5 now, presumably 6, given that they're not investing at all.
And that Fate is an agent that not everyone plays on this map. It's not unpopular by any means, I think.
Just not common.
Just not super common, but it can show a lot of value, especially that haunt coming out from A Heaven as you're trying to exec in.
That time the haunt was cleared.
Yes. There was also no one shooting it, so it was a little bit more, you know, relaxed to deal with that utility. Oh dear.
SRN. Eco frags.
Spike down A.
Just really kind of get the blood flowing, don't they?
The MIBR section of this crowd going nuts right now.
We haven't had an ace in a while.
Oh yeah.
And we've got one now. That's the ace, excuse me, for SRN.
We got the fan club out in full force for MIBR. Hey, you know what? Giving their fans a show here, up 10-4. Just watch it and appreciate. The other advice Texture would have given was never let go of your left click. Just keep firing.
Hold MB1 win game.
Yeah, SRN is one off of the showstopper now.
Right.
The ult orbs are really funny. Your teammates have nothing else.
Yeah, one or nothing, and yeah, SRN has a million. Look at how far back Ninetales are playing.
I mean, it's possible that SRN is in A main right now.
Yeah.
I would do the same.
Yeah. Instead, it's MIBR who's investing a fair amount of their resources on control of the middle of the map.
Looks like this is going to be the default hunt coming out, which makes it harder for Melissa to play out of heaven here against the quick pops.
Lots of noise happening across the site. Ever tries catching a timing up the middle of the map, but unfortunately swings into 3.
So now with the lurk down, it forces Ninetales to fight forward into screens. 2 players already there.
Samsami also falls. They've had some opportunities, but just not converting on them.
Well, MIBR are just way too ready for these angles to be swung. It's great awareness.
He's playing in the smoke, being instantly put out by the Roomba. Yeah, and then again, slowed down.
Last player standing.
Donna, you got a 1v5 in you? That's 1. That's all it'll be. MIBR really threatening to run away with this thing here.
That was just a really calm round out of MIBR, all things considered. They are playing basically full retake on A, just leaving the fade there to get
just 1-3-1.
util. Observers fighting, I agree. I wonder who's behind that sign.
I can tell you who it was. It's someone who put together an awesome event earlier today, by the way. The Game Changer Spotlight event had a bunch of people come out to speak in a panel and just put a bunch of really focus on Game Changers as a program. And so tremendous love whenever I get the chance to shout out Heather and what she works on in this community. She's criminally underrated for the value that she provides.
Absolutely, and I do want to shout out because this one hits a little personal to me as well, because one of the first sort of like Game Changers outreach events happened before, I believe, the very first Game Changers. It might have been right before Sao Paulo, as a matter of fact. And I took my sister to that one. She found a couple of like-minded players there that were starting a team, joined a team. That team was called Teddy Tactics. I went on to coach and be able to play in GC with my sister. So always fun to be able to actually go to those types of events and find yourself in a great space and have opportunities to actually compete with some of your heroes, some of your icons.
Again, Sapphire, a pillar of this community and often goes underappreciated for what she does for Game Changers and really for Valorant as a whole. Also a little weird that you took that as an opportunity to talk about yourself coaching Teddy Tactics. But
it was mostly about my sister, I'm not going to lie. Shout out Arya.
4 Guardians for Ninetales and a Stinger for Samsami. On the other side of this timeout, you feel the desperation starting to settle in a bit. Fake TP towards B main out from Sayuri. That's not fake, that's real. Oh, that's so real.
Unfortunately, it's a little too real.
Yeah.
Ninetales were not expecting the heavy mid play, which MIBR showed in the previous round. This is the same idea. Again, Prowler, some utility going down into A main while 3 players step up into mid, make sure there's no late lurk going down. And because they have mid control, they can either quick flank, which they're going to do, or quickly rotate into heaven.
And the concern is the spike.
Oh dear.
Looks like it's going to get ahead. Unless
I mean, they have to take it slowly.
Really slows down. There's some noise made. They know there's at least one. They don't realize that is a spike, but they're going to get out onto A just fine.
So again, Ninetales fight up into screens, but this time Bastarda is waiting.
That paranoia, I don't believe will hit.
Did not catch her.
Spike planted.
Bastarda plays far back. SRN gets the kill, pops the ult, doesn't connect. But Lisa does, fortunately. Ever falls as well. SRN with 3, MIBR with 12, and that might just be a good night on the map.
I mean, it's just a clinical map out of MIBR. Ninetales have yet to figure out a solution to this default look MIBR showing. Just a full-on 1-3-1. Ninetales keep losing players to this stack of 3 in mid, and it's forcing them into some really ugly mid-round positions.
Yeah.
Match point.
It's tough too. It's their map pick. They to struggle on solving something like this, I think is tough. It's got to be tough from the coach's seat as well. I mean, it's really just been Samsami that's performing.
be especially hard to find value, again, if you're playing the supportive roles on attack side split. If you're walking into stacks too, it's a hard position. So I think Ninetales is just going to try and run an exec where B has been only one player. Now there are 3 waiting for it.
And a little bit of ability to flash. Well done to exchange though. Good trade. The start of TP's away.
Yeah, all these players were seized up, so they couldn't actually come in and support. Haste in the front line.
Melissa has to take a step back. Doesn't have the same benefit of TPing away, and Donna hunts her down. So numbers advantage for Ninetales for the first time all half, if I'm not mistaken.
Stalled out by utility. Now use the flash to get the cross.
VAR has to find a way in, and I don't think they will. Unless Sayuri 1v4s. Donna's weak. That's not the weak one.
Hold on.
There's a shot at this. Sayuri might set this MIBR squad on fire. Ever. The last one standing between a ridiculous play and Sayuri. Sayuri on the turn. There's the TP. Looking for a little bit more. Still has a paranoia. There's the swing, and Ever puts that out. Ninetales get to 5.
Sayuri gets a little too fancy there. Can't quite see it through on the 1v4.
That paranoia hits, and all of a sudden, I mean, we're yelling right now.
Absolutely. I do think this is common pathing in from Donna. You saw their match against Zipto before. Always looking for this double dive. Sometimes going on top of the screen, sometimes going behind it. That was something that was never really solved against these Ninetales B hits that MIBR need to recognize and answer back with, because Donna was insane on the attack side previously.
Challenge the op. TP across. You imagine there's a flash or the clone. Patience, discipline. Oh, just off the mark.
Yeah, the thing is, Ninetales are not in position to accelerate behind the op shot. They've got 3 players waiting for A. It was supposed to be fake pressure on B, which now they're like, well, we wish we could have done something.
Right.
The concern is potential for a little Seasonade combo off of Info. Looking for Haunt Spam.
SRN's tucked. Beautiful timing. Beautiful timing from SRN!
Down A.
Perfect transfer. And surely that closes out Split. Samsami doing their best to get them back into this map, into this round. But it's just not enough. Haste in a 1v3. An op still in play. The spike not even in hand. And a double face that you have to clear. Tries to turn the flash. But it's just a matter of time. It's inevitable here. Sayuri cleans it up. 13-5 for MIBR.
Such a sick play out of Melissa and SRN in A main there. SRN with perfect spray control, perfect accuracy on the fight, and choosing to pull the trigger the same time the Omen ult is used on the other side. So knowing there's one less player in that fight, SRN likes their odds in the 1v4, and MIBR like their odds in this series. Utility. Oh dear.
SRN. Eco frags.
Spike down A.
We haven't had an ace in a while.
Oh yeah!
And we've got one now. That's the ace, excuse me, for SRN.
An update is required. Financial system updating. System updated. We will dance to get. The future of money is here. Feels good.
Locking down the Drake is now Doran. Decent position. Double.
Break down my walls, but I won't rise again. Cause I stand tall in my environment. How could I ever close my eyes as they silence since they try to take me down with their violence?
Oh, they go back in. Best shot flashes in. And down goes Knight.
And it's all because I don't need you anymore. Heartbeats going fast, fast, fast. Oh, oh.
on, mate. Oh, knock, knock. Something real, something raw, not accidental, no, I'm sure. You're not needed, show you the door, but what's that, yeah, are you sure? Yeah, that's a rental, yeah, what a bore. Lying, nothing in your core. Buying, yeah, what for? But do what I need to, always sure. Something real, something raw, not accidental, no, I'm sure. You're not needed, show you the door. What's that, yeah, are you sure? Yeah, that's a rental, yeah, what a bore. Lying, nothing in your core. Buying, yeah, what for? But do what I need to, always sure. Boring, never been that. I get paid, bro, just to relax. Yeah, more money now, yeah, more tax. Sorted it now, don't worry about that. Boring, yeah, I've never been that. I get paid, bro, just to relax. Yeah, more money, but yeah, more tax. But sorted it now, don't worry about that. Flexing, yeah, but your soul is empty. Dripping in diamonds, Fenty. Dripping in vibes, got plenty. Got the technique, yeah, like Jet Li. Ow. One little chop like pow. One little hit like wow. Living for the now, live for the sound. Nice for the dollar, but I'm making a pound, yeah. Worry about that. No, don't worry about that. Worry about that. Worry about that. Like, no, don't worry about that. Something. Worry about that. No, don't worry about that. Worry about that. Worry about that. Like, no, don't worry about that. Something real, something raw, not accidental, no, I'm sure. You're not needed, show you the door. What's that, yeah, are you sure? Yeah, that's a rental, yeah, what a bore. Lying, nothing in the core. Buying, yeah, what for? Do what I need to, always sure. Something real, something raw, not accidental, no, I'm sure. You're not needed, show you the door. What's that, yeah, are you sure? Yeah, that's a rental, yeah, what a bore. Lying, nothing in the core. Buying, yeah, what for? But do what I need to, always sure. Knocking on the door, knocking on it one time, knocking on the door. Always sure, knocking on the door, one time.
MIBR dominate map 1 of this series and now are 1 away from sending Korea's representative home. Welcome back to the desk. Let's dive straight into this one and talk about today's HyperX reflex moment. And Tom, this goes to Bastarda, who is so
Yeah, like SRM was taking those early fights, getting blasted in the face a lot of the time, but it just created space off the back of Bastarda's flashes. Like her flashes throughout the game, on this attack especially, were just unbelievable. Her space taking, getting in behind all of that early utility that was in place. She was a nuisance. And yeah, when your Yoru's playing that well, it's very difficult for your opponents to do anything.
Yeah, 100% agree. I think it feeds into a point that you made starting this out as well, Mimi. Even in that clip, you can see it. A lot of the time, SRN could have been isolated there, but because they're able to get past that utility, as we'll look at in a bit, this gave them an upper hand in almost every single fight. And I feel like this very much looks like a comp diff coming into it.
Yeah.
Which is then, you know, at least the next map doesn't have any of those sort of storylines.
No, not at all. We'll get to that in a moment. Let's talk a little bit more about this one, because it was just a story of this double duelist composition. It looked like there was just nothing Ninetales could do to slow SRN and Bastarda down.
Yeah, I feel like in the first half, at least, SRN looked human, I guess I would say. Sure. And then in the second half, it was like, yeah, get an ace, get a 4K, just started truly thriving the second that they were running into her crosshairs. So it was a tough day at the office. And
it was tough too, because Mitch, it wasn't just those two players diving in, it was as well Sayori on these executes that looked so well drilled.
Yeah, and you know, it didn't just come down to the dive itself, like the smokes even helped them out further. You see here, that's their own smoke they used to TP Bastarda up close, and then Sayori follows up as well. So although those vines are up and they're keeping some of the squad out of this round, out of the initial play, they still have so much to fall back on, completely surround that backside of A, thanks to that double dive that they went for in, not even using that third player in this instance. And then the round falls into their hands. We saw this as a story so often, and because they had so much success with that initial punch through, we didn't even get to see some of I suppose the blooming of the fruit for Lisa, who was coming behind them so often. There was always a safety net that MIBR didn't even need to fall back on.
So the Vice got counted out on map number 1. Now we go to map 2 of Bind. This is where Ninetales was playing that composition with the veto in play, which I know you were both critical of that. What do you want to see them change? What was wrong with that composition that worries you going into Bind?
Well, no, you're going to tell us why it's so good, because you predicted Ninetales to win. They lost the first map, so why is it going to
I'll tell you why it's so good if they pick it again. I think maybe we'll see them pivot away from it. Teho and Vito, let's keep in mind, Teho hasn't won a single map here, if I'm not mistaken, at GCC.
Wasn't a fan of either.
And I felt like it's not only that, it is exactly as you say, like I wasn't a fan of it. We didn't see impact from it.
What didn't you like about the Vito? What were they missing by taking him?
Great question. The Vito in particular, I feel like the Interceptor didn't have a lot of impact with players constantly diving past it and taking those fights deep into the lines. I think that when you look at the trap that gets you that information, they were using it constantly towards bathroom, and it was being destroyed early on, effectively having the impact of a sky flash if your opponents are defaulting, and they were defaulting a lot. You expect that, especially when you're seeing that info played early on. So then what else are you getting from it? Sure, the ult was good to counter some executes, but against this composition, I don't think that's really going to be as big of a deal. Maybe you can hold on to lamps with an orbital strike down, but I think by and large, the biggest impact I saw from the Vito was the heal when the ult was popped. That's not great.
But they are hovering him at least yet again here. Ninetales, they got ran over by a double duelist comp from MIBR last time. MIBR looks like they're picking that again. Tom, is there any learnings that they can take, any changes that you're looking to see to maybe have a better chance here on Bind?
I think realistically they've got to be very wary of Bastarda. Like I think the amount she was able to do getting in behind was a problem. I also think this composition's not bad for retakes when they do get into the defense. I think they've got a lot of utility to be able to get them in, get them info, clear certain angles. And with the fact that SRN and Bastarda are likely to get very aggressive on the defensive side, catching them early will be important.
If Ninetales want to make waves in this lower bracket, they'll have to win this map and push us to 3. If they can't do it, it'll be MIBR starting their lower bracket run. We'll find out how this ends as we head back into game with Doug and Ender.
Thank you so much, Mimi. I think for Ninetales, we'd even go so far as hoping to make a ripple, much less a wave. I think you kind of have to take it round by round, Christy, as you think about the stomp that just took place, and now knowing that you're going into a map that's not even your preferred one.
Yeah, after Ninetales was the one stomping yesterday, getting the reversal on the first map. And after, you know, they were close around the beginning of the last map, it really started to run away. I think Bastarda Melissa played a beautiful game throughout. SRN had a monstrous second half. Ninetales needs some heroes of their own to finally step up to the plate now.
And you look towards Donna to be one of the ones to do that, but you can't help but ask the question, is that too much pressure on the shoulders of a youngster?
It's a lot of pressure. Youngest player in the tournament, Donna. He's been the hero for this team. Pistol round's a problem for Ninetales so far this event. See if they can fix some things here on the attack.
Double dash from Donna. Yep. TP's away right on time. But lets her know where the threat is, where the pressure's coming from. Ever committing to getting spiked down.
Double teleports.
Haven't fully cleared U-Haul. That flash is good. Full Moon Swing is good as well. But Lisa, how much more can you do? A filthy second shot. Expecting the third as well. And gets it! Unbelievable out from Lisa. You mentioned the pistols were a problem for Ninetales. They haven't fixed it.
I don't know if the pistol was the problem as much as it was just Lisa dominating on lamps. That was so sick. I mean, the crispiness on these shots.
The second kill was...
Yeah.
Yep.
Swinging right back in. Now here at the end, locks onto Donna's skull immediately.
Not the start the Ninetales were looking for. Choosing to invest a little bit. You've got a shorty for Donna and a sheriff for Samsami.
Yeah, might try the similar idea to double dive back on lamps, but nobody's home this time.
Nope. And honestly, I don't blame MIBR. I wouldn't be trying there right now either.
I think MIBR do a really good job of not being predictable on this map. I think even after they show their opening utility, they'll be so mobile.
No, Sayuri filled into it. That's so funny that we talked about that, and Sayuri fills right in on that space.
That's the thing, though, is that it was the idea in the last round. This time, though, there's a shorty, so it'll be the full commit.
Oh, what a silly game.
Now, Bastarda doesn't secure the kill, and that's big news. All of a sudden, that means you still got Flash alive for Ninetales.
Right.
Full Moon is potentially going to be able to regroup back with the team or work into hookah, send a Flash down on A short to try and do some misdirection, but it doesn't mean anything.
No. Lisa with a perfect bill of health right now.
Oh, dear.
Now 4-0. Nice spit.
I don't know what happened to Donna there. She was jumping up and down, almost like she was caught by something while she burned down.
Her teammates. You think the spacing was bad?
It's possible she got body blocked.
That would be funny. That nade's going to be a little too deep, but that's all right. The guns should clean things up. Unless Samsami hits a, shattering 1v3 with the Sheriff, and that's not going to be the case. Lisa has 3. How many kills is that?
That's 6 kills. Yeah.
Yeah, not too shabby of a start. Remember, it was on map 1 that it was SRN who had taken off and was already about to have the ult online.
SRN, who also has 4 ult orbs out of the 8 required for the showstopper.
That's like right on the edge as well.
Yeah. The other thing that could have happened is Donna could have stepped into the orb, gotten the quick decay, not realized that the Viper Molly was on her feet, and then Panic tries to jump away at the end while it's already too late.
Lisa 2 pips away from her ult. Ooh, a lot of A short aggression here.
Yeah, this is something you'll see sometimes from SRN.
It's a crunch. They have an eye that was set up there, a dog coming in from the other side.
But this is why they're hard to read, because they'll move on 2 places at the same time. They're between 2 players of Ninetales now. There's no way that Samsami could catch that.
No shot at all. And I think part of it was they kind of had some suspicions of what might be happening, but nothing really to confirm it except face checking.
So it's a 4-on-3 now. Ever in a little bit of trouble. But MIBR have 3 players working on the flank. This step up from Donna is everything.
Bastarda has to secure
shoulder scene.
Yep. Nice clone. Buy some time. Donna thinks better of it.
Now 3 players move in on the flank.
Does Full Moon realize that's how many are there?
It's a good smoke.
It's a very good smoke. Forced the dog to get any info, but doesn't necessarily go the way you'd expect. And now the stun out from Teho. It's going to buy a little bit of time. Full Moon has to take a step back. Donna's 10 HP. Certainly fragile, certainly weak, but certainly still frying.
Donna securing that fight up into heaven, won the round. Because if MIBR have pressure coming in from 3 players on the flank, and also someone up in heaven firing back at Ninetales' shoulders, it's over. Donna had to secure that. Does so on 10 HP after being hit by the outlaw shot. But when we're asking players to step up from Ninetales, Donna, the solo duelist on this map, the prodigy for this team, has to be at the tip of your tongue.
So much promise on a player so young. Also worth noting, MIBR, it was round 3, showing some pretty cool ideas already in some of that mid-crunch, and we'll see what else they have up their sleeves.
There we go, Donna, different pathing this time, and it's perfect.
Up on Asuna Mox and connects right on time. So Yuri's there to trade, though.
Yeah, and with 2 players still on site, it could be problematic. Mollies are a little bit delayed.
That's snappy out from Sayuri. Wow.
And SRN catches a kill while that Astra smoke went down for 1 second.
Sayuri still has a smoke, too. That's got to be so frustrating.
At the same time, look at your mini-map. There is a Yoru back in spawn. Bastarda sprinted out of B main, has these players fully contained.
You have that. You have showers you don't have control over. You don't have pipes. You don't have heaven.
The only way to win this round is keep walking forward. You can't plant the spike. You need to get a kill.
Right. I mean, maybe you can TP out, but
it's on pipes right here from Full Moon.
Sayuri was snappy earlier. Gets tagged up.
Down on 6 HP.
Yeah, has to give the space up.
Whoa. We just got past a raise.
The smoke is the only thing they didn't see. The Stimmy's there, 1 for 1 though, and that's okay when you're up in numbers like that, right? You can afford for something silly like that to happen because you have the reinforcements to clean it up. So MIBR will get to 3. SRN has the ult in the next round.
Let's see what went wrong here on the exits. The first kill is great from Donna. Then the trade ends up coming out. I think that kill onto Samsami backside is really what poses problems.
Yeah.
Because as soon as Ninetales can't win that fight, now there's Mollies on the spike. You've got Rays waiting for a smoke to drop to get a pick. Big problems. Now they start to mount as it's an eco round. There's ults on the other side. So I think the main takeaway is Donna still finding the opening picks, but Ninetales need to actually manage to convert those leads.
Yeah, nice bit of utility to take Shower's control. Unfortunately, not enough to net a kill. Did grab the orb, though, I believe. And so Ever should be 1 off of that ult for the next round.
Crunch play.
Yeah, they don't really have guns here, man. This could be a slaughter. Nothing really to contain behind them, though, so they either choose to fight or they choose to run away, and they choose to fight, much to their dismay.
It's possible Melissa seized herself.
Yep.
Doors closed right in her face, and now Haste finds herself on the wrong side of this door.
Has a gun, and Samsami's on the flank. Bastarda is playing in a really nice spot. Well, Bastarda just turned away.
No, no, no.
And so Samsami
No, no, no.
has to hit a belter of a shot initially.
One enemy remaining.
Not going to be the case. So, what are you gonna do? Yeah. What's your plan there?
Yeah, well, MIBR looked to be running away with it again.
You know, we were in this position on split, and then there were a couple of pauses, and then all of a sudden, what was it 8-4? Yeah, it was 8-4. So they were able to settle and put a couple of rounds together to make it competitive. They're gonna have to do it again here.
Yeah.
One enemy remaining.
I want to see what it looks like for Ninetales to contest around B. Is the honest truth.
Well, you might get what you're asking for. They're headed that way.
I'm not sure if they're going to fully commit off of this. If they see Bastarda fighting aggressively down B long, once they realize the pit's on A short too, it becomes a little bit predictable out of them.
Use recall. Bastarda gets across, stays.
Yeah, I mean, MIB are fighting for that orb for their lives because Sayuri just unlocked the ult off of that one.
All right.
And now continuing the double up on long.
You've got a really nice B split set up here with Donna's ult, with Ever's ult. You just can't afford to die early.
I mean, if they put the Armageddon left to right down long like this, that is ultimate destruction.
You just cannot afford to die early. They're in a really nice spot here.
And you could jump out of hookah at the same time. The only problem would be Sayuri spotting hookah from elbow.
Nice, tucking the flash. Bastarda's still playing here.
Ninetales haven't really gone anywhere. It's time to do something.
It was actually the Waylay ult that was giving the same spot that you were asking for. Tana double dashes onto Octagon, takes a space, but MIBR hold the line on the site. They never get past the wall. Sayuri mows down Ever. Full Moon in a 1v3.
No shot. Sayuri with a 3K. And that just goes to show, again, some of the value in this setup MIBR just got, because while they had two players that were going to get picked off by the Waylay ult, Bastarda can teleport back into sight, then swing through the Astral Wall, create a crossfire with Sayuri. That's exactly what happened to Flash through. Sayuri gets hit by it. Doesn't matter. She still gets a kill. Bastarda still gets a kill. Lisa picks off the player, I think it was Samsami trying to lurk through the pit on A short.
Meanwhile, I think Ever got flashed by Full Moon's flash.
You can.
That was a bit of a mess.
It
almost got worse the more we looked at it. Right, either way, not a great buy for Ninetales.
Yeah, but I'm just still thinking how good this Yoru is. Yes.
That good?
Again.
Yep.
But you just saw the creativity you can have with it. The last round we saw that teleport to get out of the corner by the teleporter. This one to just go and get a pick with the op.
And even using utility to open the door.
I take it back. Yoru stinks.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
How do you feel about Raze?
Really good.
Raze good.
But Waylay, I don't know.
Yeah, Raze really good.
Not making the cut.
Viper really good.
Yeah, but this Veto agent, we need buffs.
Hayes does have an op. Ever has a Marshall.
That's what you want on attack.
Right? Yep. In a 2v4.
Oh no, it looks like Lisa's taking a forward spot. I don't think we're scoping in for that one.
Oh. Viper's still good.
Oh, we do have a Sheriff though.
That's not gonna connect.
Now run on over there, pick up the operator. By the way, if you were wondering, had Ninetales been able to do some work at forcing big ultimates out of MIBR, the answer is a resounding no.
Yeah. That was, you know, we saw it again there on the replay. That's what we were talking about, is those little things. Like, yes, Yoru can get in a position to have a line and then TP away, but even the synergy of using the haunt through the telly to open the door so that Yoru can hit the shot, it's the little things.
Exactly, and I think this goes back even to Split, how Melissa was working both with Bastarda and also with SRN on the A main holds on defense, on attack, setting up some ideas as well. I think that Melissa's fade has been just a pleasure to watch today. And while SRN, Lisa, whoever is, everyone else has been getting highlights.
Right.
Melissa has been very, very effective, even in the quiet stuff.
Yeah, even that play that we were just talking about, Melissa doesn't get an assist off that. It's just tough.
Robbed.
Yeah, truly. So a timeout here from Ninetales. They're first. We still have one more that they can hit the big red button on if things continue to derail.
You know what? And I don't even want to look at like general macro right now. I want to look at players because like while we were talking about Donna earlier,
right?
Samsami has had a very quiet start to this game. Locks in the veto to try and get it done here. And what I'm thinking is MIBR are about to have a huge ultimate cycle. Do we see a world where on the veto we can evolve, we can have a little bit of fun, we can get going? Because right now the lurks haven't been working.
No.
Maybe the grouped fights in the post plant with that ult online could be the key.
A lot of attention towards A. We've seen this little rollout a couple of times. So showers to secure the orb.
And Samsami could even just hold on to the spike and use the ult to stick a plant. There we go, she evolves.
SRN pops the ult, gets on high, doesn't connect. Meanwhile, the Armageddon backside causes more problems, sends everyone into disarray. Melissa swings out, ill-advised, but SRN fills in on the space, does what her teammate could not. They're still kind of hesitating on this, not fully committed. But they have enough control. Yeah, they're gonna work there. Very nicely done, and now the orbital strike. Donna has to push forward, flushed out from safety. Into the face of 3. Full Moon with the flash in hand. Donna's Phantom is perfect. That's 3 for the duelist. As the spike continues to tick away, Bastarda holding the line, refusing to relent. It's gonna have to be a 1v2 for Full Moon. Looking for any reason to cheer, and Full Moon delivers for Ninetales.
Huge out of the sky. A Red Bull clutch for Full Moon. When everything was going wrong in that round, it seemed like MIBR just unleashed so much into the retake.
I lost count of how many ults were used there.
Hold on, I'm seeing 3 ultimates that just got thrown into that one.
The Vito ult, the Brimstone ult, the Tejo ult.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a lot that happened there.
Absolutely monster. But Full Moon to clutch up at the end. Now the money still is grim. The only honest rifles on 2 players.
A lot of misdirection from the defense there.
But that's the thing. It's a great response to this early dive that MIBR have seen.
Yeah.
They've seen Donna go for this play a million times. Hold on! Hold on, ever!
What a play out from the Tejo. And so now they can go back towards A and at least get the spike down, if nothing else.
That was an honest 1v3.
But is it enough? Is it enough?
It could be. MIBR are splitting up. 1 player heaven. Lisa on the flank.
Bastarda has an op.
And with Haste only having a Marshall in hand, this round still hinges on whatever can do.
There's Haste. Marshall not connecting. No damage dealt ever. That's 4. Would have to get the ace. Once again, Lowell Park trying to will them there, but Ever falls. Haste is going to have to win this out with the Marshall.
Pulling them in.
Bastarda on the tap. The pull is good, but the damage is just not enough there. Bastarda's not going to have time, though.
That shot was enough to pull Bastarda off the spike and Ever to find 4 into the round. Back-to-back rounds, hinging on these late round moments, and it comes after MIBR play perfect ante, knowing the 2 main pathways Donna likes to dive. You can play up in that pocket and punish. But look at that.
It was prettier the second time around.
So good. Gets the 4th kill in the reverse position, looking back down on shore 2. Let's her enjoy the lights for a moment.
Not for too long, though. Right back into it we go. Slow start. This time it seems like they were able to get some of that Showers control without investing as much as they had before. Donna 1 off of her ult here.
Same with Ever. And there could be a fight for the B-long orb.
Yeah.
Can't tell if it's already been taken.
I believe it has.
No, it's there. It was blocked by the camera.
Yeah. And so they can speed up off of this, and then what? You give it to Ever? Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, they're not wasting any time.
Forget it. They're going to get it old-fashioned way. They're going to try to get the frags, but Lisa with 2. Ever falls, so does Haste. The defense holding strong here. What can Samsami do? Player right behind you. Never saw him, never had a chance. Donna in a 1v4.
There.
Turned quickly into a 1v3. Hey, this would be the play of the tournament. If the youngster can pull it off. 16 years old, facing elimination in a 1v3. To keep the half competitive, to inject a little bit of hope, a little bit of maybe. And that's 1 step taken. a big one.
She wants it!
But made so much more to go, and it's not enough. Donna invests the ult, and ultimately falls to MIBR.
That's a wild round there, because Ninetales tried to speed up into the site so the rotates can't come in to support the anchor. Little did they know, Lisa doesn't need any help.
Right, the anchor was good. And Donna gave it a run. Don't think the ult connected.
No.
Yeah.
I mean, instantly Melissa was repositioning.
Yeah.
Right there.
A lot of attention towards A.
I had 2 sheriffs is all Ninetales have, though.
Yeah.
Donna wants to look for a dive again, but no shorty.
Gonna fall back here.
As the sheriff.
Drops the TP.
Oh, I like
this time.
Yeah, just swinging through. Doesn't want to get picked off in the sky.
All right, meanwhile, the interceptor plucked out the Sayuri's Molly.
The concern is, again, no showers control for Ninetales, but they get the plant off.
Taken down.
And Samsami immediately falls. And I guess we're looking at a small victory and getting the spike down.
Yeah, we're going to run through the formalities here.
Right, Melissa investing the ult here is a bit surprising. But better safe than sorry, I suppose.
Last player standing.
So MIBR will get to 8, and we're knocking on the door of potentially the exact same half that we saw on Split.
Yeah, MIBR telling themselves, we've got to raise Rock in the next one. We don't need the Fade ult either. Let's just make it clean, make it snappy.
Bastard is one off of her ult too.
Such a tough spot for Ninetales to be in. It feels like they haven't had any one player to really just take over into a round. Yeah, Donna had to have a few ones, but players like Haste and Samsami who have been so good for so long for this team that undefeated up until facing off versus Zipto in the quals.
Yeah, they've been anything but this time around. Fast towards A. Last round of the half.
Run it back.
They have a couple of ults here. They can fully disrespect this pit. They're going to drop the Cosmic Divide behind it as well. SRN and Lisa still trying to play on the site. No help. Actually, there's a crunch coming in from Showers. 2 took the telly.
Ninetales
rotate out.
And look at Bastarda. Bastarda's walked forward with the operator. Here's all these players coming.
Oh, into 4. One connects, but trades. Bastarda cannot get out.
That is big, but at the same time, Lisa has now stepped through her pit on A short. They know the hit is coming onto B. It doesn't matter, there's a wall down. 3 players have flooded into the back of sight.
Armageddon to pave the way. SRN playing ahead of it.
SRN's isolated.
Tucked in the smoke, though. Concealed. And SRN has been problematic from these positions. Can SRN do it again? Yes, SRN can! 2 kills found! The spike hits the ground. Donna's left in a 1v2.
There. Last player
1v1 now. Again, the youngster to keep it close, to keep it competitive, repositions, drops back, tries to style on Sayuri the vet on the side of MIBR, and Donna keeps hope alive.
Donna trying to get it all done with the Red Bull clutch. This game slipping away. It was about to be over. But a 1v2 at the bitter end of this half.
8-4 for MIBR. Off of heroics, but Ninetales not going down without a fight. We'll be right back.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back to an elimination match between MIBR and Ninetales in the historic Lowell Park in Seoul, South Korea. Okay, take a quick look at the Coinbase Econ report. SRN and Lisa, but SRN in particular, just fragging out.
Absolutely dominating. You got to feel bad for Haste on the other side, taking 1,100 damage, but SRN is sitting at 20-6 on the leaderboard. Pretty good. A veteran to the big stage, of course, with that run last year on MIBR. But the other side of the stage is a very different story. You have a 16-year-old Donna stepping into this roster, stepping on to Lowell Park with her team for the first time a Korean team has ever played at the Game Changers Championship, and she closes out the half with a major clutch to give her team a chance to spoil.
A small chance, but a chance nonetheless. We have to highlight the woes on the pistols for Ninetales. And the truth is, they need this one.
That they do.
Viper wall, bit of a different look towards A already. And they're waiting off the flash. I mean, MIBR is so ready on everything.
Could be a fight here. Donna spotted on the other side. And actually, whoa. Sumsumi stepped all the way up, being hard held by SRN. This now means that Full Moon is completely isolated on B.
I mean, you can't have your Vito be the one to take that aggressive line early on.
Look at that angle, stepping up into hookah.
But Full Moon realizes that's way too much to deal with on her own, takes a step back, waits for help.
MIBR will respect this. There was a smoke on hookah. I don't even think Melissa is going into hookah to deal with that player. Instead, MIBR playing heavy on site.
Waiting for the flash. Tejo missiles out. It's another pistol disaster for Ninetales in a 9th round for MIBR.
That might have been 4 kills right there in 2 seconds in the post plant. And it's a perfect protocol. They prepare that while they're planting. They're like, we're going to play forward off of the first sign of a utility. Everyone have your counter util ready to go. We're all going to swing together. Very nice. Yeah, and there's a flash from Bastarda, I believe, that catches 3 players. She also gets 2 kills. Her Yoru has been impeccable.
Satchel wasted there. All good.
SRN doesn't need a satchel.
I'm looking for like any thread for Ninetales.
That's not the one to pull on,
and
buddy.
so obviously wasting that satchel means the round is cooked.
Okay.
Up B long, MIBR go. A Bucky for Donna. It's currently posted up in hookah.
How'd they do that without the satchel?
Yeah, I don't know. Still a chance though. SRN halfway to the ult. 2nd round of the half.
I kind of like how MIBR are approaching these early rounds.
Hold on. By winning them all?
Yeah.
Lisa has to take a step back. Yeah, that's tough.
Okay.
Classic wins
Look
out
at the map, though, because Bastarda is in showers. Ninetales have to be aware of this, but I don't think it matters even if they are, because it's just an outlaw on an eco. I was saying, I like their rounds because they have Yoru playing contain, can always teleport away from showers if there is early aggression. MIBR are going to spot it. And while MIBR can test for orb control down B long, they're not putting anyone in hookah, so they're not at risk ever of falling prey to silly shotguns like this.
That one right there?
Yeah, let's not fall victim to that one, guys.
Donna stays. SRN waiting just around the corner.
This is just great anti-eco protocols. I think whether you're looking at the post plant to the first round or how they set up in this second one, MIBR are not leaving gaps, and that is hard for Ninetales because when you're down like this, oftentimes you ask for gaps, but now you have to make them yourself.
Yeah. Does this performance out from MIBR surprise you, given what we saw last time they were on the stage? Did you expect them to look this good?
I expected them to look very good. I honestly, I think the game against Shopify Rebellion, while they got 13-1, a lot of those rounds were way closer than they actually were. This is still one of the teams that I just rate Brazil really highly. I was thinking probably a top 4 team heading into the tournament, even coming in from that last chance qualifier. Like, they had to beat a very powerful Wadada to even get here.
Sure. Ninetales with some buy. Donna's forced onto a Sheriff because of the Bucky antics from the previous round. SRN popping the satchels. Ooh, hello.
That's why you waste the satchel, Doug.
Right. Clean out from Ever.
Yep. And this causes MIBR to slow for a moment. Melissa trying to get something done in showers. Calls Sayuri over to her.
That dog cleared out immediately. Melissa responds with a filthy shot of her own.
The fact that Samsami steps up into A short, challenging on multiple lines, now back to showers.
There's a lot of threat on the other side of the smoke. Samsami gets across, but the spike is there. I mean, any real value here in the round is likely done. Whew! What is this round? That's the spike. Traded back though. 2v2.
One enemy remaining.
Melissa.
It's going to be on Full Moon, who's going to arrive a little bit late, win out this 1v2, but start at 11 HP into Judge. Not really the weapon for this. Beautiful plan out from Melissa.
And the utility, a haunt up into heaven, the forward post from the York. They know it's a flank coming in now.
You can't take this path. 4 from Melissa. 11 for MIBR.
Oh, I don't know. I think I might have slept on Melissa a little bit coming into the tournament. Like you look at players like SRM Bastardi, you know, they're going to take the limelight.
Yeah, I mean,
right?
Lisa, so all of them.
But the control in this round, regardless of the shots, also just the haunt into heaven, playing that 2v1 beautifully.
Good, nice.
So good on those shots.
Melissa is cold.
Yeah, anticipating every angle. Yeah, I guess she's bot fragging. Okay. Okay.
They continue to wait out the early flash from Ninetales towards Fountain, and then they push up in front of it. Yep. Bastarda getting value. Donna sat down. Oh gosh, she got another.
It's MIBR have downloaded Ninetales. Because Ninetales is a team that usually allows their players to get a little bit loose, take a lot of forward space. So what do MIBR do? Hold everything.
Yeah, the file was small. I mean, it didn't take long. It was 13-5 on split. Currently looking at a 12-4 on bind. It's just, I mean, I hate to say it. It just feels like MIBR are in a different class right now.
And it makes sense when you consider the history of the majority of players on the stage. 4 of these players from MIBR have been in GCC finals before.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
3 of them were on that stage last year in Berlin.
Tasted bitter defeat.
It's the first time for everyone on Ninetales. It's
Got it. Blocking vision.
stepping into the historic Lal Park in front of a home crowd, making it even that more bitter. About to drop down onto series point. And after all the fun you saw them have on this stage yesterday, right? They were spunky out there. It was fun to watch.
Yeah. And the truth is, they've had some fun even today.
Absolutely.
Right? They've been getting out of their seats and stuff like that, but it's got to be starting to set in here. All smiles on the MIBR camp, and for good reason. Meanwhile, not nearly the same on the other side of the stage.
So look, MIBR, I think most people, you ask them, they're the favorites coming into this match.
Yeah, I would agree with
performed
that.
to that level.
Sure.
We are now in a position where it's time for Ninetales to call a timeout and to ask themselves what they have left to give on this stage. They are trailing 8 rounds. They must secure 8 rounds in a row against all odds. And for what could be the only opportunity you ever have to play on this stage in Korea. Who knows how long it's going to take before we come back here, you know? This is a moment that's going to sit with them for a long, long time.
You can see the pressure on their faces. Every single member of Ninetales kind of wondering how they got to this point in the first place and try to find a way to fix it on the fly.
And it's different stories, whether you've been playing for multiple years, waiting for an opportunity, whether you're a player like Donna, turn 16, get ready to play. Ninetales are scheduling scrim blocks around her school schedule so that she can do both. And it paid off. She was able to get here with the team. Now one last chance to stay on the stage.
It has to be one round at a time. Can't even really think about how big of a deficit this is. Donna has the TP ready. Samsami pop the ult. And listen to the silence on the map. MIBR not giving a single cue.
Drone is down.
That's the first piece. Might have seen 1, 2 players Samsami has crept fully out of B main though, and now MIBR want to come back.
Oh, so Yuri's gonna pass right by. They're all gonna pass by.
But they're all walking. Samsami doesn't
Yeah.
hear any of this. So the rotates come in. All of a sudden, 2 B players are heading over onto A.
Lisa's gonna pass
Oh,
away.
no.
Samsami gets the kill.
But
But now
look-
they understand there's a lot of trouble on the other side.
The shot misses! But Melissa still gets it, pinching back in. Now a showstopper, nobody's home on the B site. It is an honest 4-on-4 in the retake. But Doug, it is 4 Guardians. 4 Ninetales and Haste goes down!
I didn't even think she was in range. I thought the rocket was gonna go off without any value. But alas, here we are. Now Melissa has the ult online. The last remaining members of Ninetales starting to try to get up towards the site. Deafened by the nightfall. And now a dog too. They try to swing out behind it. The smoke goes down. Ninetales can't find a way in. They're being whittled down. They're being picked apart. Full Moon the last to stand, and it will not be for long. MIBR obliterate Ninetales and stay alive.
MIBR. Lethal in the lower bracket. Continue moving on forward here. Led by, obviously, the amazing skill of SRN, but throughout, I think the utility, the entries from Bastarda, the support from Melissa, dominant. And yet for Ninetales on stage, their last time here, one last bow for the hometown crowd.
Certainly not how they imagined this would go. An earlier exit than I'm sure they would have liked, but a lot of reason to be excited for the future of this region. In GCC in particular. I mean, we talked about Donna a ton, and for good reason. 16 years old, showed it, right?
Yeah.
But also showed a lot of sparks of like, holy smokes, Donna's insane.
Yeah, had so many big rounds. Came close in a lot of these rounds again.
Yeah.
Coming down to 1-on-1s, 1-on-2s. Saw some clutch factor out of Ever and Full Moon as well, but I really do think if you're in the lower bracket, you are scared if you have to run to MIBR. We're going to send it down to the stage for the Verizon post-match interview with Bastarda.
And it is MIBR with their 2-0 win. Felicitations, bada bing, everybody. Congratulations, MIBR. If I could have you over here, Bastarda. And thank you, Arthur, for joining us. 네, MIBR의 바스타드 선수 만나보도록 하겠습니다. 승리 축하드립니다.
Parabéns pela vitória.
먼저 지난 쇼피파이전 패배 완전히 회복한 것 같거든요. 팀적으로 조금 더 단단해진 것 같은 모습이기도 한데 좀 어떻게 받아들였는지부터 물어보도록 하겠습니다. Congratulations, Bastarda. Now it looked like you guys bounced right back from that Shopify series. So how did that series help you guys kind of build an extra muscle for this one?
Então, primeiramente, parabéns pela vitória. A gente quer saber, a gente viu vocês quicarem de volta e pegarem o melhor ritmo que vocês tiveram. O que aquele jogo trouxe para vocês para criar mais resiliência e mudar o resultado?
Então acho que a gente contra a Shopify a gente pegou um pouco nas coisas básicas do fundamento do jogo mesmo. E a gente falou depois do jogo, obviamente, para relembrar essas coisas que às vezes a gente esquece e criar mais disciplina também, que a gente estava um pouco desligado contra a Shopify. Mas essa derrota foi boa para a gente acordar realmente e confiar em nós mesmas e varrer essa lower.
I would say that we were making some very silly mistakes on the basic team. So after the game, we actually had the time to sit down, talk, and use that as a wake-up call, so we could come up stronger and just sweep the lower.
지난 쇼피파이전 이후에 좀 경기를 돌려보면서 자잘한 실수 때문에 좀 중요했던 순간들 던진 게 많았다라는 걸 진단할 수 있었고 또 그런 부분을 고쳤기 때문에 쇼피파이를 통해서 정신을 차릴 수 있었던 계기였다. 그리고 더 단단해졌다고 얘기를 해줬습니다. 그리고 올해 6월 달에 MIBR에 합류한 바스타드 선수인데 사실 지난해 챔스 2등으로 마무리한 우수한 성적을 거둔 팀에 합류한다는 게 굉장히 많은 부담감이 될 수도 있는 것 같거든요. 좀 어떤 마음가짐으로 이번 챔스에 임하고 있는지도 물어보도록 할게요. You joined MIBR this June, and that's a team that finished second in last year's QCC. Does that add a sense of pressure for you or not at all?
Então, você se juntou a MIBR em junho e juntando a um time que terminou em segundo no último Game Changers, isso traz alguma coisa de pressão para você?
Eu acho que pressão não é algo que eu sinto no meu jogo mesmo. Para mim, todo campeonato muda, os times melhoram, os times têm mentalidades diferentes, então não tenho pressão nenhuma e eu só tenho que focar realmente no meu time, no meu jogo, mas pressão não tenho não.
I would say that like I don't have any kind of like pressure because overall like the teams comes and goes, like everybody gets stronger as long as like they keep practicing and etc. So I would rather say that I just need to not focus on any kind of like feeling pressure or not, just like focus on my game and like on improving myself.
사실 팀이 계속해서 연습할 때도 그렇고 경기를 치르면서 점점 더 강해지는 모습을 직접적으로 느끼고 있기 때문에 딱히 스스로 증명해야겠다는 그런 부담감은 없고요. 그래도 내가 할 수 있는 만큼 더 발전해야겠다는 마음은 든다고 얘기해 줬습니다. 이렇게 해서 바스타드 선수 만나봤습니다. Parabéns, Bastarda, and enjoy your day off, and we'll see you soon.
Okay, thank you so much.
IBR have seen. Yeah. They've seen Donna go for this play a million times. Hold on! Hold on, ever!
Is gonna have to win this out with the Marshall.
Pulling them in.
The start on the tap. The pull is good, but the damage is just not enough there. But Sarda's not gonna have time though.
It's more than a game. It's a world shaped by you, the fans. And our mission is to elevate that world by building technology that creates moments that last forever. That's why we're joining forces with Valorant Game Changers to transform how fans experience live events on the global stage.
Nah, mate. Oh, knock knock. something real, something raw, not accidental, no, I'm sure. You're not needed, show you the door, but what's that, yeah, are you sure? Yeah, that's a rental, yeah, what a bore. Lying, nothing in your core. Buying, yeah, what for? But do what I need to, always sure. Something real, something raw, not accidental, no, I'm sure. You're not needed, show you the door. What's that, yeah, are you sure? Yeah, that's a rental, yeah, what a bore. Lying, nothing in your core. Buying, yeah, what for? But do what I need to, always sure. Boring, never been that. I get paid, bro, just to relax. Yeah, more money now, yeah, more tax. Suited it now, don't worry about that. Boring, yeah, I've never been that. I get paid, bro, just to relax. Yeah, more money, but yeah, more tax. But suited it now, don't worry about that. Flexing, yeah, but your soul is empty. Dripping in diamonds, Fenty. Dripping in vibes, got plenty. Got the technique, yeah, like Jet Li. Ow. One little chop like pow. One little hit like wow. Living for the now, live for the sound. Nice for the dollar, but I'm making a pound. Yeah.
Welcome back to day 5 of Game Changers Championship live from Seoul, South Korea. We've already sent one team home today, but now 2 regions are up for elimination. It's our last remaining LATAM squad facing off against our last representative from the CN region. It's Visa Crew Blaze against Nova. I'm Mimi, joined alongside Tom and Mitchman yet again. And let's hop right into this and talk about Nova, because this is a team that has already impressed Tom by getting the first ever win for a CN team here at GCC.
Yeah, it's been a couple of years, almost felt like someone needed to break through that little bit of the margin to be able to get themselves into a position where they could get a victory. They've made history, but the question now becomes, how far are they actually going to be able to go with this, or is this the end of the line fairly early on in the running?
Yeah, and I think that's a big topic really coming into this for them. That they were on the back of a big win streak, finding themselves 10 in a row before they came here, adding up to 11 with their opening matchup, but then falling more recently up against a squad like G2 though. I think we'll talk about it later, but I think they had a squad who was punishing every little mistake. Maybe that won't be the same case here, although Crew looked pretty good regionally as well.
Yeah, before this, it had only ever ended in quick disappointment for China, going out in the first round, not even winning a map at any of these previous events that they've attended. And I think it has to especially mean something for Clem, who is on this EDG roster. You can see the heartbreak on her face there after going home so soon, but now getting this second chance to come back with Nova and to find that success.
Yeah, I think like a little bit of an additional experience with the likes of someone like Shirazi will have also helped, like, to potentially build some depth to the squad. But I think as well, a lot of it comes down to we don't see a lot of organizations within the region itself, so you may not necessarily get the best practice. So getting those early sort of runs within the tournament, getting those extra games to sort of learn some of your weaknesses and play. So I think the fact that they've had that victory, had the defeat, and now get to try the lower bracket run may actually end up helping them out.
Yeah, and you mentioned that G2 game. That, of course, did not go the way of Nova, going down in 0-2 fashion in that match. How are you walking away from that game about Nova? How much does losing to G2 the way they do reflect on them, and how much is it that G2 is just one of the top teams at this tournament?
Well, I think I look at it in the latter, right? The reality is, especially here on Split, it was somewhere that Akita and Amy had so much to say. I feel like every showstopper landed. This squad was fighting back, even when they had disadvantages. G2 were coming out. Like, I remember a round where Petra ran out of a smoke. This was the round. She ran out of a smoke with a classic, got that Guardian, and then ended up with the only weapon, finding a 3K. There's a lot of individuals showing up, and I think when you look at G2's start in this as well, they won 3 out of 4 of the early halves. Like, even one where Nova won the pistol and then immediately went like 3-1 down. So they were constantly having to battle back into this, and considering those pretty poor starts to the early half, 13-7, 13-8, with all those clutches added up, that could have been a much closer game if they just tightened down. It's not like we needed to see the entire top to bottom game plan shift.
Yeah, they win those clutches. It could have been a 13-10. It could have even been a couple more rifle rounds that they come out and win. But someone you mentioned, Tom, was Shirazi, a veteran player who's attended 2 GCCs before and came in to join this roster. She tried to get her revenge on G2, failed to do that, but still played so well in this game.
Yeah, and I think she was the player sort of almost quasi-mentioning, she had some of those moments where it was like late round clutches, like some big individual plays, like being able to take rounds into her own hands, which was fantastic. I think the bigger issue for me, slightly off what was said before, was that I think they had a decent chance to go on runs in this map, and every time they had that, they were disrupted by a play that really shouldn't have happened, like getting 3 kills off a classic or something like that. And so you had these big moments which got them opportunities, but they were never able to get a streak, they were never able to double down, and each time they were disrupted by G2.
That's what I mean. G2 had these, Nova had these advantages, and it felt like they couldn't close them out. Even thinking back, I remember a round where Mimi had the op, they dealt with her perfectly. The next round, Mimi got a 3K with a classic. It's like they did the hard work and then failed at the easy part.
Yeah, but that's still a sign that they could at least get it close. Let's hear a little more from Nova. Jen Lee, she's standing by with Clem.
Hey Nova! Hello Clem and Clem. Well, here's the thing. Everything you do from now on will be a notable achievement for the CN region. Are you planning to use that as your driving force? Or is your plan today to just forget about it and focus on what's happening today?
I wanna focus our team and we teammate because we have history. But I wanna make a more history for CN. Yes.
Make a deeper run?
Yeah.
Okay, good luck. Thank you.
After that first win, she said she worked 3 years for that moment to get it, and definitely doesn't want her opportunity to end here. And it's not just a want, it's not just what she brings in experience outside of the server, but also in being one of the most instrumental players on this team, especially Tom, because they're playing so many of these solo Neon comps.
Yeah, I feel like she becomes the sort of focal point on a lot of these maps, really needs to have high impact, and definitely at times was. I think this was definitely one of the plays to watch with the operator. I think decent with the overdrive as well. And it can be quite difficult because we've seen, like even SRN, if you go back to the previous game, without that second layer of Bastarda, it can be very difficult to get the job done.
Yeah.
And I think that at times, she really does have to do maybe more than her fair share.
Yeah, I think she was a player pulling them back in a lot of those early rounds where they lost the opening duel, which I felt like happened a lot, where G2 were finding early advantages in the rounds that they were winning. But Clan would sometimes be able to be that little spark to pull them back into things. A big factor, especially when you look at what Crew are bringing to the table here today.
Yeah, well, there's even more history for her. It was Crew who sent her packing in 2023 when she was on EDG, and now she gets an opportunity to play against them yet again. Here's some shots from that game all the way back in 2023, but I think something that Crew will be looking at is how to shut her down, because it feels like to me, guys, you shut down Clem, and this team really struggles to have that next layer.
I think that's where we sort of saw Shirazi as well be someone to step up to the plate. Like, it felt at times like in some of the rounds, she was the one putting the team on her back as well. So it's good to see that there is that little bit of an extra level to the squad as well.
Yeah, I also want to add, they kind of have to break through what has been almost a streak of performances from Crew, always getting to the 5th to 6th spot. This would be the match that gets them there. They've done it the last 2 years in a row.
Yeah, you see Crew arriving now. They came off a absolutely wild match, and I want to hear some more from then. Jen Lee, she's got Michaela standing by.
Let's go, Crew Blaze! Hola, Michaela.
Hola.
Hola, hola. Now, yesterday, Dots talked about how strong you guys can be when you're having fun and enjoying the game, and we got to see that. But are you planning to add other factors to your game today, or is your plan to just have fun and have a blast out there?
Ayer Dos habló de cuán fuerte nosotros podemos ser cuando recordamos en disfrutar los juegos cuando estamos en la LAN. Hoy, ¿qué planea traer para los juegos hoy?
Y sigue siendo el mismo plano, disfrutar del juego, divertirnos entre nosotras y amasar.
Well, it will be pretty much the same plan. We're gonna have fun and we're just gonna crush them.
Okay, thank you so much and good luck. Crush!
That plan looks solid with how they played in their last match, and I feel like no one in the server was having more fun, Tom, than Monch. She had an absolutely excellent game last night.
Well, yeah, the sort of the first representative coming out from Mexico and had that sort of like little bit of extra flair while performing on the server, like some solid individual brilliance. I think it was especially going back to the first couple of maps split and in that Haven comeback as well. She just had some lights out rounds, and I think especially with, like, you have the explosiveness of dodge, which we're going to talk about, but realistically, if you have that sort of backstab, those lurks and those late round clutches coming out of a player like this, it's going to make your game a lot easier to play.
I think we saw that very much in the previous series, if you were watching that. Some of the plays that Monch was able to pull out here. There we go, finishing it off with a knife kill as well. That was definitely like a highlight of yesterday, and I think going to be coming in with a lot of that wind in her sails and in their sails as well coming into today.
Yeah, she was truly there for it. When we talked to her in the post-game interview, she came in and was just glowing, was like, yeah, whatever, we choked that Haven, should have won it, but was just happy to play more games. And the more I talked to her, the more every one of her answers was just like, I don't care, I want to play more matches. I don't care, I want to play another team. It's clear that she's just so passionate to be here, be competing, and also, like you alluded to get to be that first representative for her nation at any global Valorant event. But that win yesterday would not have been possible without Dodds, Mitch.
Yeah, I feel like, you know, we're talking about Monch. It's a solid highlight, but Dodds was unbelievable. Especially you look at the final map that they played. When it came to the Jet, on the server, unbelievable performance. And yes, versus Team Liquid, it was a little bit more of a struggle, but you got to remember, those were what, 13-5, 13-6. Like, it was a relatively dominant game, and still the numbers look pretty good with a loss like that. But against GX, it was a good showing by the whole squad. I don't think anybody was negative in opening duels. It might even have been all 5 were positive. So, like, the team had a good day overall. There's no doubt about that. But the reality is, Dodds looked like she hit another level of comfort. And I think there's a couple of players I think of throughout the history of Valorant that when you see them take that comfort agent, they just hit another level. And for me, Dodds is getting there with the Jet.
Yeah, for sure. I think as well, it's similar to that comparison we made with SRN earlier, where you have that poor performance, it's the bounce back. And obviously they sort of dropped a little bit earlier on, then go into that next match, and Dodds was truly incredible. And I don't know if there's anybody on the other side for Nova that has the capability of to truly take over a match like Dodds does.
Yeah, Dodds truly pulls that off. Let's take a peep at the talent predictions again to see what you folks thought this one was going to go. I want to sell. You predicted Nova, Mitch. What are their win conditions today? How does this upset happen?
Jeez, I mean, you know, it was a little bit of a left field play for me, you know, voting with my heart instead of my head. The reality is, though, it's good to see I've got my boy Baby Bay there with me. Together, I think we at least make one functioning brain cell. So I think that the reality is...
And that's why we should trust your predictions.
And it's on his part. But the reality is, they're coming into today, if this squad can come in and deal with Dodds, they have a chance. The thing is, do I really believe that's a possibility? Possibility, sure. Probability, maybe not so much. It is definitely going to be an uphill battle.
It's going to be a very hard game for Nova, but they've already made history getting the first ever win at GCC for the CN region. Will they have a chance to keep their run going, or is it Visa Crew Blaze getting their 5th, 6th place that they almost always achieve at GCCs? We find that out now as we head down to the stage and meet our teams.
Comfortable, 'cause any minute now.
Visa Crew Blaze.
On the stage just a day after that intense match, going to overtime, having to push it all the way to map 3, but facing up against a Chinese opponent who they managed to eliminate previously for Clem. Now coming back, her trying to get some revenge in a New Jersey. An opportunity for them to make history today, Mitch, if they can stay in this game.
I think it's going to make a big difference, that little grudge match as well, though. That's you locked in from the word go. That's you on your feet the second that a play goes your way. But I think coming out the gate, we're going to know exactly how this game's going to go based on those first couple of rounds, because Crew, they know coming into today that they're the favorite.
Yeah, I think as well on the other side of things, the one real advantage was that Nova had that time to sort of watch over that game yesterday. Like, it was a long match. True. Any of those maps coming through, which I could already see the the Haven is in there immediately. It was something that you got to watch, what was it, 30 rounds of your opponents playing it, and they lost it. So a good chance to sort of pick up some of the stuff that was done by the other team.
Looking at this OMEN map select, Mitch, the first thing that sticks out to me on Split is Crew playing the Sage composition that absolutely shut Giant X out against a Clem playing solo duelist Neon. How do you think that one's gonna go?
I think it's really interesting. You know, although we haven't seen Tejo win a map here so far, and obviously they are going to play it on the side of Nova as well, the ability to flush players out of so many of these tight little corners, like playing Vents, is going to be very difficult for Crew on defensive side. It gives Nova an opportunity to set Clem up for a lot of fights, and I like that. I think that's exactly what we need to see from Barrier Up.
Is there any learnings you're looking at from that that game where they stomped GX if you're Nova trying to prep for your opponent on Split?
It's kind of difficult when it's that much of a battering. It's like they won't have even seen much of the attack side coming out at all. I guess a lot of it, again, comes down to can you shut down the Dodds Rays, which the answer in most cases is no. But
that's a hard task.
We'll have to see. You'll have got to watch over maybe some of the mannerisms that Dodds will throw in on that Rays on the defensive side, but I do think that's going to be a very difficult task.
Yeah.
I think especially with some of the setups that they have, like with Munch putting down Viper walls, the Sky Flash through, it's not just Dodds coming at you in an individual aim fight. It's an aim fight that you're on the back foot in immediately. So there's that.
That's a little change up for Nova. You see them locking in a deadlock here. Your thoughts?
I like the deadlock. I've always been a fan of seeing that agent come in. I think they've kept the Viper in play as well, which I think is important, and maybe struggling a little bit more with the Teo. They've moved away from it to have that additional delay. I think especially starting on the defensive side, it's going to make things a little bit more difficult, especially the net of the deadlock, I think, can disrupt so many of those aggressive plays.
Yeah, not just the net, but think about those traps. We're talking about Dodds going in to take space consistently in this first half on the attack, and now you're going to run the risk of hitting those sonic sensors, something extra for Visa Crew Blaze to think about. I think Nova have done a great job in shifting this. As said, I don't think Tejo's had a lot of impact at this event. Not to say he's bad, but not being used correctly perhaps, or efficiently. And so for Nova, this switch up, it at least makes Crew rethink their approach to the game, which is already an advantage.
It looks like this one might slow down a little bit with that Sentinel duel. The deadlock versus the Sage, a new comp from Nova to try and stay alive in this competition, that is, against Visa Crew Blaze. Let's hop into our second match with Pansy and Potter.
And funny enough, actually, we would quite like to start on the composition there, so Mimi, you've led us in pretty well. Seeing that deadlock come out, what comes to mind there? Because obviously that is a switch up now.
Yeah, it's such a big switch up because we're missing the Sky and also Clem not on that Neon anymore. I actually really love this from Nova. I'm a little bit worried that they might have overthought this. Maybe a slight overcook, because last time around, it was pretty close. Listen, Nova didn't win a single pistol throughout both halves, and they still made it competitive. So hopefully for Nova's sake, they have this trap setup, because the combos that you can do, now Clem has two agents that she can lean on. The Seize combo with the nade, plus that sit grab nade with the nade. So a lot of kill trap potentials for Nova here.
Okay, that's exciting. And obviously for Crew, that then puts maybe a little bit of a different lens on how they approach this game. Obviously we had first-hand experience. We'll kind of dive into that and how that's tailoring our expectations, because my eyes instantly go towards Dodds here, who had a belting start in their previous series up against Giant X on this map as well. That was highly impressive. A lot of question marks about the confidence and kind of getting that tempo right. So again, have to see if that continues here. Coming off of that win is always good, but again, pretty much you've got to keep in mind that they snowballed that game too. That confidence became sky high. And there were doubts of if Dodds could do that again. Can she hit that similar form?
Absolutely. And Crew are doing a fantastic job here, just defaulting around the map. They've already wasted a couple of Sage slows, and you can see Monch just working at this deadlock wall. That was a lot of bullets out of that Ghost. But now the defenders should be spread thin. You can see that Fade, Icebox, she's making that rotate to help out her teammate Ashrazi, but the slam is on.
Yeah, but they stalled out. Something slowed them down. They didn't like it. And Dodds already going down. That removes that burst towards that B site. They've done really well at denying that instant spring up. Looking for a fight in middle, though. Michaela's got that. So opening up an opportunity, and now I look towards maybe what Monchi's up to, right? How much progress has she achieved towards A?
Yeah, Crew just have to slow down and reset. They should be pretty happy about this, though. 4v4, and now the defenders, they've got to be spread out. And Cheer, you saw the Omen on Nova already burning out that blind, so this retake's gonna be tough.
Yeah, this is going to get tricky. Shirazi, though, well handled. Got a little excited for more, and I'm a bit surprised that Icebox didn't swing with that at the same time.
The Molly,
2 HP, gets to survive for a second and fall away. But with 10 seconds remaining, they got to go. There is no time for hesitation. The cross, oh my god. I mean, they got a little too close to sight there, but still, Nova first found. This is a tick in the box for me.
Yeah, a little bit of hesitation coming out for Crew. You know, it's a pistol round. Certainly you want to swarm and get into the faces of the defenders, and Crew had that opportunity. Great response. You see Cheer trading out that paranoia with the Sage slow. So a decent response, but yeah, this choke point here at A main. Shirazi, certainly that grab net maybe caught Crew off guard just a little bit. So for Crew's side, they're going to be wanting to talk to each other about that. Just start planning, and making some sort of solution. And Clem, she's just going to farm away, get these eco kills.
And this is so good for the confidence, though, for Nova, right? Because, again, Crew, I think, fixed a lot of their issues in that previous series up against Giant X. They kind of, I guess, put us back into like, okay, this is what they wanted to perform like, this is how they were looking before, you know, this is what you wanted to see. But for Nova, obviously a hard game when they had to face down G2, losing, what is it, 0-2, pretty clear-cut affair in the end. So already to a good start is massive for them. That's got to get that confidence building, and Clem being pretty much everywhere. So far, step for step, got to be careful to not get overwhelmed. There's a flash and actually committing towards the corner. Still has a satchel if needed. But for now, the support system's there. Everyone brawling out on this. It's not an individual fight. Man, Nova are confident on this.
Just ponging off of the ping for Clem so well. And that's clean. Everyone full HP, not a lick of damage on the side of Crew. Nova are going to be very satisfied with that. I do wish it was Clem who was farming those kills a little bit more. That would have been amazing for this bonus round for Nova. But either way, well handled for the side of Nova. And for Crew,
I'm just checking how many light shields were coming across there, because it was a really clean round too, but it's only one. So Outlaw not be as much of a problem, but hey, can still do some serious work. But yeah, for Crew though, this has got to be a very different start, right? This is maybe not how they expected the things, you know, the ball to get rolling.
We'll see exactly how they handle it. Looks like it's just going to be a spread default. And Monch, you already saw her handling that deadlock wall on pistol. This time around, it's going to be that trap, fade and raise paired together. And Crew did a pretty decent job on pistol, burning out this util. This time around, you see that deadlock wall and that trap. It's going to be up to Dodds to trade kit for kit, kind of burn all of this down. Interesting panda as well from the defenders.
Yeah, just let me simmer for a bit here, right? I just want to see how Crew navigate this new conundrum they've been faced with. This deadlock utility, how they decide to operate around that, how then they want to take towards the sites. This double stack up here is really nice too. Again, they don't have the best weaponry, so in this bonus, why not take a bit of a gamble? And Clem could get played in well. There it is, yeah. Lovely
Beautiful
synergy. This is so good from Nova. I can't stress enough how much I love teams taking a bit of a risk, going for something a little unorthodox in these bonuses to try and win out in those win cons that aren't traditionally there. So now Nova can kind of maybe cheat over a player if they fancy it. They don't feel the need to just yet. Icebox going to get good information. Clem still chipping away. Look at Kinnear's HP. Clem putting on a show and gets to tuck back in towards Pillar. There is a wrap through CT, but I think that's been noted, especially with that deep smoke. Clem gonna alleviate some of that pressure. 10 seconds, they gotta go. Clem still buying time and dropping bodies. 7 seconds now. Nova are doing so much work. Biazik may be able to get the plant, but to find any more, oh, it's not gonna happen! Nova, a dream come true sort of round. And they were the masters of their own fate there.
They did so well handling this hit from Crew, just moving along the map. You saw that reset coming through from Melissa. She said, I don't want to fight that A heaven. It's all good. Going down into the vents and regrouping with her team. And those kind of macro fundamentals coming through make this map a defense-sided map. So this is a huge bonus round win for Nova. And that momentum is going to be incredible for them going through in this first half.
Yeah, and remind yourself, in case you missed the previous games, right? This is Crew's map choice, and they looked good last time we saw them. This feels like a step up here. Nova flexing a little of their variety. That deadlock looking solid, and it hasn't been solved yet by Crew. They haven't looked completely comfortable with it. It's slowed down some of these hits, and it's a quiet beginning for Dodds. 0-3, struggling to make that, first big impact here. And of course, the finances gonna be in pieces. Sheriffs and a stinger. Simplistic approach, though.
And we talked about that player comfort. We saw it yesterday from Dodds playing that jet. Mitch was talking about it on the desk on the last map. This time around, Clem changing off of that neon. She looks so comfortable on this race so far. Just being free, getting loose, and these eco kills. We talked about it on the last eco. I'm expecting her to really get activated here. Try to find those lines, get a lot of these outlaw kills, and get that showstopper online as soon as possible.
Yeah, and Dodds just isn't getting played in much here. Yes, they've got space towards heaven, but no one's taking a comfortable fight for her, so she's going to have to take a bit more of a gamble to try and gap close. It's not going to happen. Nova again, arm's
angle.
length. This is brilliant from Nova. Hard for Crew to get that next step in. Now, Kinnear and Michaela hoping for mistakes. Trying to capture one, going to at least pinch towards Alyssa, so that's the site now open for a plant. Still going to be difficult, but a recovered rifle in the hands of Michaela could help things out. Clem's still alive.
Not ready yet.
Still got the paranoia as well. Couple of key tools here. Let's see what Michaela can do. The one with the rifle. Vandal there, playing up close on the smoke.
Great reposition, great
Michaela,
reposition.
look at this. Brilliant. But Kinnear only has the Sheriff. Tough to make work, 4 bullets, no time for a reload, and hoping the time's right. Crew reminding us of their threat here with a Mastercard Thrifty. After I thought they stalled out towards heaven, but they made it towards sight.
Yeah, these thrifty rounds they get so dangerous, and it's just those individual micro decisions coming through. You saw it there, that small reposition coming through here at that screens area, using both smokes to the defender's disadvantage. Huge reads coming out through here for Crew. Here it is right here. And once again, Conir, another reposition towards the left of that screen as well. You saw that 1v1, that her opponent just wasn't expecting it at all.
And Kinnear was a bit of a closer as well, right? You kind of had the entries. Well, I mean, she's opening up the rounds as well. There we are, a little bit of fight back in Crew. Maybe it just took that moment to start feeling out the game. We're looking at the ults as well coming here. We've got Clem, hers ready to go. 1 away from Shirazi's. Icebox has hers. Michaela on the other side, and of course Kinnear as well. So, and actually Biazek only 1 off too. So this is all going to be in place.
Yeah, and you saw them just throwing that Sage slow orb towards that B main, slicing the pie, and that just left Cheer all on her lonesome, committing to that Omen TP. So huge punish coming through here for Crew, but look at Clem. Up in hand, and that showstopper ready to just react, a multi-kill at her feet.
Yeah, looking for Clem to find connection, find a shot under pressure.
Ow.
Has to try and fight forward.
Oh,
I don't think
no.
you're getting out, you're not. Tucked into the corner and denied. Dodds the one to send down that paint shell. Now down to 3, starting to dwindle in numbers. And Icebox's curiosity, though, has rewarded them massively. Michaela gone. That might shut the door on this a touch.
Yeah, huge plays coming out here for Nova and Icebox, and that allows her to get that Fade ultimate online as well. Should allow some sort of stopping power. We've been seeing some incredible combos giving Crew openings here, and there's a chance for Nova to use one here.
Yeah, this is nice though, and Alyssa's here. Might just peek that smoke. Yeah, absolutely does. It is a great combination. Alyssa on that fast rotate over, making the most of that ult from Icebox, leaving now the odds stacked against Crew. No time, no options. And look, you can go down swinging, but you're going down. Shirazi closing a count, but what a fight back from Nova.
The response was impressive. That was Crew finding 2 kills based off that Sage utility. The combos you were talking about, Lauren, got so much value to start this round. But my goodness, Alyssa just in the nick of time, pushing A main, trying to find some sort of equalizer, and is rewarded with much more than that.
Yeah, just watching that back. Really nice. And that's quite a late round rotation back towards A. That could have been anywhere, right? They had that bit of a trade out between the two of them over towards B, so those TPs coming in by the Omens. But timeout for Crew. A proper timeout, don't worry. It's not the other shade of red that I know. But at this point, it's certainly not going to the same tempo as before, because we got a good eye test with Crew, I feel. We saw them in good form. What's different here? Is it the composition? Is it the way Nova are responding? Because Nova didn't look this comfortable against G2. By no means. So it feels like a very different matchup already.
Yeah, definitely not going the way of Crew's plans to start here. But I've been loving these timeouts coming out for the side of Crew. You know, we saw it yesterday. Bebe and the IGL here Biazik, they've been planning a lot of things, and even on these low buys, they've had some beautiful set pieces. So I'm expecting another one of those to bust out. And to be honest, Crew have gotten a little bit unlucky these last couple of rounds. So I think they should be okay. This is a nice little reset for them to regarner reinforce their game plan, essentially. And for Nova's side, I mean, 2 huge ultimates still in that back pocket. That's pretty much 2 rounds in a row here that we can expect them to be in a power position to just control the pace here.
Yeah, it commands the respect, right? You can't really disrespect that, and this is the right read. We know on their anti-ecos, they like to go for this kind of ramp approach. We saw it before, and actually it was the one round the Crew got, was going for these kind of sheriffy half buys.
Oh,
no,
boy.
but trying to react by adjusting the plays over. You've already got Shirazi here, but it's still going the same way. Kinnear, Dodds, finding similar success. Ult just came down as well. That was posted out by Shirazi. Finds almost nothing at this point. The site's lost.
Decisive so far. Now, the last time Nova were in this exact position, they were able to somehow, some way find magic in a round like this. But the utility, the ults for a retake, this is a tall task. They've got to find a pick right now.
And I just don't know if Crew's going to give them much room here. Look at these positions tucked in deep, ratty corners. Hard to even find that first contact without committing towards sight. Look how far they're having to go just to find this. Dodds on the swing, finds the kill. Yeah, Alyssa's got one, Shirazi as well, but Dodds picking up the pace a bit. And look, it's those Mastercard thrifties that Crew seem to thrive in. These have been their 2 rounds they've claimed, both towards that A side. Very similar look, and I almost feel for Nova in a way. They adjusted Shirazi over here, tried to invest that wall, but hey, Kinnear and Dodds can disrespect that, scale up towards ramp super fast, and that tempo working out really well.
Beautiful response from Dodds. Just the mechanical prowess, always making any of these weapons work for themselves. And that showstopper online. Now Dodds is an aggressive player. There's a Viper ultimate up. No, she doesn't go instantly this time. Just gonna use her better weaponry. Oh, she's okay, she's okay.
You seemed way more confident than I was, damn. But again, it is Sheriffs coming out. So for Crew, a good chance to build up their finances as well, because it is quite...
Oh, Shirazi.
Shirazi just comes out swinging, what the hell? Actually, they're just gonna push off this. Maybe try and get a couple more bodies dropped. I think there's much more to be had, and look at the space taken on the other side. Monch has pretty much secured them the round here, opened up the red carpet. So as it stands, I mean, I was surprised that the money's broken this quickly. It's still, I guess, quite a back and forth game in that factor. Nova didn't fully stabilize their finances by any means, so covered weapon. I imagine that'll be dropped over. Yeah, it has been.
Spike planted.
Yeah, Monch has been such a thorn in the side of Nova's just defenses here towards A. From the start, it seems like no matter what, Monch in the mid round, at least on split so far, she's able to find that pick and get that space. This round, it was an anti-eco, but she did do it on a gun round before. So I think if I'm Nova right now, I'm thinking about either making a push towards B main or making a push towards this A, find a way to go punish this Viper. We talked about the fact that Clem has 2 different agents that she can lean onto and find those 2 different combos for the playmaking. So we'll see. It is Icebox and Clem together, but it doesn't look like they want to push at all this round.
Yeah, I was waiting to see if they have like a little setup in mind. They want to maybe take that A main space and just kind of like go a little bit deeper, go for a fact-finding mission. Can you imagine with Shirazi playing out as she has been? The map gets quite small actually for Crew if they did decide to be a bit more aggressive on this defending side. Not the case. It does seem as though the Viper's pit towards middle seems to be the solution.
Explode.
Yeah.
They've got the Raze ult, just gonna pop. Oh, does Shirazi find a pick here? This is so tough.
Yeah, I feel like it's a call for a save, but no, they are still looking. They're getting pretty close for this. I'd be very surprised if Crew give them a way in here. They absolutely should be cautious. But yeah, Alyssa already cancelling, and you can see them slowly but surely shifting out of here, keeping hold of those prized possessions. And a really nice approach there from Crew. Kind of, again, simplistic, very direct, explosive towards the site. And just banking on some of the ults that they had, right? Dodds investing, Michaela as well. Perfect use in synergy. Dodds going to be denied, trying to gap close, but they can walk away kind of almost square at this point. So for Nova, going to have to find a couple new looks for themselves. I don't think we've seen a timeout from them yet, so I would be interested to see if maybe they decide to check in, see what the game plan is, anything standing out to the coaches.
Yeah, I think the perfect timing would be about right now. They need to start talking about how to handle this A main space. Last round, they had an opportunity for Icebox to throw a Prowler, maybe throw that Haunt towards that A, find out where they're opening. But you saw that they were staying very far back. They didn't want to give Dodds a free opening. But it just so happens Dodds was at B going for an explosive play anyway. So either way, Nova, they've got to find the information. Where are Crew starting? Is it going to be towards B main or A main? So that they can at least have an answer for these explosive starts.
And that's hopefully what they come up with in this timeout, right? I would love to see a deeper exploration towards any of the extremities, be it on that A side. Maybe you want to try and isolate the Viper, right? Maybe that's where you want to go for. Maybe you're hoping that maybe Dodds isn't there that time. Cool, go for that. A challenge towards B main. We've seen a couple opportunities, a couple, OMEN TPs here and there, but again, get a little proactive, flex a little bit throughout this map. I want to see how comfortable Nova are in this, right? Again, it's that test of that diligence at this point, but for Crew, starting to look like the rhythm's falling into their hands. You kind of look at the timeline here as well. Yes, started very well for Nova. 3 in succession. That conversion of the bonus round was the big tick in the box there, kind of that utilization of the Outlaw, that nice little double stack, these sort of ideas. But since then, it has turned into a bit more of a Crew affair. So we go back in. Let's see if they do try and fact find a little deeper. Doesn't look like that's the case with this mid-start coming out.
Just gonna leave Icebox to her own devices. This is definitely one of those differences in comp changes. Nova had that Sky before, was able to give her information. Doesn't matter though. She's able to find and punish Dodds on a timing. Huge opening for Clem as well. That's a duelist down, and these Sage slows have been so crucial for Crew to find these opening picks. Just Konir towards this B main. And that slows things down entirely for Crew.
Yeah, there's a smoke towards middle. The dog's just been shown, but it's already been noted, right? You can already see this happening.
Here.
But caught out. Kinnear on that deeper line didn't get visually checked, so managed to slip sight on the shift out. Still got the spike on the way. This is not out of the woods yet. Crew still looking a little bit dangerous. They know that Michaela's in middle. There was a dog earlier. 3-play push towards it. Still going to get one, which is pretty impressive. And the Viper's Pit invested towards B, making this post plant a little bit more difficult. Any tools, just the C's. And already you can see the reposition from Kinnear as well, seeing a little bit disconnected towards main. I quite like that. Got the smoke coming in. Great paranoia as well. And this is stalling out this retake perfectly.
Yeah, Monch doesn't have a Viper's, rather the Molly though, ready.
Knows the angle, knows the angle, the distance so well, and puts it down to a 1v1. Crew navigating that issue with absolute diligence. Loved the line from Kinnear in towards B, denying any vision, which was quite surprising. I thought potentially she would have had that line there. Not the case. And again, the Viper's Pit coming down, that pressure towards middle. Still going to get the kill for Michaela as well. A lot of things lining up now for Crew.
And it definitely didn't look that way in the beginning. Dodds just giving away a freebie like she did, but that's really what has gotten Crew these last 4 rounds in a row. They have gone back to keeping it very simple. It's been these B pops and A pops in the mid round that have really caught Nova off guard. This time, a little bit more spread out. And it looks like Crew are actually going to default a little bit. I think this opens up the round for Nova to call for some sort of mid-round play. You can see that deadlock wall down towards B. It should allow the defenders to really be grouped up, put all their focus towards mid. They've got 30 seconds or so of not having to worry about this B main.
Yeah, a new look shown. Again, that deeper or different investment from Shirazi. And not much being given away. The deepest, I guess, or most committed piece of utility is this dog so far. Up towards ramp, sending in Monch behind it. Could just post her up here behind the wall. Yeah, going to keep her head down. Prowler go toward main and not checked on here. So a bit of indecision with the spike though. I think they're still looking for where they want to finish.
Cheer is about to run into a double peek at B main. She does have to use her blind, but that should buy her enough space. Monch. Nova, they've got to be remembering how much space is up because Monch is an incredible lurk timing now.
See, there it is. Brilliant timing again on these little avenues they're finding. And Icebox is in trouble here. Oh no! I thought Icebox getting caught out there. It's all falling apart, man. Crew suddenly shifting up a gear.
This round was so well called from Biazik on the side of Crew. Nova had no idea where to start. In the mid, rotate towards that B. It was just an A slam either way, and a crossfire here for Crew should hold strong. And Dodds, it's all good. Yeah, Shirazi, she's just got to try to save at this point, but a Spectre, okay. At least she does get a Vandal, thank God. But yeah, I mean, Crew, this whole entire round was just a mind game. From starting at mid, then towards A main, then towards B, Nova had no idea where to commit and where to even stack
with their players.
Right.
Yeah, the amount of times you talked about this, though, getting that information, trying to build around it, right? Fact-finding a little earlier, putting some investment behind. I want to give credit here as well to Crew for exploiting this so well, but I want to see Nova get a grip on that, right? That's something that I wish the penny had dropped a little sooner for them, and maybe it still will, but I'm worried that now financially they don't have the backing to even be able to handle them if they do find where they are, if they do locate this, but this could be tough. I'm waiting to see if they maybe go for something towards the safe side. Seeing a lot of players here, maybe just a stack potentially. I'm just waiting to see what they go for into this one. Maybe go for a little bit of a trap play.
Could work out, definitely. Set up Clem to be able to use the showstopper in the mid round, make a decision anyway. But for Nova, they know how broke Crew is. Rather, Crew know how broke Nova is. So they should just be sitting back and really just waiting to punish any sort of shenanigans. Beautiful.
They have been punished.
Yep.
And Crew seems so heads up about it, right? Look at how they're ready for this. And that's got to feel frustrating for Nova. Again, the first time you're really going for these riskier approaches and you just get kind of thwarted back like that. But a good chance to build up some of these ults for that final round as well. Already got Biazik sitting on hers the whole time. It feels like she hasn't had to use this. Michaela, big info. I think your start reading this is going to be very much a stack here.
Ooh, actually, I really like that GravNet lineup that Shirazi's just threw. There was a chance for Clem to ping pong off of that with her kit as well. But either way, Crew, they've had enough. They got all the information they needed. They saw that the showstopper was towards A, so they're making the right moves in this anti-eco. In full control. The rifle is shifting, but Monch is just, she's holding the perimeter.
It feels like a checkmate position there, and it is. There goes the key piece of weaponry that could have been a big impact factor. 30 seconds and now left. Crew, again, I have to give credit until
wait
that.
a minute.
Alyssa, both swinging from the smoke here. Finally that res comes in. We're back up to numbers. Clem gonna find one. It's not done yet. Clem with that showstopper could be everything. Pops it early. Finds it from afar. Clem's name up in lights as Biazik now in the 1v2. Time's on her side. How much can she do from here? Oh! What a shot from Clem. Back from the dead and putting Crew in their grave. There is life in this team yet.
Right in the nick of time as well. I was just thinking, man, Clem unfortunately has been holding on to that ult for way too long, but she was just cooking up to be able to use it right in the nick of time. And they wasted that Sage res as well coming through. Oh my goodness. So that's thrifty for thrifty. Both teams stealing away rounds in this first half that they had no business winning.
Yeah, that actually has been, this is minimum 3 thrifty round conversions now. Minimum.
Love it.
That's craziness.
Love me some thrifties, Lauren.
It's those deagles, huh? Can't get enough of them. By this point, though, that's got to get a fire under Nova, right? We've been talking about getting Clem back into this too. Maybe that's the confidence there.
We've seen this look coming out from Crew before. It's that simple B pop. Cheer has been doing a good job handling it. And this deadlock utility should help. Those Sky ults, though.
Does anyone get caught? No, actually, I'm a little surprised Shirazi was able to stay alive and thrive in this. Again, I thought she was dead to rights early on, but not the case. 2v2 now. Spike get to go over. Be looking at this position coming out towards heaven. Monch keeping a lot of space here. It is considered position, but finding Clem like that is perfect.
And now they know exactly where Icebox was. Beautiful Molly coming through here for Monch to buy herself some time. Repositioning to give her teammate a backup and timing now.
2 Prowlers. 10 seconds on the horn, you don't really have the time for it, so Icebox.
Oh, that sound cue.
That might have put a pin in this one. Yeah, Monch again. Lovely positioning up on heaven, just kind of re-shifting around towards rafters. 5 to 7. I've got to say, a big recovery from Crew. Start of this game, Nova looked deadly. Beyond that, though, this is very much back in control by Crew, but do they get to close this out as simply as that last couple of rounds looked?
Red Bull gives you wings.
And at 5-7, it does feel like quite a close affair, but then we get into the details of it, right, Christine? Let's kind of dial in a little bit on this one. Obviously, the Coinbase Econ report on the screens there, you can kind of take a look for yourself, Kinnear towards the top end. But still, the way the rounds fell is kind of curious, because initially, I didn't want to discredit Crew, but a lot of those were thrifty turns, right? Kind of didn't feel like they'd find repeatable success, but actually they did. They went on a real run of rounds, they found their rhythm. But it's still 5-7. It still looks on paper a very close game.
Yeah, absolutely. I do think that once we shift over, Nova have a taller task on their hands on this attack side than they did on the defense. But to be honest, both these comps are very similar. I mean, we saw a lot of trap plays with the Sage Raze combo with the slows to give Crew those opening kills. Hey, it's the same thing for Nova. They've got this grab net lineup. They can throw it across and find opening kills in that way as well. I am a little bit worried about the flashless comp. You know, we saw it catching them on the defense without that Skybird, giving them that info to get those rotates across. It's kind of the same thing on this attack side as well. If they don't find picks with these traps, they're in for a tough half here.
Well, let's find out if that comes into effect. At 5-7, it could be anyone's game. I think a lot of people on paper looking at Crew to be the favorites, but Nova coming out swinging and going for a very fast walk up middle. Paint shell, gonna send them scrambling, but still, they didn't give away too much here.
Yeah, that's some good intuition from Dodds, though. I mean, she didn't see a soul there, but she definitely did disrupt slightly. That does speed up Nova to make it into ropes. Mikaela hearing everything.
Well, Flash wants to swing, but actually going to be thwarted away. Can't commit towards that. Second flash in, trying to stall out. Buy time for rotation. Dodds now here. Prowler goes through, but they scramble down towards ramp. But look at who's tucked into the corner. This could be an issue. Biazik has a pocket to play from. No one's looking, but it doesn't matter. Apparently, it makes no difference at all as we're left down into a 2v2. Time for the plant and the post-plant reposition. You got to wait for those rotations.
They're so far away here. Nova, they should be feeling pretty confident to set up in a more optimal post-plant. They've got a little bit of time with that deadlock wall cutting off the rotates and spawn, but they don't feel confident enough to walk out yet. Either way, for the defenders, they've got to clear every corner coming out of these screens.
All they've really got is that paranoia. Smoke goes in. First peek made. That paranoia, they feel confident that's going to at least remove one, but Nova shifting back so well there. Takes that early contact and makes them work for the dinner. Nova are good in these pistols, man.
Certainly, they had the key sort of group up, ride or die mentality, and it really made Biazik's job just a nightmare towards that hell. Too many targets for her to choose from, and things get a little sloppy, but Nova absolutely taking advantage of that. Shirazi feeling herself, and Shirazi's been such a pivotal part of just kind of catapulting this team forward with that momentum, and she's mainly been the Viper force, but she looks good on this deadlock right now so far.
So far, so good. Now, looking at the investment, shotguns galore. They've been watching one too many Sliggy streams. I'm seeing all of this happening. We've got Biazik, we've got Dodds, we even have a little shorty towards Kinnear. So a couple of issues to try and avoid, and a deep position from Dodds that could be an issue, right? But it feels like Nova are aware that they could be up to something, right? You're feeling no resistance in middle. Something feels off.
For sure, and you know, this is one of the advantages of having the Fade double Prowler, one more dog than the Sky. Definitely different trade-offs for sure, but this Prowler should catch that Bucky, and that sound cue should alert. Huge trap plays coming through.
Well played by Nova. That was really well considered and then handled. Yeah, really happy with that.
I would like them to just min-max this entire round, grab the orb, put the spike down for Clem, and really rack up all these ult orbs. But either way, this should be a calm, clean, cool anti-eco post plan is what it's looking like for Nova. But these thrifties in this half, in this game, on this map, have been shenanigans so far. But these Buckies, these shorties, it's tough on a retake like this.
Yeah, look, this is uphill. I think it might be a give it up to the spike at this point.
Hey, I want Nova to send in a warrior here. Send in.
Who's feeling brave? Who's
yeah,
sending
drop that ghost over to Clem
Yeah.
and send her in there.
Get to work.
Go get your eco kills. Come on now.
Next time there's a coach cam and it cuts to you doing that, I'm like, I know what she's saying. I know what she's saying. I got this. All right, so giving it up to the spike. No stress in the end. Crew gonna have to just navigate these next couple of rounds themselves, right? It was a slow start in the first half, and then they kicked into the buy rounds. They got into the motion of it. I've got to say, though, Nova already looking solid. I like what I'm seeing. They didn't fall for any of the traps. They were very heads up about clearing their corners, going through diligent checks. This is good stuff for me. I'm happy with that. And now, ult progress-wise, I mean, Shirazi's still a ways off, but not too bad. Dodds on the other side is keeping my attention. Halfway to that showstopper, not quite ready into this, but still. What is the start here?
We've definitely been seeing those combos from both sides. The Sage Slow Orb with the nade, or the Grav Ned with the nade. Bonus round here for Nova, and I really like this. All 5 members are absolutely grouped up here. They're just waiting for the Skybird to come through. A little impatient though. They're just gonna go ahead and group in. Come through here. They're just trying to swarm. They're looking for the count, some sort of cue.
And it just seems to go off this. You can see the little combo, but
that
didn't quite
Viper
catch.
Q orb missed.
Huh. That might be a little bit of an issue, but let's see. Okay. I mean, what are you meant to do about that? Michaela, just a shot in the dark, and it's found its reward. Already Clem gone. That's a problem as well out of all the players. Easy on Clem. All right, I mean, Alyssa's up for the challenge. Gonna pick up that mantle, gonna chip away towards that A-side defense. And Biazik now gonna be isolated. Doesn't really have much support. You can see the lean through from CT, but maybe Biazik doesn't need support. Monch gets there fast. Trying to at least trade back in, leaving just 2 on the site. This was a bonus, remember. There is still this Phantom in Shia's hands. Monch on the swing. Where's the support? Where's the trade? Shia just waiting behind the site. I mean, 30 seconds left. It is a 1v2. It's not impossible, but now without the plant down, this gets infinitely harder. Double stacked up. It looked possible. A little nervous there. And it felt like maybe a miscommunication or something happened in that.
Yeah, Monch responding pretty well, though, just immediately busting out of that screens as soon as her teammate gets contact. So good responses from Crew, all things considered. I mean, that was all of Nova grouped, all 5 members just waiting to explode on. And you saw those Sage Slow Orbs really delaying that hit and creating kind of chaos for the side of Crew. They handled it pretty well, though, gotta say.
All right, now we get into the fun things, right? We get to see those better purchases coming in. It's a little bit of a shakier buy. We can still see a Judge coming out. We're going to see a Guardian and a Bulldog. It's not perfect from Crew, but again, we start to get into the gun round, start to see how this one happens. And Kinnear caught in the middle of no man's land. How little the plan was.
A little bit overzealous there, holding a line on a main choke point on her Losum. Unfortunate, but Biazik, this should be good information. Her teammate should be telling her how many members she saw towards that B main, so I wouldn't be surprised if we see Biazik taking a risk, but she's gonna go back and just hold the perimeter.
And they've got contact now across the map. It feels like Crew's trying to find this information, something we actually wanted Nova to do, but they're actually exploring behind it. We're seeing already that deeper push coming out from Dodds with a player disadvantage. So again, clearing out B main, contact again towards A. They're gonna shift over a player. Looks like Monch now has
Crew have so much information. They should be sending their Sky, Michaela, over towards A, and with those flashes, there's a lot of playmaking potential here for Crew.
Yeah, I was worried about that scale up because of the judge there, but it's quickly quelled by Clem. Say that 10 times fast. Brutal. 3 players left alive, but the plant going to come in, and they've got security on this side. Yes, there is a flank on the way, but maybe I shouldn't doubt it. But at this point, let's wait and see.
Hey, all the members of Nova, they're kind of corralled and choked up in this site. Right now, Crew, they're going to feel pretty good slamming, or if anything, just...
Yeah. Michaela's doing a great job. She's keeping a lot of eyes trained towards Heaven. That flash went down towards ramp, freeing up this space. Biazik now drawing eyes. You're looking at Dodds here to make the most of it. Did she get checked? It doesn't seem to matter. Gonna find one. Where's the rest? We need the other players start scaling up towards this pillar side. Get that pressure building. They do it well. They're trying to trade in. Icebox, calm under pressure. Nova back to the wall, still hold their own.
Wow, the post plant using those walls, using the map to their advantage, just not giving them anything in that retake, and that's exactly what you got to do in these post plants. Doesn't matter about your aim. Secure the round. Put the round win on the board, Lauren.
Yes, coach. Heard.
I would love to have you as a player, Lauren.
It's a dream come true.
Good vibes.
I know, man. There's potential there. Maybe not in Valorant. I'm just saying. Mechanically not there,
broke. Just like that.
Yeah,
Nova,
no, money's in the bin.
Yeah, this attack side has really been the Nova show. They're really controlling this attack side so far. These rounds have been clean from them.
No, it's been nice to see. I was a little bit worried, but
and we're seeing the same thing again. Konir close up with this Bucky and the Prowler. I mean, I think we're going to see the same combo once again here.
We've been here before, and there it is. Good luck. Maybe you can TP out. Okay, so a little bit more slippery, right? Harder to do when you're Dodds in that position. So a nice adjustment. They can now maybe create a little bit of a crossfire, trying to play in Dodds here. A lot to do. Oh! Yeah, a couple more of those, and maybe I'm paying more attention. That's a rifle and a quick kill. The big reset of this pace.
I love this look from Konir. This is a huge win condition that she's going to want to communicate over to the rest of her team for the rest of this half. Waste their util forward and reset, come back, and just defend the site. Love it. Love that look. I mean, Nova's just going to run out of utility eventually while Munch gets caught on a jiggle.
Yeah, a little unfortunate, Michaela. I mean, that's a bold swing.
30 seconds left.
I mean, go King! What the hell, Crew? It's not meant to look that easy. They've got rifles, man. What the hell is going on? Dodds is the start and the end of the round with another Thrifty coming through, a Mastercard Thrifty in hand. They've got to be feeling good about that one.
I think that is our 4th or 5th Mastercard Thrifty in one map so far. This game is so back and forth. Nothing is free. And this map is just showing exactly why. These shots coming out for Crew, I mean, and it all started with Konir, right?
Yes.
Towards that B main, using that OMEN kit and just wasting Nova's time. You love to see it. Huge ultimates, though, coming online right in the nick of time for Nova. They're going to be able to reset, not think twice about that Thrifty. They really like this grouped up A hit.
They do. Michaela's the one in trouble, but has help. Coming in from Heaven, it's a little bit of a wild swing, but it's Shirazi to find Michaela. Once she's gone down, Dodds is captured. Is this back-to-back Thrifties we might be seeing? Clem is looking like she wants that to be the case. A ridiculous affair between these two. Never down and never out. Konir, what are you going to do now? You can already see the weapons being filtered down, trying to make sure everyone is well equipped. As Konir was pretty much the starting grace in the previous now. There's nothing more to be done. God, these back-to-back turns in these Thrifties.
It's just ridiculous. It's ridiculous, Lauren. And Shirazi is just a hero here for Nova's side. I mean, just using that deadlock ultimate like a showstopper, entering with it out. And look at Konir. She's just getting haunted right now. She's gonna want to hold on to this Vandal, but it's not gonna happen. Clem, another showstopper online. Huge ultimate. To be able to continue controlling the pace of this attack side for Nova and Crew. Their money is shot. I mean, they just walked away with a Thrifty round win for themselves. Sure, Michaela has the ult online, but at this point, they gotta work with scraps coming into this round again.
Yeah, okay, look, Mastercard is getting their money's worth here. they never saw this coming. This is craziness. It doesn't happen again, right? It doesn't happen again. we don't get it again. No. Seekers, Monch one away. I mean, is it gonna get another step close to the ult? Dodd's got a Vandal. Well, you know, it's not over yet. Not over yet. They could
A little
be
bit of a desperation play. Unfortunate there.
And it felt isolated too. I don't mind it if there was a little bit more built around that, but it's what it is.
Yeah, the crouch definitely is a little too much, and yeah, you can see Konir's already just backing out. No one onto the site here.
Just hoping to catch one on the cross, really, and there's the smoke. Chip damage done, yeah, but again, not exactly enough to really change the outcome of the round so far. Looking at something else potentially. A couple of players coming back in through heaven. You still have Clem up towards it. Looking secure. And what's the goer? Maybe just off the back of this flash. Take a chance. Pop one, smoke. Two. There it is, but Clem unaffected. Should be able to be the kind of securing factor. And yeah, this is looking very comfortable. Nicely done by Nova. Not having any more of that silliness going on. No more thrifties.
Yeah, but man, those stingers, I can't believe the range on that gun sometimes. Cheer, just making that gun look so good.
Hey,
wiping them out.
Region is the one who did this to us, all right?
This is true. This is true. Timeout coming through here for Crew. They just want to stabilize. Talk about their defenses. I mean, they've got 4 huge ultimates online right now, so they've got a lot of win conditions they can be talking about. I think if you're Monch on the side of Crew, you're communicating over to your team, hey, I'm gonna ult mid, I need a protector. And at that point, you really just have to focus on the B extremity and the A main extremity, and that is Nova's win con so far. They've been very much grouped, and they've been slamming either one of these things. So Crew have all the answers coming into round 20 here.
Yeah, they've certainly got all the tools, right? They've got the purchase in place. They've got plenty of ults to play with. It's whether or not Nova has something in mind as well. It's always the kind of two sides to the coin as well, because obviously Nova get to have that chat as well. They can check in and maybe come up with something themselves. They do have Clemzol and Iceboxes too, so that Showstopper and that Nightfall all there. So plenty to be done. When does TenZ play? Probably soon. Love the guy. You know, just the talisman of Valorant now. Doing his awards as well. Have you seen that?
Talisman.
Yeah. That word really caught you off guard, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, man. I was doing my homework. What can I say? I've been insulted with my language so far. I've had Mimi just piling into me. I don't even remember what the word was.
Toxins.
Well, let's see. Let's see where this well, the Viper's bit not being used right off the rip. And Crew working over towards A main. I'm a little surprised we didn't see that Viper's bit from the start, but maybe could be reactive at this point, but understands Nova gonna have to go fact-finding a little bit deeper.
Yeah, looks like Monch didn't want to give Clem a freebie here. And a lot of mind games in rounds like this when big ults are online. I love the off angle coming through here for Dodds. And that Prowler does push her back though.
So let's see if Clem was gonna try and slip kind of behind that, maybe a little ahead of expectation, but just pause for a second. And the only ults so far invested are the Seekers.
Early ult to come out.
Yeah, it always kind of implies that they have this worry of information, right? And the Seekers taking their damn sweet time to go anywhere. And all it's really given them is that there was someone lurking A and there was players in middle, which we kind of already knew, but I guess it reassures Dodds in the fact that someone was that close position. Clem gonna go down, and it feels like Nova's drifting here. They're not finding that same chance forward, and there is that ult coming in.
Not a huge fan of this Viper's pick going down in the site like this, but there's only 20 seconds left.
Face your fear!
And it is the correct site, but that Fatal is going to push her all the way to the back, but look at Dia's position, but she gets taken out.
How is this working out? This didn't look like it was going to work, but they're on the site pretty much. It's the plant that's the bigger issue. Alyssa trying to hold them back on CT. Plant's now in, time's on their side. Suddenly this goes topsy-turvy, and it's just Monch left alive in a 1v2.
What an awkward round. Monch's ult is out, but she gets pushed back.
Yeah, Monch has got an uphill struggle, can't keep that ult going anyway at this point. Gonna have to work it back in, as Nova has the numbers. They've got their HP now back up, that decay gone, and I thought Nova were out of that round.
It certainly looked like it, 4 versus 5 as well, but the ultimate, to be honest, I feel like Crew put themselves on the back foot there, just not able to see any lines. Sure, the ultimate is gonna make you lose HP, but that allowed Nova to wrap back around the site and even get closer up into Mancha's face and really just isolate her towards that spawn. Unfortunate stuff. I totally get why Crew had to use that ult, but look at the energy shift now coming through for Nova as well. They are heating up, and Clem, she's been holding on to this showstopper for a long time, and that's just immediate.
Yeah, and that wall on the other side purely looking like it's just trying to keep Biazik safe. Oh, it's found the target too. It's looking simple stuff for Clem, tearing through the site. And it's comfort now, and it looks like 12 is fated to be on that board. What can Crew do about this? Probably frustration mounting too after the back of that timeout that gave them what feels like nothing.
And that was Konir using the Omen ultimate as well to try to help out her teammate.
Oh, she's on for the ace, man. And yeah, set up for it too. Clem with all 5 to put Nova on 12 rounds. They've got to be feeling like they're on cloud 9.
That's incredible, incredible. I mean, Clem just used her showstopper. She's again halfway through on the orbs for the next one, and that's just it's such a momentum swing.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. And doing this on Crew's map choice as well. The map that they looked good on just yesterday.
And that's a tilter. I mean, especially after the head-scratching round, the round right before as well. It's got to be a deflator, but for Crew, they've got to be able to reset here. They've got a res in their hands. I'd like to see somebody going for a forward pick, group up, re-aggress on one of these lines.
It's just that little hesitation. It's always that fear to try and do it, but I'm with you. I'd love to see them play to a win con like that. So valuable to take maybe deeper control, but it doesn't look like it's being utilized in that way yet. Biazik's on her own as well. That'd be a big ultra remove. It's gone. Yeah, the trade's there, but wrong way around almost, right?
That's a painful thing to see. Michaela does equalize. Now, Konir is on an angle.
But these Prowlers are good. They're diligent, man.
Good.
Crossing the T's, dotting the I's. They've got this down. But it's not done yet, right? There's still 2 players here to hold this. Monch now trying to create a little bit of a crossfire potentially.
Dodds has arrived.
Dodds, yeah, here we go. Nova, time to burst, time to try and get that foot in the door, but Crew holding it down. Dodds, Monch, Konir in unison, leaving just Shirazi with 34 seconds. How much can one player do?
She said, you know what, if I'm gonna die, I'm gonna get everything I can before it happens. She's got full HP, and I mean, Shirazi has been incredible so far.
Go for it. A 1v3 needed to get across that line now. Crew stacked up together towards heaven. Isolates one. Expects the swing. Oh! She read it so well. She read it so damn well. That is wild. The 12 to 10. Lifeline for Crew, but man, they had to work for that.
She is just a star right now. Shirazi, what a pick from Alyssa as well. Man, Biazik, Crew, just unfortunate round. And look, on the side of Nova, all the ultimates are coming online to constantly press the issue, constantly apply the pressure. And the last time around when this deadlock was online, it was Shirazi leading the pace, going forward with that arm out.
For it now, what is the answer? What is the approach? It's a really big show towards A at the start. Now, whether or not they further commit to this, yet to be seen. An individual fight on the other side.
Oh, wow.
Big commit from both players there. Clem also going to be outdone. Hold on. This is not out of the woods yet. Crew starting to be willing to fight behind this.
A little bit too much of heroics. You saw Konir and Alyssa trying to send each other a message in this round. And things have really slowed down. Now that that Viper's wall is down for the side of Nova on the attack side, they've only got Cheers, Smokes to work with. And she has found a gap in mid. This will make Nova really commit towards this A.
Is anyone looking towards vents yet? No.
Uh-oh.
Hold on. This is where it could go wrong. Keep in mind we have a player coming in through the vents. They've just spent so many ults on this. Yeah, Dodds is going to get the kill towards Shirazi. There it is. Okay. Should be safe now. There was a couple of moments, though, that could have gone completely wrong, but 12 to 11. we're back at a close game now.
We absolutely are. That's huge stuff for Crew. I mean, they were able to waste out the big ultimate of Shirazi in a 3 versus 5. That will be huge to be able to solidify and secure this OT for themselves. But a timeout for Nova. Ah, man. The shots for Mikaela.
Yeah, and again, you look back at that round, it felt like two really individual fights they were taking. Those, as you said, trying to go for heroics. I don't think they needed to. But it's that want to close out, that want to just take the fight, take the win. Okay, let's get across the line, get it done. For Crew, though, still very much in this affair, still very much willing to scrap. I'm looking at the purchase, it's not going to be perfect. There will be missing some aspects for Crew. I'm seeing a Bulldog already in play. Music should be able to get somewhat of a purchase here. I'm looking to see what she comes out with. It should be fine. On the other side, wait and see how this lands as well. They've got plenty of money on the Nova side. But yeah, again, it felt like just too many individual efforts there. Just get on the same page. Run it like you have been in those last 4 rounds, you'd be fine. But again, it's easier said than done. That final round's always the hardest.
Yeah, giving away too many freebies. For the Nova side of things, they've got a pretty decent plan here for the last round of the half. They've got this Viper's ult, so you know they're going to want to group up, make sure they get their Viper escorted into the site for a post plant. And I'm expecting to see this OMEN ult coming into play as a crosshair displacer when they actually want to execute onto the site.
Does Kinnear consider that they can purchase an operator here? That's what I'm waiting on, because Kinnear's been good at controlling this angle. I don't think she beats an op, though, so...
Attack side op for Clem, though.
Yeah, it is purely being used as a checkmate there. Okay, so it's going to ward away Kinnear on the first angle, disrespecting the smoke as well. Clem going deeper, wanting to control this area. Don't need to overextend, though. You can pause on this for a second.
You know those communications came through from Alyssa saying, hey, this OMEN, Kinnear, she's been ego challenging me. Let's buy an op and let's find that pick.
Watching here.
Love the comms coming through here for Nova. But Crew, now they know the op is on the board. Now they know not to just peek B main dry, so that smoke does go down early from Cheer.
Prowler handled up towards Heaven, so Monch still unconfirmed in attendance, but considered. Globant going to find nothing. About 50 seconds here. Still got that res on Beerzik. Keep that in mind. That is a factor in this if required. Slow and steady towards middle. It's Dodds on the other side. Gonna get caught on the jump back over, but doesn't receive any damage. Paint Shell goes into stall. Can't work off the Prowler yet. The scale up being slowed down. This is nice. Good. Hindrance on approach. Util in. It's time to go, but it doesn't deny the bullet. Flying on through. Dodds looking lethal. Gonna get 2 of these kills, but where's the rest? Looking towards the side. Kinnear now kicking in. This is looking like it's got OT written all over it. Icebox and Shirazi, though. The 2 remainders. And Kinnear is being a nuisance. Love this reposition. This post plant won't feel safe now, even with that spike down.
Look at all these defenders. They're just stuck behind this deadlock wall. Shirazi knows it.
Face your fear!
And here we go. The flash is fantastic as Icebox, the last one alive. Crew, no matter the odds, no matter the score, taking us the distance.
My goodness. And that looked like a round that Crew should be able to just dominate, or rather have a tough time on, but Nova, they just couldn't find the answer. They couldn't find the picks. And this utility, look at this deadlock wall. It was completely cutting off Dodds off the line. Monch was trying to help her, but somehow, some way, Dodds is still able to find herself 2 kills. And that just makes a round for Nova's utility. None of it happened to work out. Shirazi not finding as much value in this round with that deadlock kit as we've been seeing in the past. And they've got to come up with an answer. They're switching it up, sending Shirazi over towards this A. You can see a bunch of trips set up, and this is a pretty decent response. It looks like Crew, they want to test their waters towards here. Oh, Shirazi just picked up one of those trips. I thought she was setting up for Clem towards this A main, but she recalled it back. Early deadlock wall. Oh, that cuts off Dodds completely.
Yeah, and we kind of saw this before, though, that 2 of them could skip over that utility, right? So quite likely they put a player there to maybe deal with it, but a 1-for-1 trade out. Big info for Alyssa and Shirazi. Slow goes in, implying further progress being made towards Heaven. They burst through this again. Actually just out of line of the flash. Really nice LOS on that for Alyssa. Shirazi looking to try and reposition to maybe be in support or just catch that cross down towards site. And this could be a stall out towards Heaven. It looks like it is.
Aware.
Alyssa, such heads up work towards Heaven. Loving that deeper reposition towards that CT side. And they're boxed in here. There's very few ways out for Crew.
Icebox finding the information she was looking for, so just tucking, not giving any sort of picks for Crew. Launch trying to find something through that Viper's wall, and that's good damage, but 40 seconds. If Michaela can find this pick onto Icebox, that could open up the round for Crew, but such an angle there.
Spike down.
Yeah, that might be the be-all and end-all here. Yeah, it is. Nova, way better across the board to push up to 13. And Crew just not given much room there at all. I've got to look at Alyssa there, though, for me, Christine. She was so good at kind of those repositions, playing around that flash, just LOSing the lines of sight there. Really well done.
It was really this opening here. As soon as Dodds lands on that satchel, I mean, Shirazi's wall stopped the rest of Crew from coming through. And you saw Konir committing and landing onto that TP from that Omen kit to try to help, but this deadlock kit coming through huge to disrupt and not allow Crew any sort of space.
Yeah.
And we were just talking about the round prior too. It was the deadlock kit that didn't come through. So it's a huge trade-off. But I mean, for Nova and Shirazi, she's making it work.
Yeah, so once again, the question gets put to Crew. Do you have something to bring out here? Another chance to drag this ahead. And we've seen OTs with this team before. Hell, we saw it just yesterday. So pretty rough for them to kind of, you know, back-to-back this sort of thing. It can be exhausting, but they seem very much up for the challenge. I'm going to keep my eye towards Dodds this time. I'm seeing the purchase coming out. That operator is in hand.
Yeah, the last time, a timeout from Nova, we saw an op in Clem's hands. This time for Dodds, no armor, though, on the back of it. But she does have a Pocket Sky and a Pocket Sage, double heal duty. I mean, there's definitely a world where Dodds goes for a forward peek here early. He's able to get rewarded. All 5 members very much grouped here for Nova. We've been seeing this A main under hot contention, so Dodds, she's picked the right line. She is here.
This feels like feast or famine, right? This is going to be Dodds. What can you do? Maybe a little pop flash for her. No, it's the Dodds start, and there's the grab net coming in. This is all going to get so sketchy. Dodds does really well. Michaela's still in the corner. Oh, she's gone back in again. Dodds holding down the line. No access towards the site here as Alyssa and Shia have no option. You're behind a smoke. You've got so much to do. And Crew, right read, right place for Dodds. And it looks like double OT is on the cards.
It certainly does. And you say right reads. I mean, it seems like both teams had just a read spot on. I mean, the combos landing, but Dodds just hitting all her shots. I mean, the operator, 1 shot, 1 kill. It doesn't matter if you're sat with the grab. Both players very much grouped, and Dodds has a free line here.
There's nothing to push her off this, right? This is pure lock this down and get the job done. Nice little shoulder checker like that, but yeah, you're right. It's rewarded too. Oh, it's just gorgeous. Crew, 5 alive, message sent with a flawless to take them into double OT.
And right in the nick of time as well. Yeah. What beautiful calls. We didn't really see a defense up the entirety of this first half, and just that change of pace coming out from both these raises. Dawes just making a movie towards this A main.
Oh, that's brutal as well, right? Like that little adjustment, the fact we hadn't seen it through regulation. It just didn't come out. Yeah, we saw Clem with it, and actually we're seeing it again with Clem. So going back in for that.
Anything you can do, I can do better. Clem going towards this B main.
Oh, tag!
That's a good shot, but so many heals on the side of Crew. Biazik's just gonna be able to feel good, and Michaela might find some sort of timing here, but that Prowler, enough information.
There's 3 behind this. No, we've got to be careful. And there's the refight. Actually, Monge! How are you getting 2 out of that? I thought the first on the trade would be fine, but actually getting more.
Yeah, and Crew should have a decent idea about which agents have been starting towards A. They've got it, and they've got the read. They know A side is clear. Gonna put themselves into a post, and look, we talked about that ult from Clem. No armor on a retake. And that Viper's pit just makes it so tough for the defenders.
It feels like the checkmate, right? Like how you meant to get past that. That's a good start. 3v3. Okay, hold on. not out of the woods yet. Dodds, prepare. Getting themselves ready. Playing in this Viper's pick, going to try and slip back with the timing. I thought actually might have just flipped there, but no. Clem going to be forced away with the paint shell. And that all in combination. Time now starting to tick. It's Kinnear to find Alyssa. And this looks like it's falling in the hands of Crew. Getting the first in this double OT, pushing up to 14.
Wow, the operator definitely didn't come into play this time around, but Crew, it seems like they're getting warmed up into this OT. These last 2 rounds have been very decisive for them. It just seems like every time on the attack side right now, the key is, in this game at least, is all 5 members, let's group up. Let's just keep it simple and group up. But let's see if Nova have that same look. No, it looks like it's a 1-3-1 start. They want to default it out. And we haven't seen either of these teams come towards this mid in quite some time in a few rounds.
Oh, Dodds just getting over towards Mel. Still got that Omen battle on B going on. And it feels so mirrored on this almost.
Go get it.
Once again, that Boombot should give away a little bit of presence. That's at least 2 players heard there, so good info on that. One's got to be careful not to get caught out. You can see that trap building then for a second.
A main play as well. 2 plays going on at the same time. There's so much pressure on the defenders. They've got to make a move and push.
Oh, what? Alyssa, you're getting 2 there, are you? Crew had her dead to rights.
Launch is stuck now all alone. And she's got to be able to snake her way.
That's a huge snap of the trade. There it is, right? Like there was a second where there was a chance that maybe she could have reset, but and Kinnear's down on 30 HP. I still can't believe Nova have done this again. How many OTs are we going to get here?
Oh my goodness.
Jesus, we're going again, 14-14.
And I was just about to say that in this round, I loved what Crew were doing. You know, we saw Biazik and Mikhaila sending that Skydog towards A to try to bully Monch off that angle and find an opening, but they weren't able to do it because Alyssa is just going to wipe them out and get a double kill with the Vandal. Had Alyssa gone down in that moment, it was definitely a chance. It was a world, but what a response coming through.
It's getting tense now, though, isn't it? It feels like you just don't want to be that one to make the mistake to drop the ball, to take the eyes off the prize. So Crew back on the attack here. Another chance. Yeah, going to take that early B main space. Walk towards middle. Crew going to have to get past that hurdle, which they've done. But yeah, you can see who's waiting. Shirazi shouldering this.
Pushing back Shirazi, going to make her use that grav net, and this mid area has just been the same case. Waste some utility, trade it out, and kind of poke around, try to get that map control. And you can see Monch here, her job is just to create a presence. Oh, if she was able to LOS that dog, there was a world, but either way for her, she's still okay with that. Now the defenders think an A main hit is imminent, but look at this, all of Crew, they're grouped up towards this B main.
And this burst from Crew has been good. It's been hard to deal with.
Oh no!
She stuck around a little too long in that, had the opportunity to back away, but Alyssa is here. Got them the magical 2 kills last time, not able to repeat that level of success, and Crew just bulldozering the site. There was very little opportunity for a fight back. At this point, it's down to Clem and Icebox to make a mountain out of a molehill. There's actually a player in between them as well, which makes it even harder. Monch somehow sitting in between both of these players. Hello. Yeah, a little uncomfortable there as Clem's options become near on 0. Crew sending a message this time. First to make it up to 15. With 5 standing too.
Yeah, beautifully called, really well done. I mean, you saw as soon as that dog went out at A main, that's when they started pushing towards that B. It's unfortunate for Cheer. I mean, she had her smoke out and just, she didn't have the vision to know that a slow was at her feet and a paint shell was coming through. Unfortunate, but insane timing for Crew. And that's what's been so dangerous on this map so far from both sides on the attack side. I mean, the minute you try to catch a breath or look up at your mini-map, that's when you're getting pounced on.
It almost feels unlucky, right? If you look at it in that aspect. But now it's time for Nova's opportunity on the attack here again. Again for Crew, though, they've started to look a little bit scary in my eyes, especially in that previous. So what does Nova do now?
Ooh, that Skybird caught no one. Would love to see Nova start walking up right at this timing, but Biazik does have that long line. Now that Viper's wall going up forces the Skydog to come out.
Not the first time we've seen Kinnear kind of toy with this, but a little bit later in the round, still exploring to keep an eye on that B main control, force them to use utility, and this should give a little bit more confidence on the rest of Crew to keep players on this side of the map that she's able to explore that B main side. So looking for that wall to come in, that's a nice tool to slow things down, make sure they funnel through towards either, you know, main approach. And Crew, they've got a lot of people here.
Love this regress coming through here for Biazik. This is a strong A setup for Crew. 3 members. Launch still has that Viper's Molly in her pocket.
Nice flash. Oh, it's so good from Michaela. Clem unable then to scale towards site. You can see the stall as well. Smoke. Viper spit on the floor as well. Prowler goes in. Dodd's waiting too. So you've got 4 bodies now on this side of the map. Nova might be running out of steam at the final hurdle. 17 seconds, they have to make a go. And it ain't gonna be pretty. It's a massacre towards the A site. Crew make it out of the maze of this map in the end at 16-14. It took a long time to get here, but they do win out on split. I have no idea what Haven will entail, but do stick around to find out as we back after the break. It's just trying to keep Biazik safe. Oh, it's found the target too. It's looking simple stuff for Clem. Timeout that gave them what feels like nothing.
And that was Conir using the Omen ultimate as well to try to help out her teammate.
Oh, she's on for the ace, man. And yeah, set up for it too.
Okay, let's go.
Ready up, let's get that bag. Don't get comfortable, cause any minute now. Don't get comfortable, cause any minute now. 한숨도 못 자던 네 건 밖으로 답이 쏟아지는 그대여 이제 외로운 나여 못 알아줘도
Well, Crew fell 16-14 last night in overtime, but tonight they make it different. They close out map 1 of this series against Nova to go 1 map away from eliminating that Chinese squad from the competition. Welcome back to the desk. I just want to dive right into talking about this overtime, guys, because this was a ridiculous game. So many opportunities for both teams to finally close out, but Crew do it just in the nick of time.
Yeah, it was a very unconventional game as well. Like, I don't, you've got the Thrifties up on screen there, and that was sort of the start of the game. We had these back and forths, we had these rounds that seemed to already have a conclusion written, and then big plays to pull teams back into it. But it really felt like they were going bar for bar with each other here. Like, did I think we'd get to OT even towards the end of the game? No, it looked like Nova had this closed out. Now I'm worried because getting that close, being within punching distance of closing out the game, and then having it slip away like that has got to sit heavy with you.
Yeah, I think also it was a game where it felt like everyone had their moments. The reads out from Nova, I was quite pleased with how they dealt with all of the problems other teams struggle with against the Sage on their attack side. Like, they managed to bypass it quite easily. Yeah. So I think they did well, but yeah, it came down to some of those crunch moments, and that was where it felt like Crew really thrived.
Yeah, the Crew players did such a good job of stepping up to win those key clutches. One of those players who was doing it round after round was Dodds. She's in our Verizon high-speed moment of this match, this 4K that was a little bit earlier in the game on one of these many eco rounds that you were talking about, Mitch.
Yeah, this one in particular, though, felt, it left a little bit of a sour taste in my mouth. Like, you see the bookie early on, this was info they had for 30 seconds or so that there's someone inside of B main. They use a lot of utility to push that player back, but then, for some reason, Clem just goes diving out onto the side alone, easily gets picked off, and I think you said in the moment, like, it looked like she thought that was the only player there, which it did, but that laid into that play with that much of a telegraphed hit, that's unlikely that on an eco your opponents don't rotate. Little mistakes like that end up giving a swing back and forth, but it's not like it wasn't both teams making those mistakes.
Yeah, for sure. I think also you give Dodds a rifle and
bad things will happen to you.
It seems to go wrong. So, yeah, unfortunate that was the player that they gifted that over to, the mistake that was made, and also just the full reposition from Dodds in the moment. And, yeah, I think that it's unfortunate because it could have been heading into your map choice, a map that you got to watch a ludicrous amount of rounds from Crew play yesterday and be defeated on, and you could have gone in with an advantage. That's got to be a tough one to take. And now we get to see if Nova have the same sort of resilience that Crew did yesterday to then go back into another map after losing a map that, as you sort of said, they probably should have closed out.
Yeah, Nova did beat Ninetales on this map. They were playing the solo Neon comp with Clem on that role. Mitch, what are you looking at for them is points of success to bounce back in this series?
But look, they were already incredibly close to closing this out. I think sort of locking in some of those against some of those low buy rounds. Like, we've seen them group as 5 hit sites and it works well. Avoid some of those dangers, much like Crew were doing, and avoiding all those sonic sensors in the first. But I'm expecting the same comp to be here. I'm expecting Clem to be a key point of it, but I think the space that Shirazi's going to be finding on the Viper is going to be key, assuming we get that same comp, and it's looking like it.
Yeah, I think you can sort of say the same for the other side. I think in that late comeback on the attack side, both Connor and Monch were so good in those late round scenarios, in those post plants. We saw the sort of knife clutch earlier. We replayed it, but I feel like those players were so difficult to deal with. I do want to see if Dodds is going to be able to sort of adapt a little bit, because I do feel like the Waylay creates a big enough gap between you and the team that sometimes following up on her entries is really difficult to do.
Yeah, look at Kinnearmit. She was so good to start that game, and against a solo duelist comp, will have a lot of moments to anchor.
Without a doubt, yeah. I think on the defensive side, obviously where they're starting, it's all going to be about having that pressure as a solo holder on the site, whether it's getting the information. I think often we're going to see it around Garage and around C-Long. But the reality is, when we go to that attacking side, I think the two of them playing up behind, having that control over the map. Like, I think Crew had some incredible calls when it came to split and avoiding the hotspots that Nova were looking to lock down on their own defensive side. So I think we want to see Nova out the gate putting up a lot of rounds, because it's not going to be an easy second half.
Memories for Clem of losing in GCC before going home empty-handed. Nova's already gotten the first win for China. Now we have to see if they can stay alive in this tournament. Map number 2 is starting now with Pansy and Potter.
Alrighty, so where do we start? We had a long OT on map 1, right? 16-14. Where do we go on Haven, though? Where does your mind go now we're on this map?
I'm looking straight at Shirazi. Nova, they're starting on the attack side first. We saw how much impact she had on that first map. She's on this Viper, and this is what I'm a huge fan on this player about, the way she handles this A main. Firstly, that's what you want out of your Viper. You want to be able to get that A main control, get that long line without using the Sova utility to gain it. So I'd like to see how Nova do it again, because the last time around, Nova were doing Shirazi things, and Shirazi was getting so much map control all by her lonesome. So for Crew, they've got to be ready. I want to see some trap plays coming out here for Dodds. The last time on this Waylay, Dodds had a little bit of a slower start, not as much comfort on this agent as we've seen on the Jet and the Raze. So I want to see a warmed up Dodds this time around.
Yeah, I want to see what the full potential of this is, right? I don't know if I love the Waylay in her hands yet, right? And I'm happy to be wrong. I'm happy to learn what it can look like at its best. So show me something. As we go into this, though, it'll be Monch to receive most of the attention early on. And actually, they're getting away with this. The support.
Love this trap.
What?
Clem!
I'm sorry. How is Clem the one to come out with 2 there? Sorry, Clem. Are you serious right now? None of these kills look like they were set up for her. But apparently, she's going to just play it out perfectly. A 3v2. And my worries and woes about Dodds on this agent do persist, but it's Michaela and Kinnear to try and maybe alleviate some of those worries, but having very little steps so far, all dedicated towards the site, however, for Nova.
And it does look like Cheer is slightly aware, not exposing herself. You can see she's just playing with that blind out, throwing some jiggles. Oh, what a shot!
Michaela,
she saw the
Sova. On the heater, Icebox now, has to go nuclear. Playing at the back of the site, though, has the time on her side. Nova getting the first under the belt, but damn, that got close.
Such crispy shots coming out here. And I was just talking about how well Nova were playing that post plan. I mean, Cheer was playing it to perfection, high percentage angles. But man, Michaela, if you're just going to hit crispy shots like that, this is going to be an incredibly close first half, just like we saw on map 1. But either way, Nova are going to be happy with that pistol round win, especially considering how things started in that garage. I mean, Crew had everything they needed to make that trap work, but the Neon, Clem, being slippery as hell, finding 3 kills.
It's not the first time we've seen this. Stacking towards B, but I want to see how well Nova navigate this map, right? Again, their choice. Should see them being comfortable, but look, we know the Crew can put up fights no matter what. So, showing patience here. Don't want to fall short. Don't want to fall foul to a stack or a cheeky, deeper position from maybe Kinnear, for example. This should be checked. And it's a lazy clear. A very lazy clear. You're not meant to get 2 there. How Alyssa loses that fight, I'll never know.
I mean, that was a decent setup coming through here for Crew. Konir got that smoke down from Biazik, so it was a bait and switch. And look at this flank. Dodds already hot on their heels. Everyone on Nova is surrounded.
Nice shot on the first as well. being herded in. This is an absolute travesty. It's down to a 1v1 somehow. Messi, oh my God, get me out of here. What have I just seen? Yeah, it's another Mastercard Thrifty. Congratulations on your sponsor. You are getting every cent worth. But what the hell was that round, Christine?
I thought we were going to get another blade, another shank. We just saw it yesterday
it looked
on
like it,
this
right?
map. The Frenzy doing work, running out of bullets, but another Thrifty, Lauren. We're just filled with it today. We can't escape it, but it is certainly creating some crazy moments. I mean,
this is my circle of hell, Christine. All right. You know what I mean? Like, I'm being dragged through this. Virgil getting me nowhere at this point. We do have sheriffs coming out. I mean, what the hell have I just witnessed? And at this point, Crew just fought their way back into the game. It swings and roundabouts back on the purchase.
Careful, Dodge.
Dodge on an island, does get the get out of jail free card, but again, gotta be careful to not get overwhelmed. Crew playing a really risky affair here. Again, Dodge wants more. Does get the reward on one, but man, though, are we taking high risks against sheriffs and pistols here after what just happened?
Being very loose is Dodds, and at least she's got all of her teammates surrounding her with utility out. The perimeter is set, so the defenders are defending. And right now, Nova, at least they're able to get up close and personal, or they're trying to with these pistols. Playing with her food is Icebox, and Dodds, she's tired of it. She wants to go down and punish her.
Okay, it looks like Crew really wants to look like the aggressor here. They've been taking some really high-risk fights. A lot of them working out. Dodds. That's what you get. That's what you get. Hey, that's crazy to see karma like that. Shirazi can't do much more, sadly. That outlaw is going to be lost to the depths. As Alyssa with just the classic now.
30 seconds left.
Let's get a little upgrade, but by now I think everyone in the right place did at least get to collect the spike. 20 seconds, no other options. It's A or it's bust. So Alyssa may just make a go of this one. There it is. So Crew in the end with all of those risks. They actually only lose out on one.
I could see why Dodds was getting loose. She wants those eco kills. She wants to get those outlaw kills. And you know what? I want my duelist nice and loose, being free just like that. So we'll see how warmed up Dodds gets with these shots. For Crew and for Nova's side, I mean, this round you can see Clem, she's just going to stick with that Stinger. Actually, she decides to go with the Guardian. She's got that Neon ultimate in her back pocket. So I'm expecting a fast-paced opening and to just double down on that aggression if she gets that pick to just slam onto the site. It's going to be the third time now that we're seeing Nova start towards this long C. What a shot!
And Dodds can't really make it out of this yet. I don't know if they're going to know that or explore that option, but that is a big loss on the fact of Kinnear going down there. That's util now pretty much removed from the board. There's options. With 1 minute 20, they can start maybe working the map a bit.
Yeah, with the Sentinel going down first for the defenders, it really makes this Viper a lot weaker on the defense. It's going to be up to Crew to regain one of these long lines, and you can see exactly that. Biazik pushing towards this A main. They've got all the information they need, so they're going to keep this C stack strong.
Dodds again, still.
Shot. Oh no!
Spike down, C.
Did her foot get stuck?
It looked like, you're right, it looked like she didn't back away from Platt, but still Monch and Michaela holding well from backside. Should be able to recover the op. Yes, they have. All good. In the end, again, taking some really high-risk stuff, but maybe that's what Crew needs. Maybe this is just take those extra fights, go for those slightly riskier looks, but yeah, it was a bit odd that she couldn't quite get away from Platt here.
Yeah, it's all good, though. I mean, we did talk about the perimeter. Her teammates were right there. And I think you're right, Lauren. She's getting loose, but Nova's tired of it. They want to put a stopper on that, catch themselves some breathing room, maybe ice out Crew and Dodds, because look, when you're playing and you've got the duelist on the other side playing that loose, sometimes those timings, it can really throw a spanner in the works. It's really creating chaos, and it's controlled chaos for Crew, and for Nova, it's pressure.
Yeah, and you added to the fact of obviously map 1 going in Crew's favor after a really close game. That compounds it, right? It's like, oh god, now we've got probably the better version of Dodds, because I don't think we were overly enamored with how Dodds looked last time we saw her on this map. And that's a fair criticism, because we saw the best of her. We see her on that jet, we saw her in other scenarios where you see how good she can be on the Raze even to an extent. But here, it fell a little short. We were almost hoping, hey, run a jet, screw it. Go something a little bit wild, show me that comfort here. But she actually looks like maybe going for that double down into aggression, almost beyond the pale, or what you'd expect, has worked well enough. It's sent a message to Nova and a very early timeout, because we've seen quite back and forth starts actually between these two, the thrifty conversions, all of this. But sadly, the finances are really, really hindered because of this start.
They are shot. They certainly are. I'd like to see Nova go back to what happened on Pistol. I mean, they did run into a trap in that garage, but they kind of shied away from A main. They started towards B, and that is kind of what we're seeing here. Clem really going towards B, creating a distraction. She's found a gap, Lauren. She's already flanking A.
Yeah, but look at the ult coming down, and Dots again actually goes further aggressive on this, but Michaela there to fill the gap behind. Michaela going wild in this, should have been seen, but still handles it to perfection. 5 in the round. How did Michaela look calm under that sort of pressure?
The Phantom on land, Lauren. The Phantom doing work, and Michaela looking good with it. But I gotta say, Nova had every opportunity to really capitalize off of Clem, finding so much space, quickly making her way into spawn. Really would have loved to see the rest of Nova pick up the pace and press the issue towards A. But man, Michaela did work dancing around in that quad. Bebe. Coach Bebe is just so thrilled with that round.
And that's got to be a gut punch for Nova, right? I know it was only this light enough fight, but it was an investment of the ult as well. They had a good shot at it, and to give another player an ace, that's all. You know that's confidence building for them. Music doesn't like what she's seeing on this. So gonna get herself tucked away for a second, but Michaela again gonna pick up where she left off. It's time to go down. Michaela finally found by Shur, so you're gonna be waiting to see the rest of this. It is pacey, it is tempo-based towards the A site. It is chaotic. But they've got site control, they're just slowing down to try and clear quad. They don't have full information on Sewer, a bit of a worry about that, but it's all towards CT right now.
The utility slowing down this spike plant, and that's gonna allow the crew members to just flood in. It's just down to Icebox.
Oh my God.
And you saw, it was such a quick heads-up play coming out from Biazik, the Omen on the side of the defense. She quickly TP'd up into heaven. She wanted to counter the enemy Omen ultimate coming out from Cheer, and all of a sudden Cheer is down in hell, Biazik is up in heaven. It seemed like the defenders were cut off, but Biazik just making it work, crew flooding in.
Okay, and talk to me almost like, you know, coach style. Maybe we'll jump into this round quickly, but I want you to kind of dwell on this. When a team's playing this hyper-aggressive and taking these very high-risk, very volatile fights, how do you deal with that, right? Like, holistically. Dwell on this one for a second, because I think we're going to dive into that round and see what's going to be going down here. It looks quite pacey towards B2, so... Because again, the instant answer in my head is always slow defaults, work the map, be really meticulous. But still, I'd love to see your take on this fast approach in middle.
We'll see if Clem does go fast here, but you're right. You've got to fight fire with fire. You've got to be able to slow down the pace, use your stopping power, but you've got to be able to fight onto the site. If you don't have your retake protocols activated with these ultimates online, then you've got to be able to defend these sites. So for the side of Nova, they can't back down, and for Crew, you just keep doing what you're doing.
Yeah. For Crew, again, right place, right time. They've already denied maybe a quick spring in towards that B site. You've got that deep position taken up towards Sewer as well. Deep line for Dodds on that side of the map. That's a problem. They can't late clear back into this. Look at the HP on Clem as well. It'd be Icebox if anyone to set up. Maybe this look towards A, but beyond that, what are you meant to do here? They're not getting options. They don't have a great deal of clear on Dodds, and the dart doesn't go this way. So Dodds gets more freedom. Owl drone used, and the shot actually missed, so Dodds is going to be forced away, but only to go back in for a second. Look, we know this aggression is here, unrelenting, and now no one's challenging down Sewer. They can call out, it's all towards Long Shirazi with a clothesline down Sewer. Sight now finally open. This is the best chance that Nova's had in a minute, but it's not just one player being aggressive, it's all of them! Michaela, Biazik, Monch, they're all here. Icebox trying to be cool under this. Keep this in hand, but Michaela's still pushed up. Shirazi left in a 1v2, no spike planted, no time on her side. She'd have to find those players, and it's not happening. You deal with one, there's 4 others.
Oh my goodness, and I can't believe Shirazi got stuck with the op in her hands. She was able to punish Dodds with that Guardian, and I get it, but I would have wished that she would have kept onto that rifle so she can speed up and catch up with the rest of her teammates. But this flood coming through for Crew was so decisive, just in an instant. As soon as Dodds goes down, they are in the mix, not shying away, not backing down, and that was the kind of pressure we were talking about. I mean, it's been non-stop this entire half.
and it feels like they've lost all fear. And I don't know how you've done that after a 16-14 map one. They've suddenly gone, okay, ignore who we're playing against. We're going to get aggressive, just kind of disrespect almost, right? You've got to kind of almost get the other team to respect you. At this point, Crew are going to take every even low chance coin flip fight. Biazik this time with the operator, going to take down Xia. This is going to be brutal now because you're feeling out of the game. You're feeling like you can't take normal fights. You can't do your site executes. You can't play the normal way. You're feeling so overwhelmed. And we've got Sheriffs out. This is never going to be the round you really see it on anyway, but it is problems, right? This is hard to witness. Konir in a bit of a checkmate position. Oh, okay, Kleb, fair play. Yeah, shut me the hell up. Go off for Moncheer now, and they are just looking confident, high confidence. And it would take a big round and something like that, a couple of these big kills to come in to maybe quell that, but I'm not seeing anything slowing down Crew here.
Yeah, it is a little bit better, though. I do want to see Nova stick to what they just did, though. Send an insert into Garage for Clem so that they can allow some time for Shirazi to work. It's
double
a timeout. Yeah. And I get it. It does feel like Nova haven't been able to get anything they want on this attack side, but really, if I'm the coach of Nova, I'm just allowing my players some breathing room, right? I mean, these last few rounds have been high pressure, so just allowing themselves to reinforce their game plan and let themselves know, hey, it hasn't been that bad these last couple rounds. Things have just slipped out of our hands slightly, but we'll see if Nova go back to trying to work this Garage because Shirazi, she needs time in these rounds. She needs to work the clock so that she can actually gain some space, push Dodds back with her wall, with that gas. But so far, it's really been all about Crew's just aggression here.
Yeah, and this is the interesting thing for me when I'm looking at the timeout. Because obviously you have to convey what you just said as well, right? You've got to try and get it into the right tempo to be allow Shirazi to play out a bit, get grip on the game, but you also want to let your team decompress a little bit because they have just been dictated to for 8 rounds, right? High tempo, high aggression, really hard to get your mind in the right place because you just don't feel you can do anything. You're feeling really oppressed in this. So be interested to see what they come up with. I want to see what the plan is now. Simplistic, or is it slow? Is it going to be patient? Is it going to be very, very considered? It looks like an aggressive start, potentially. Try and take over one of these extremities.
Yeah, they want this A main control, but Mikaela's been throwing this season, spamming through this Viper wall, so Crew, gotta be careful. That's 2 pieces of util.
Oh, Crew, this is so well situated too. A deep smoke sets this up. It's a perfect plan, and the aggression is not stopping. It's carried on, it's doubled down. They can't make it out of spawn, Christine.
That's just so tough. It's so tough. I mean, that was Nova spending that entire minute planning, problem solving, theory crafting, going through and everyone feeling super confident about their plan and just getting stuffed. Not even a lick of damage except for on Biazik's back. And so this is really just a combo of utility, and I love the aggression coming through for Dodge. She knew she was going to be able to beat the attackers on that line, and it's just, this is confident, drilled Crew on the defense right now.
This feels like a very different team than we saw just last time we saw them play on this map, right? Like, I don't think we've seen them go this far, exploring this deep, taking these aggressive lines, and I really like it. I think this is a good look for them. Now, obviously, they're doing it to the extreme at this point, right? This feels like they're tripling down even further. But I love a team that can shift gear into this. A couple of these sort of rounds, bring this out, flex a little. And for Nova, there's no option here but to save, right? And the issue is that you've had your double timeouts. You've just come out of your last one, and it is a traditional reaction to go for aggression, but for Crew to even go further aggressive and kind of be very disruptive in these plans is a really nice idea for them as well, right? It's a very good reaction for Alyssa and Shirazi. They'd love to keep these Vandals, and they might be able to do that, actually. This is the most fight back they've had, but sadly it's a little too late in the day. But again, I feel for them. This is a very hard scenario to be in.
Yeah, especially considering, I mean, you would think that they would be able to talk to each other while they're saving their guns, but you mentioned it. Crew, they're not letting out. They're not getting their foot off that gas pedal. So the side of Nova, they weren't even able to problem solve or communicate with each other what they want to do coming into this next round while their teammates were saving. So that's just while you're sitting there waiting, more pressure building up on you. And it's just unfortunate for the side of Nova. Hopefully, it's definitely up to Shirazi here. Her experience needs to shine through for the side of Nova. Regain your composure.
Okay. It's kind of now or never for me. The scoreline would be Not unrecoverable, but pretty close by. So can they do it again? The lockdown comes in. Nice. This could be good. Should at least force them away from the C site, deeper towards CT side. Monch willing to stick around and actually gets a reward. Clem's fallen. Doesn't get away in time, but has support here to back her up if they try and compress towards her. The pit probably going to drop any second now. You're looking at Kinnear playing towards that back of flat. Just get overwhelmed. Nova. No! How are Crew here so quickly? Shirazi, you said she had to go big in this. Be the one to pick up the pace. Be the one to determine the outcome.
No bullets
She's struggling. She's struggling, man. She just wants a gun. 4 bullets. She has to hit a reload at some point. Maybe gets Biazik and then could reload. Do you check? 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 The barrel not showing.
Oh my
God. She has no idea. And they're starting to look. Shirazi with 2 bullets remaining now has to deal with Dodds.
She didn't hear the reload.
Oh! The best chance yet. And it's a gut punch in the end. Dodds going to put them at 9-1. And you can see it on their faces. This is a horrible realization that your chances are slipping through your fingertips. And there's not much you can do about it.
This replay is so ridiculous. Both Vipers just doing so much work. You gotta shout out Monch in this round. The Viper for the side of Crew, the way that she was just able to reset, pop off that garage, go to the back of site while detained, and just bait and switch for the rest of her team. Shirazi just doing her damnedest in that round.
Man. You can't say she's not trying.
Yeah.
But right now, Crew are stepping up to another level. And I have to remind you, this is an elimination game. Tournament life in this scenario on the line. And Crew have decided to press the problem, go further. And actually, wow, the fact that Dodds gets out with her life is lucky. Nova.
Alyssa was not willing to go in and force the issue there, assuming Dodds had a backup, a second player there to hold back. Clem has been finding success towards this B, but this time around she does get spotted, so that Omen smoke is definitely going to make her think twice. Going to regroup with Icebox. And no, it does seem like Nova, they're just going to re-hit. But this Molly in Monch's pocket, the multi-kills on these B-pops is so dangerous. Oh, this is good for Nova. They're able to burn a lot of util. I love this pivot for Garage.
Yeah, this is lovely. Burns the ult from Dodds as well, but it's Kinnear to watch the cross. Gonna hear this, see this, lockdown ready. That could be an issue. Actually gonna stall out a little bit here. Not gonna use it just yet. Probably the right plan. As the plan comes in now, Alyssa ready. 3 on the other side. Gonna catch up for...
Let's go!
Big shot, but Dodds gonna finally deny, but that's a big bit of impact from Alyssa. Catching 2 there through middle. Now the lockdown's the issue. How does this get addressed? Nova get proactive. They fight towards CT, but they line up, and again, it's body after body being dropped. It's the battle of the Vipers, Christine, and they're winning every time.
The Killjoy ultimate was just the nail in the coffin. I mean, Nova did everything right in this round. Alyssa, beautiful shots coming through, and you would just imagine that's it, but my goodness, Crew were always okay getting off the site, and they just forced the hand on Nova. It's so painful to see. And if you're Nova, I mean, you gotta get the second on the board if you want any chance coming into the second half.
What do you do now?
It's a broken bye. I mean, your entry has a judge. This has got to be a fast-paced round. I mean, at this point, it's just full send. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, go down swinging if you're gonna go down.
The Sova ultimate probably gonna get ripped here off the start. Nope, not at all.
Okay. And we've got the stack up towards long. That C's good. Just gives them enough time to reposition towards site if they wanted to, but actually gonna commit towards long. It's Biazik down here, Paranoia ready, gonna get that posted. Again, the timing, okay, sure. Actually gonna get 2 on this. Clears through long, and they've got the A site open. A little bit of spam from Clem just to try and secure, make sure they've got time for this plant. This is good.
Spike planted.
And now, sadly losing Icebox, they actually do lose out on that Sova ult, which could have been quite nice in the post plant, but this is an advantageous situation for Nova, right? First time, a 4v3, you know, they've got the numbers on their side, they've got the time on their side. Dodds with an operator on retake, tough to make work. This could be the second. Clem,
what the?
Goes down, oh no, okay, Shirazi, the backbone here, the spine of the Nova side, gonna trade in and keep the numbers good. Kinnear gonna find Alyssa. Kinnear gonna find another. It's a 1v1 up against Shirazi. 3 bullets, is that enough for this? The time's on a tick and she's got to get to work. Shirazi secures them their second. And it is a glimmer of hope, but it is a fine, fine amount. 2 rounds is all Nova has to play with. This is not a fun predicament for this side. Map 1, you couldn't get it closer. 16-14. Here we are at 10-2. A stark affair. We actually have a little bit of a treat, if I'm not mistaken, as well. Someone who normally we get to talk to in the server, I believe is actually in the building. So I think Jen Lee's going to be standing by with a touch of an interview if we are lucky.
Hey guys, Jen here with Sapphire, our beloved observer. 네, 옵저버 사파이어님 만나보도록 할 텐데요. 가장 먼저 오늘 경기 전에 좀 굉장히 뜻깊은 행사가 있었거든요. 그 행사의 일부이시기도 했는데 그 행사에 대해서 잠깐 물어보도록 할게요. We had a cool event going on earlier today for the players and also people that are related to GCC, right? So can you tell us about what went down there?
Yeah, so we hosted the second edition of the Game Changers Collective. The first one we did at VCT Champs in Paris. It was a chance for women to get together, to network, especially with these players, get together outside of competition. We had G2, Shopify, Carmine, Team Liquid, some of Falcons there. Players that get a chance to meet with each other, and they also get to be inspired by Hee-ji Kim, an iconic Olympian that was there to speak with the players. And despite her playing a different sport, she relates to those players so much, and you could tell they felt very inspired.
네, 저희가 게임 체인저스 콜렉티브라는 행사를 진행했었는데요. 먼저 첫 번째는 파리에서 이제 선수들을 모아서 진행을 했었고, 이번에는 또 팔콘 선수들 그리고 경기를 오늘 하지 않는 체인저스에 진출한 팀들의 선수들을 모아놓고 함께 네트워킹도 하고 서로를 알아갈 수 있는 그런 시간을 가졌고, 그리고 또 저희가 또 올림픽 골드 메달리스트죠, 김예지 선수를 모시고 좀 인터뷰를 나누면서 Q&A 세션도 진행을 하면서 어떻게 e스포츠와 그리고 e스포츠에 있어서 좀 어떤 마음가짐으로 좀 건강하게 성장할 수 있는지를 얘기를 해보는 그런 뜻깊은 시간을 만나봤습니다. 그리고 마지막으로 이런 경기 옵저버로서 좀 옵저빙을 하면 어떤 느낌인지 물어보고 마무리 짓도록 하겠습니다. Quick, what's it like for you to observe a match like this? You know, high intense elimination match.
It's hard in the eliminations because teams aren't holding anything back. It's their last chance to stay in the competition, so they're changing strats up. They're pulling from deep in the pocketbook. So it's difficult, but it's also very fun to do it.
워낙 팀들이 이렇게 사활을 걸고 생존을 위한 매치를 펼치기 때문에 정말 옵저빙하기에는 굉장히 힘들기는 하지만 근데 보기엔 재밌다고 하네요. 재밌는 경기 함께 하시죠.
Love to hear from him. Big fan. Huge fan of Heather. Fan. That was lovely. Jen.
That one.
Jen. Careful. No.
We love Jen.
We do. 10-2. We let's kind of bring the seriousness back into the affair here because I'm worried for Nova, Christine. I think this might be a little bit of a death rattle more than going down swinging at this point. Yeah. 2 rounds, literally bookending. Or, you know, you had the first and you had the last, and that was it.
So I've seen 10-2 halves before, and this one, it felt so tough for Nova to regain their composure. Just the amount of pressure that Crew was applying to Nova's side. So this half, it was huge. It couldn't have come at a better time for Nova, this halftime break, so that they can recollect themselves. If we remember back, they had to use both timeouts in the first half early on, and so they just didn't have any breathing room. So this 1 minute, hopefully, for the side of Nova, they were able to regain some of that composure, get right back down to business, and play with some confidence coming into the second half. And you can see that happening right away. Clem, she wants to get up close and personal, get on that long A line. This is going to allow Cheer to over-rotate and icebox as well. And Crew, they've been so aggressive. They've got all the space to make the C-split happen.
Let's see it. Dodd's already in on the site. Gonna get found first. Shirazi, great first start here for the Nova side. Follow-up, not there. Monch instantly on the trade out. Kinnear clears as well. Nova fall on the site, and the spike plant should be coming in. It's one-sided so far, though. A 4v3. Clem, Sheer, and Icebox have to make something happen. You can't lose here. You're too far down the rabbit hole to fall like this, and Icebox trying to take a couple of steps. No one quite there yet to make anything of it as well. And it feels like that pressure. Oh, it's just hard to witness, Christine. It's a valiant attempt from Shia, and it is a 1v2. It's not impossible, but you can see the nerves. You can see all of those woes and worries in full effect. But Crew standing tall here, 11-2. You couldn't ask for a better map too.
And that's tough. That's just so tough. Clem, another chance at her feet, but just slipping right out of her fingertips. And Crew have just been decisive from start to finish here. Just coming and slamming the sights right during those gaps. You saw that there was a slight chance Icebox, the Sova on the side of Nova, was coming through with her utility, but none of the utility was available. I mean, Crew just slamming right during that gap.
Yeah. And that might have been the nail in the coffin. We'll see.
A force buy, you gotta do it.
You gotta do something, right? You can't just leave it at this point. You gotta go and try and make something happen for yourselves.
There.
Nova, how much do you have left? This Crew have given us a game. We've seen high quality from them now. Dodds continuing this path of destruction. Already a good tag towards Shia on the B site. Clem waiting close. Prowler gonna inform the position. Good reaction from the Paranoia though. And well, Icebox loses out on one of the extremities. That might be the first of really the rest of this map.
And job done if you're Crew. I mean, they're just trying to waste utility. Clem is under so much pressure. She responds well.
Nice.
And that's spiked down.
This could be a dream for Clem. Oh, but it turns into a nightmare. But the rest of Nova now on the site, trying to back up the rest of them. Shirazi and Shia up against Kinnear. It could be 12 or it could be a long road back. And Kinnear wants this one done. Hammer in hand, can't get the next nail in the coffin. It's a lifeline for Nova, making it up to 3.
And Crew, I mean, I thought they handled that round fairly well. Some heroics coming out here for Nova. You saw them slowly working towards that B, burning so much utility, but those low buy weapons, Crew, I mean, hopefully Nova, that gives them some confidence and some momentum moving forward, because they did exactly what they needed to do. They were loose, they were ride or die, and that A flood, we saw that success for the side of Crew when they were doing that on the defense. So we'll see if that's where the tides turn here for Nova now.
Hey look, the classic round by round.
Dig deep, Lauren, you gotta dig deep, baby.
Okay, well look, Shia is certainly doing that. There is a heat-seeking missile on the site, however. Clem didn't think the Dodds were sticking around, but that's a quick trade. Putting Shia right back in the crosshairs here, but somehow comes out alive, and maybe heroics from Shia. 2 kills in the round, the third not gonna happen. It's down to just Monch now. This could be 4 for Nova.
That Deagle shot from Conir looked, rather the Killjoy shot looked so close, but no cigar. Monch is able to collect herself a sheriff, does have the spike in her hands, and look, all the members of Nova are super grouped towards B, just giving up this A site. I don't think there's any guns for Monch to collect towards this A.
No,
I'd be curious if she tries to go in and just plant to give themselves some money moving forward in the half, or if she tries to be a playmaker here.
Yeah, try and like slip through a little bit.
Looks like she's just gonna get the money.
Spike play.
You don't believe in the 1v3 sheriff?
Huh. Hey, there's a world.
There is a world. It's
oh
my God, when they line up a little bit. All right, Nova, it's a long road. Do you have it in you at this point? It's 4 rounds now. The scary factor becomes that the buy will be coming out soon for Crew. That's when my attention swings back over. Alt start coming online. The kind of snowball rounds start to line up, but these are confidence builders for Nova, and it's small steps. You're not going to get big steps when you're sitting at this sort of deficit, so small steps here for them.
It truly is 1 round at a time. And it looks like for Nova, they want to go for an aggressive play down this long C. Biazik on the other side of things. Generally, the Omens, when they're solo, they're able to really just absorb a lot of this aggression and utility. We'll see how she handles this. Smoke is out right now. This timing. Oh my! She's able to escape.
Yeah, how much do they read into that though? So far not going to know obviously how many players were pushed down towards us, but Clem. Oh, okay. All right, signs of life. There's a heartbeat still with this Nova squad.
Yeah, Dodds and Conir though, both just taking a gander, sniffing towards that front B and garage. That is a lot of pressure on the side of Nova, and that opens up the A site for Monch to try to get some space, try to get some ground. You can see Biazik also regrouping, but every single piece of KJ util is up still. The defenders have all the information.
Yeah, they do. Alyssa here. Good paranoia, actually. Allows Alyssa to step towards the site. Tees up Dodds and takes away Alyssa. Problem starting to mount, but Shirazi's still alive. Isolates one. Great timing on the smoke. Oh, I thought that could have been a second as well, but Biazik wins it. 3v3 and the pawn going to come in.
And Monch is one orb away from the ult, but the Fade does go ahead and plant. All three members of the defenders are stuck towards this spawn. Blind does go out.
There it is. Going to have to commit to it. Clem's going to get the reward towards Monch. 2v2. Biazik down low. Clem clearing house. It's a 1v1. Michaela there. Forcing Crew up to 12 now. And I'm seeing them shooting the bodies, man. You're 12-4.
This last round, how Michaela took that second kill, this last kill, that sort of aggression, it's been the telltale sign of this whole game, rather, from Crew. They're just not letting go of the gas at all. Just quickly doing work and closing out the round. One orb away now from the Fade ult as well. One orb away from the Waylay ultimate. So many answers here, options for the side of Crew to just close this one out.
This is so uphill though. I'm so worried for Nova, for Crew. They are within touching distance of keeping themselves alive in this event. Nova, it's a matter of survival now. Every bite, trying to scrap it together. Clem waiting. That judge in hand has got on.
Crew prioritized this Waylay ultimate with that orb collect, and Dodds has been so aggressive towards this B. If this dog latches,
it doesn't. Got cleared a little bit deeper, but it is going to be the loss of Alyssa, who's the one who cleared it. So now Clem has to fight forward. Fire with fire, but falls. And now the numbers sitting in the hands of Crew. You can see the desperation with Nova. They want to make something happen, but it's down to Shirazi. And here comes Dodds. The ult did land. And Shirazi can't make it out of the hinder. Crew steamroll through map 2. It was a 13-4 scoreline. Nova capitulate in the end there. Fell short in that second map. And it feels almost a shame after how close map 1 was.
Yeah, it's so unfortunate, especially on their map pick. It seems like they used all their gas in the first one. It was neck and neck, through and through, and just falling short at the end here. It was really the story of Crew. I mean, Monch, the new player from Mexico, joining this team in the middle of this year. A lot of questions for Crew coming in, especially with the shaky start on day 1. Of how much impact this new player is going to have, especially considering how much value Romy brought to the squad in the years past. But Monch has just been incredible. The amount of work she did on this Viper, 327 ACS, it's just a solid showing from the side of Crew this time.
It absolutely was. You can see it there with them staying alive here for game changers. Map 1 was an arduous affair, taken to the limits. Map 2, they kicked into gear. But for Nova, unfortunate, saw potential, but just couldn't quite convert it. However, we'll be handing it down to the stage for the Verizon post-match interview in just a second. Actually, I think hear from Kanir.
Felicitaciones, Crew Blaze! And Conir, I'm gonna need you next to me for an interview. 네, 오늘 승리를 거둔 크루 비자의 코니아 선수 만나보도록 하겠습니다. 승리 축하드립니다. 가장 먼저 오늘 헤이븐의 킬조이에 대해서 여쭤보고 싶은데요. 사실 코니아 선수 스테이지 3 내내 오맨만 거의 하다가 이제 이번 GCC 들어서 어제부터 헤이븐에서 킬조이를 보여주고 있는데 이 숙련도를 올리고 이런 새로운 요원을 갈고 닦는 게 쉽지 않았을 것 같아요. 여기에 대해서 한번 질문 드리도록 하겠습니다. Congratulations, Kanir. I just wanted to ask you about that killjoy on Haven because Stage 3, you stuck to playing OMEN. And now, starting yesterday, we see you picking up the Killjoy. So talk to us about the process and all of your grinding behind it, to really master this agent for your team.
Primeramente, felicitaciones por la victoria. Queremos saber un poco de tu proceso porque has escogido jugar con Omen primeramente hasta el tercer piso, pero que ahora te has seleccionado a Killjoy y sabemos que no es una cosa fácil masterar un otro personaje así tan fácilmente. Queremos saber cómo es.
Primeramente, gracias por las felicidades. Escogí Killjoy porque era un personaje que me gustaba jugar anteriormente, tipo en Ranked. Si yo no me pillaba en controles, lo pillaba yo en la Killjoy. Estaba un poco ya cansada de jugar controller, siempre jugaba controller en todos los mapas. Y yo quería probar algo nuevo, mi equipo me apoyó, me animó y escogí jugar Killjoy. Hemos visto varios bots de pro players, muchos bots de mi BR en este caso, y no se me ha hecho tan difícil. Mi equipo me ha apoyado en harto en este aspecto y los coaches también, entonces se me hizo mucho más fácil.
I'm gonna say that it was not that hard because I had like the support on all my players and all my teammates and even like my coaches. Like Killjoy was like a character that I used to play a lot like in the rankeds and stuff, and I was a little bit tired of playing controller for such a long time. So I wanted to like innovate something, and since I had like support from everybody, I decided to just like watch and learn a lot through like voids and like practicing a lot. So I ended up just getting it.
워낙 팀원들 그리고 감코진이 많이 도와줬기 때문에 킬조이 숙련도를 올리는 건 어렵지 않았다고 얘기를 하고요. 사실 킬조이를 하게 된 이유가 너무 전략가 쪽 요원들만 하다 보니까 슬슬 질리기 시작했고 또 뭔가 새로운 걸 하고 또 새로운 점들을 만들어가고 싶었기 때문에 킬조이를 선택했다고 얘기를 합니다. 그리고 워낙 또 랭크에서도 많이 했었던 요원이기 때문에 이미 익숙했었고 그리고 팀원들이 잘 도와줄 걸 아니까 이렇게 용감하게 킬조이를 갖고 닦을 수 있었다고 얘기를 합니다. 그리고 코니아 선수 개인적으로는 5년 연속 GCC에 출전하고 있거든요. 근데 개인적으로는 올해 가장 좋은 성과를 내고 있습니다. 이번 크루의 로스터 어떤 강점을 갖고 있는 걸까요? And you've been to all 5 GCCs and this is the deepest run for you ever, right? So what do you think, why do you think this version of the crew is the strongest?
Estuve con nosotros aquí en todos los 5 campeonatos de Game Changers. Queremos saber por qué esta es tu mayor carrera hasta ahora en los tamaño de campeonato. ¿Cuál es la diferencia de los teams que tiene hoy de crew para poder llegar tan longe?
Para mí la mayor diferencia es el equipo en sí. Tuvimos buenas ediciones este año. Tenemos muy buen ambiente de trabajo, entonces todo lo hace mucho más ameno. Siento que el trabajo que se hizo este año fue mucho más contundente y nuestras ediciones intentaron que eso fuera el camino, tipo tener un buen ambiente de trabajo, dar todo como dentro de las scrims, del entrenamiento en sí, y para mí eso fue lo esencial. Entonces, al ser un equipo bastante unido, todo lo hace mucho más ameno.
So overall, I would say like we had a very good composition for the team this time. Like we had some like very good adds to the team, not only on the player side but also like staff-wise. And we got to a point that we realized that we had to do something different. And like we tried to focus as much on having such a good like ambience of like work and like giving all our blood that we have like for the scrims and giving your best, and ended up having this result that we have right now.
사실 올해 새로운 선수들이 합류한 것도 있지만 그리고 좀 구단 전반적으로 좋은 분들이 합류를 하면서 많이 도와줬고 그런 부분이 잘 착착 맞아 떨어진 것 같고 사실 크루에 있는 모든 사람들이 스크림에서도 그렇고 경기에서도 정말 최선을 다해서 노력하고 있기 때문에 이렇게 좋은 성과가 나온 것 같다고 얘기를 해준 코니아 선수였습니다. 이렇게 해서 오늘 승리를 거둔 크루 블레이즈의 코니아 선수 만나봤습니다. Thank you, Kanye, and best of luck.
Can I help you, sir?
Here's the bill from the dealership where I got my car, and I'd like you to beat it with a better deal on one of these fine cars.
Not how it works.
Guess you're not as cool as Verizon.
Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill for a better deal today.
Welcome to the post show. We're joined with Dodds from Kinnear, fresh off of your 2-0 win over Nova. Thanks so much for joining us.
Hello, thank you.
Hi, I wanted to start by just asking about that game because it was a dominant win for you guys. It looked like the energy was fantastic throughout. What's it like just getting to play up there on stage with your team, especially when your teammates are winning so many clutches or popping off or yelling? It looks like just such a fun environment to compete in.
I don't know, it was an amazing match because we were, like, everyone was too excited to play, like, today. And this match was literally the most funnier match of my life. Like, everyone was laughing.
The most fun of your life?
Yeah, everyone was laughing, everyone was joking with each other. Everyone, like, it was a monster in name, like, Mikael in the Haven was like tunnels. I don't know, it was the funniest match of my life, literally.
Well, then I wanted to ask a little bit, going back to Split, about some of those crazy thrifty rounds, because obviously the game in the end went to OT. There was one in particular in my mind where you're sat in the corner, someone goes flying past and you hit a crazy sheriff shot and then get a rifle and just, I think you get a 2K as well with the ult at the end. Those sort of rounds when it's going back and forth, do you ever get a little bit worried that, like, okay, we've just lost this round, is it going to slip away from us?
For now, we just believe that we are in the game still. We are still in the game. So in the thrifties, I just think, like, I need to do something, like, to win the round. So this round was, I told to Cornier, oh, bait me, like, bait me, I will get a kill. And I got the kill, and I got the Vandal, and I won the round. So, I don't know, I never stopped believing in the rounds, even if it's thrifty.
Yeah. That's the right mentality to have. I want to pull out a little bit. This is your second Game Changers Championship. Last time you guys lost in 5th-6th, the position in the tournament where you are now. Reflecting on that, for you as a player, how do you feel like you've grown or improved since the last GCC you attended?
I improved in, everything. Like, my aim, my game sense, I call a lot. Like, in game, I call retakes, I call XX. So I improved in literally everything. So with JV, the new assistant coach, he helped me a lot, and Bebezita also. So I don't know, I just improved in every single thing.
Everything. Does it feel any different than that last run?
The last run, I feel like I'm more patient, I'm more calm player. Like, I don't get desperate. I am a more calm player, like, just it.
Well, you sort of mentioned a moment ago about, like, sort of asking Conir to bait for you. Obviously, a lot of teams right now are running the double duelist. Your team hasn't been doing it as much. I know you did it a little bit on Bind. Does this mean that you sort of talk in a lot of the rounds of, like, this is what I need? Because you are sort of the be-all and end-all of the attack. It starts with you, and you need to take all of that space.
I don't know, every time we talked, like, why we need to win the round. And this round was this, like, we need to get a kill, a lucky kill, or because we was thrifty, so we just need to bait someone to get a kill, and we just talk about what we need to win the round.
Okay.
We talk about this in the freeze-time.
Yeah, just whatever it takes. I want to take a look at the bracket and ask you as well about some of the conversations the team maybe had, because you lost that initial match, and then since you got down to this lower bracket, it has been dominant for your team. What did you talk about? What did you feel like you had to improve on going into a lower bracket run?
We talked about, like, no one wants this more than us. Like, we want this a lot. This year was really difficult for us, because we lost a couple times, and this made us, like, more, like, we just want to win everything. We just have the feel, have the passion to win everything. And it was this, like, we don't wanna leave the tournament losing, like, two times in a row. So we just have the passion. We just wanna play the game. We waited for this for too long, for literally 1 year. So we just have the passion to play.
Yeah, that's amazing. I'm happy to see you guys continuing your lower bracket run. It will be some time before you get to see Crew play again because we're taking a day off tomorrow. Games resume Wednesday starting again at 5 p.m. Korean Standard Time. So make sure you're there for those games. That's going to be the upper bracket with some teams you've already played. It'll be either Shopify or Carmine Core. Is there either team you want to face, and do you have any expectations for that match?
For that match, for real, I don't want to face, like, there is no team that I want to face this team.
Sure.
It's just like any team that comes, we will face and we just play our game. And
Who do you think would be easier to beat though? Shopify or Carmine Core?
No.
Neither of them are easier?
Yeah, neither.
Every team's hard?
Yeah,
fair enough.
Every team's hard.
I respect that mentality. Well, Dodds, thank you so much for joining us, and congrats again on the win.
Thank you.
Yes. Again, games resume on Wednesday. Enjoy the day off. We'll see you for more incredible Game Changers action after the break. From all us here in Seoul, good night, and we'll see you on Wednesday. MIBR, they made a final last time. They're trying to run it all the way back to have another opportunity. It's all in the line for these elimination games. MIBR facing off against Ninetales.
2v2 now. Gets caught with utility out. It's all on to Melissa now. 1v1 against Sam E on the other side, and Melissa stands tall for MIBR. SRN. Eco frags.
Spike down A.
We haven't had an ace in a while. Oh yeah, and we've got one now. That's the ace, excuse me, for SRN.
MIBR have seen.
Yeah.
They've seen Donna go for this play a million times.
Hold on! Hold on, ever! Is gonna have to win this out with the Marshall.
Pulling them in.
The start on the tap. The pull is good, but the damage is just not enough there. But Sarda's not gonna have time though.
And the utility, a haunt up into heaven, the forward post from the York. They know it's a flank coming in now.
Take this path. 4 from Melissa, 11 for MIBR. And it will not be for long. MIBR obliterate Ninetales and stay alive.
Visa Crew Blaze entering the stage just a day after that intense match, going to overtime, having to push it all the way to map 3, but facing up against a Chinese opponent who managed to eliminate previously for Clem.
Time's on her side. How much can she do from here? Oh! What a shot from Clem! It's just trying to keep Music safe. Oh, it's found the target too. It's looking simple stuff for Clem.
As well to try to help out her teammate.
Oh, she's on for the ace, man. And yeah, set up for it too.
Okay, let's go.
And there's the refight. Actually, Monge. How are you getting 2 out of that? And that ult in combination. Time now starting to tick. It's Kinnear to find Alyssa. And this looks like it's falling in the hands of Crew. And Dots again actually goes further aggressive on this, but Michaela there to fill the gap behind. Michaela going wild in this. Should have been seen, but still handles it to perfection. 5 in the round. How did Michaela look calm under that sort of pressure? Crew steamroll through map 2. It was a 13-4 scoreline. Nova capitulate in the end there, fell short in that second map.
Nah, mate. Oh, knock, knock. Something real, something raw, not accidental, no, I'm sure. You're not needed, show you the door, but what's that, yeah, are you sure? Yeah, that's a rental, yeah, what a bore. Lying, nothing in your core. Buying, yeah, what for? But do what I need to, always sure. Something real, something raw, not accidental, no, I'm sure. You're not needed, show you the door. What's that, yeah, are you sure? Yeah, that's a rental, yeah, what a bore. Lying, nothing in your core. Buying, yeah, what for? But do what I need to, always sure. Boring, never been that. I get paid, bro, just to relax. Yeah, more money now, yeah, more tax. Suited it now, don't worry about that. Boring, yeah, I'll never never been that. I get paid, bro, just to relax. Yeah, more money, but yeah, more tax, but sorted it now. Don't worry about that. Flexing, yeah, but your soul is empty. Dripping in diamonds, Fenty. Dripping in, fuck up plenty. Got the technique, yeah, like